Hey friends! Glad to see you on my channel. If you enjoy my content and want to support the channel, there's a PayPal link in the profile description. You can make a small contribution to treat me to a cup of tea. Thank you for your support. Let's get into the video. The story began in an ordinary office. Nothing special, but today something has changed for two people. The event started in the office of CEO Cha Jong-moo, a very handsome and responsible man. His secretary asked if she should lower the blinds since the man was frowning. But the reason wasn't the sun, as the CEO explained, it was a resignation letter. Concerned, the secretary approached and asked why this was a problem. She explained that she had written it properly and everything should be perfect. The man confirmed that it was indeed flawless because she always did an excellent job. The problem was the fact that she wanted to quit. And it was so sudden for him that he struggled to find the right words. The girl looked away, adding that it was for personal reasons. The CEO fell silent, adjusted his tie, and admitted to himself that secretaries can always be replaced. But with Min Seol-ha, they had been working together for 3 years. 3 perfect years. He wasn't exaggerating. That's how their teamwork truly felt. She was an outstanding employee. She could finish tasks even before the CEO asked for them. She stood out among the other employees with her responsibility. There was a time when she went on vacation, and for the man, it was hell. He couldn't keep up with anything, and now this girl wanted to leave for good. He didn't want to lose such a qualified worker. He turned to Min Seol-ha with some concern, reminding her that they had been working together for 3 years, and she should understand that without her, it would be very difficult for him. Cha Jong-moo asked if something had happened and if he could help solve it. The girl shook her head. Nothing had happened. The man wondered what could be wrong if it wasn't a specific situation. So he tried to offer a salary increase. But no, the girl replied that she already had the highest salary in the industry. A promotion was also out of the question because unpleasant rumors might spread, suggesting favoritism. A car wouldn't work either because Min Seol-ha didn't have a driver's license. The CEO saw that the girl was determined, unshakable, like a mountain. He took a step back and leaned on the desk, asking what he should do. Adjusting his tie again, he asked if there was anything she wanted. He could give her anything she wished. She just needed to say it. Min Seol-ha clenched one hand into a fist, barely holding herself back. She had been restraining herself for so long, and now the CEO himself was asking what she wanted. And it was only because the man was used to her and didn't want to let her go. That also pushed her to speak. Min Seol-ha blushed before speaking, but eventually began. And somehow, unexpectedly and boldly, she blurted out a wish to spend a night of pleasure with the CEO. Of course, saying this to such a man was a daring decision. He didn't even have time to be surprised. The girl immediately started trembling when she realized what she had just said. Then Cha Jong-moo finally found his voice and asked if he had heard her correctly. The girl covered her face with her hands, saying she must be insane and that they should forget about it. Just as she was about to leave the office, the CEO said he would think about it. And he would give his answer to the secretary by the weekend. Hopefully, Min Seol-ha would still be working there by that time and wouldn't quit. Right after this conversation, the girl went to the cafeteria to meet her colleague, who was also her friend. The girl with short hair, pleasant appearance, and a cup of coffee in her hands couldn't believe what her friend had done, what she had said. She even asked again if they were talking about the same Cha Jong-moo. Was it really the same CEO, Cha Jong-moo? Handsome, young, stubborn, and hardworking. The man whose appearance enchanted all the girls in their office. But according to the main character, it was indeed that very Cha Jong-moo they were talking about. Her friend reminded her that she couldn't even confess her love before, and now she had made such a bold request. Honestly, Min Seol-ha cursed that stupid crush. Why did she even need it? And to make matters worse, it had all started a long time ago. Exactly 3 years back. They were walking down the street together, talking about the general director's meeting. It was a cold season, and that day was cold too, so the secretary lady got a little chilly. The man noticed her cheeks, ears, and nose had turned red. He said that if Ms. Min was cold, she could calmly go back to the office. But Seola apologized for bothering him and said she was fine. Later on, a colleague approached Ms. Min and said that the general director had left them hand warmers. He gave such warmers to everyone, so the secretary wanted to see what she had received. It turned out there were pills, a hand warmer, and a sweet note with wishes. A simple note saying, "Hope you work well today," stirred more feelings than it should have. Sometime after that day, Ms. Min heard that their general director was getting married to a girl from some company. Of course, they were a perfect match, so they were getting married. Naturally, Min Seolha got a little upset. When she came home, she decided to calm herself with a cup of tea. She tried not to be sad because she already knew she never had a chance anyway. She tried to convince herself that this was how it was meant to be, and she should have hoped less. These thoughts led her to wonder what kind of girl the bride was. Probably cheerful, very beautiful, from a good family. No wonder, they're perfect, so they fit each other perfectly. Their wedding would be grand, and the general director would look good in his wedding suit. Lost in thought, the girl poured too much water into her cup. She hadn't even noticed when she became so captivated by that man. After that day, they had one conversation. To be precise, the general director carefully asked if Ms. Secretary was okay because she had become clumsier, which was unusual for her. The girl apologized. It was hard to admit that it was because of him. Later on, the girl decided it would be better to resign rather than cause trouble. Grabbing her face, Min Solha desperately said she was pathetic. A friend said that was too harsh and maybe he liked her too. He didn't reject her after all. He said he'd think about it. If he didn't care, he would have immediately fired her. The colleague was sure he had some feelings, while the secretary felt foolish. Seeing something, the friend put a coffee cup on the table, telling Min Seolha to sit and just listen. When the general director passed by, she started speaking louder. She said things as if someone was flirting with Min Seolha and she was rejecting him. The girl didn't understand this nonsense, but it was her friend's plan, to make the general director jealous of an imaginary admirer. Ms. Min nearly ruined everything when she wanted to ask what her friend was saying. But by then, Cha Jung-moo was already at their table, addressing the secretary. It turned out he had been messaging her, but the girl hadn't seen it. At the same time, her friend texted her saying that he was definitely jealous. The girl was distracted when the general director asked what time their meeting with another company was. Min Seolha replied hesitantly, saying it was at 5. The man noticed someone was messaging her and said that if it was work-related, she could reply. But it wasn't work-related. She said as much, but Cha Jung-moo asked who kept messaging her like that. He hadn't asked personal questions before, so it was strange that he suddenly started. Ms. Min decided not to lose her composure and said it wasn't important. A few seconds later, the elevator doors opened and they were supposed to get out. The secretary started to leave, but the general director stopped her. Then he pressed her against the elevator wall to say something. First, he pressed the button to close the doors and said he had an answer to her request. He hadn't thought much, but he already had something to say. It turned out he wasn't against fulfilling that request. But there was a condition. The girl shouldn't limit him in quantity. To be exact, the general director didn't want it to be just one night. Ms. Min was surprised by what she heard. She hadn't expected him to agree, let alone say something like that. The man joked that now Min Seolha didn't seem so combative anymore. She tried to say something, but stammered and mumbled out of embarrassment. Smiling, Cha Jung-moo teased her, saying he couldn't hear her at all. She was speaking too quietly. Then she spoke more confidently, saying they had a deal. That very evening, the two of them went to a luxurious hotel. As soon as they entered, the man attacked her with kisses. He embraced her just as she had dreamed before, though she never thought it would actually happen. They enjoyed kissing each other, their lips moving gently and skillfully. The girl clenched the director's shirt in her hand while he ran his other hand through her soft hair. When they began to run out of breath from the intense kiss, the man opened his eyes. Soon after, he slightly pulled away from his secretary's lips. Cha Jung-moo looked at her, admiring her, and then spoke. He asked, just to be sure, if she was really certain about what they were about to do. After all, it wasn't too late. He could stop and leave her be. The secretary didn't answer right away. She was too shy and blushed deeply. She clearly replied that no, he shouldn't stop, and pulled him towards her by his tie. After that, they both ended up on the bed. The girl was lying down, while Cha Jung-moo hovered above her. More than anything, he was worried she might regret it later. But she was the one reaching out to him. So he took her hand and pulled her closer to him. He kissed her wrist and warned her not to complain later. But she was unlikely to regret it. All she wanted was to continue and feel the touch of the man she had dreamed of. In her eyes, he saw so much desire that he took off his shirt, showing off his impressive physique to the girl. After that, they immediately reached for another kiss. There were many more passionate kisses and whispers that night. Unfortunately, they couldn't spend the whole night enjoying each other's bodies as the man had a meeting. Cha Jung-moo said it would be better for her to go home and apologized for not being able to drive her himself. He thought she needed to rest and he would manage everything on his own. He emphasized that he had thoroughly exhausted her today. Realizing his words, the girl blushed furiously. Embarrassed, she agreed that she really did need a good rest. She asked him to call her if anything happened, said goodbye, and left. Cha Jung-moo watched for a while as the taxi drove away. And it would have been hard to say what exactly he was feeling, judging by his face. The girl was quickly brought home and she decided to dedicate the entire evening to herself. She washed her hair, filled a hot bath, and gladly sank into it. She still couldn't figure out how she would even look him in the eyes tomorrow. This night would stay in her memory for a long time. It was so wonderful, yet so strange. And it would be impossible to stop thinking about it. The director was incredible. When he took off his shirt, a gorgeous body was revealed underneath. And how enchanting his face looked when he loomed over Min Seola. Thinking about this, she spent a lot of time in the bath. It was already time to get out. It wouldn't be good if she kept floating in the clouds like this. Suddenly, a notification on her phone distracted her. She flinched. What if Mr. Cha had messaged her? She really hoped so. It turned out to be just a spam message. But what surprised her most was that she had been hoping for a message from the director. Flopping onto the bed, she remembered that he wouldn't message now as he was in a meeting. And overall, she understood they weren't even dating. He wasn't obligated to write. The girl turned off the light, stared out the window for a while, and eventually fell asleep. Nothing should have disturbed her sweet sleep. But in the middle of the night, her phone suddenly rang. The girl had just fallen asleep, so she wasn't too happy that someone wanted to talk in the middle of the night. Barely opening her eyes, she looked at the bright phone screen. And in a second, she jumped up, answering a call from Cha Jung-moo. The man asked if he had woken up the secretary lady, and she lied that she hadn't gone to bed yet. Min Seol-ha asked if everything was all right since he was calling so late. The CEO replied that overall, everything had gone very well. He wanted to call earlier, but Director Kim had been drinking and wouldn't let him. He explained that he tried his best to call not too late, but it hadn't worked out very well. At the end of his monologue, he apologized for not giving her a ride home. And then he apologized again, realizing himself that he was rambling nonsense. They said goodbye, wished each other a good night, and hung up. Min Seol-ha lay down on the bed, thinking it was strange but very sweet. He called just to apologize and wish her a good night. The girl felt so many emotions at once that she doubted she would fall asleep. The man, holding the phone in his hand, was surprised at himself. They had been working together for 3 years, and there had been many rumors around them. But they subsided a bit when people saw how capable Seol-ha was. These 3 years, they had seen each other almost every single day. This girl was talented, skilled, confident, diligent, beautiful. So he had no doubt that he had feelings for Min Seol-ha. It would be strange to lie to himself and say she was just a secretary, but in front of others, it was a necessity. Cha Jung-moo had set boundaries to prevent rumors that would upset her. That night, when he returned home, he went to take a shower. He took a hot shower, unable to shake off memories of their night together. And the way she asked for it? Wasn't that even more endearing? The entire time he was in the shower, he couldn't stop thinking about Min Seol-ha. She had been so alluring when she asked to spend the night together. From the CEO's perspective, it was almost too sweet and made him want to repeat that night. In the morning, Min Seol-ha acted as usual, bringing his documents and organizing his schedule. She didn't forget a fresh sandwich and coffee. Their typical morning routine, so to speak. The CEO noticed she was stubbornly trying to behave as if nothing had happened. Was it her professionalism, or was she trying to use the routine to ease the awkwardness in their relationship? He decided to find the answer to that question and addressed the secretary. He asked if she had enjoyed their night together. At first, she really seemed to pause, as if lost in thought. Then she remembered the CEO's impressive body, and how he kissed every corner of her body, especially her neck, chest, lips. Then she blushed, turned away, and pretended not to understand, saying she had slept like the dead that night. Cha Jung-moo smiled. So after all, she was hiding behind the routine. Suddenly, the man asked if the secretary had heard rumors about his engagement. The girl turned pale, recalling the fiancé, while the man said he was shocked by such ridiculous gossip. The CEO asked if that was why she had made that proposal. Miss Min grew nervous, avoiding his piercing gaze. She didn't have to answer, as the phone interrupted them. She apologized, took out her phone, and checked who had messaged her. At that moment, her face changed. First, she was surprised. Then her expression darkened. The man even asked if everything was all right and if the message was work-related. Stammering, the secretary replied that it was personal. A bit later, in the CEO's office, the girl asked for a day off tomorrow. She explained that she understood it was difficult to be without a secretary during such a busy time, but she really needed it. The man asked her not to worry about that and said he was more concerned about Chasiola's condition. She said she was fine and that her absence wouldn't cause any problems. That day, the girl still had work to do, but she was much quieter than usual. But the CEO couldn't believe it, as if everything was fine. The next day, the girl didn't go to work but went somewhere else. Every year, closer to winter, she visited her father. No, he was alive. However, he had been in a correctional facility for a long time. Every year since she started visiting, her father never came out to meet her. That made her sad, but in some way, she had gotten used to it. Once, her father hit a person with his car. He hit them and fled, leaving the still-living body behind. It was hard to believe that her kind and decent father had done such a thing. The man who was supposed to bring her father out tried to comfort the girl, saying that every time he hears about her visit, her father becomes a little happier. After that, she always stops by a nearby shop. Small gifts were sold there. Today, she came across a rare snowman. Still upset, the girl said she wanted to find a different toy. They offered to exchange it, but the girl wanted to find it herself. The cashier lady asked which toy Min Seolha was looking for. It was Rudolph, the little reindeer. That toy reminded her of her father. On the way home, it even started snowing. A beautiful time, the girl thought. It was Yoon Shim asking how the visit went. That was a difficult question, which she heard every year from her friend. After her father's arrest, Min Seolha was sent to an orphanage where she met her best friend, Yoon Shim. While they talked, the girl had already reached home. She knew that Yoon Shim was worried. Her friend wanted to invite Min Seolha somewhere, but she wasn't in the mood. Instead, they decided to have a beer together at the girl's place. Unexpectedly for Yoon Shim, Min Seolha thanked her for something. The main character explained that she was very grateful for Yoon Shim's friendship. At first, her friend said that everything was fine, then suddenly screamed into the phone. It turned out there was something else very important. Good news. Apparently, Mr. Cha approached her today and asked about the girl. The man had actually been worried all day about whether Cha Seolha was all right. He couldn't get the sad expression on Min Seolha's face out of his mind. Could something have happened to her? That's what wouldn't let him rest. The girl called the CEO when she saw that he had texted her. He said that everything at work was calm, but Min Seolha was an excellent secretary. But he was worried because he couldn't get a reply from his secretary. And was everything really fine? Or could she tell him why she had taken the day off? He blurted out that of course he had no right to insist. It just bothered him. She didn't give a clear answer, only said that it wasn't serious and thanked him for his concern. Right after that, her friend arrived and the girl apologized to the CEO. He said he understood and bid farewell to Miss Min. After the conversation, Cha Jung-moo collapsed into his chair and relaxed with a sigh. The man became curious who had come to visit the girl so late at night. The next morning, rumors about Min Seolha began spreading in the office. The girls were saying that Miss Min had become happier and kept checking her phone. It seemed they were hinting that the secretary might have someone. Cha Jung-moo remembered a conversation he had overheard between Min Seolha and her friend about some guy, and he himself had noticed what the employees were talking about. His lady secretary had recently been frequently texting or talking to someone on the phone. And even that day, when he was looking for Miss Min, it turned out she was once again talking to someone. The CEO met her already in his office. The girl said that another company had called, requesting a meeting as soon as possible. Moreover, Director Kim would personally visit them. Besides, the girl said she couldn't have lunch with Cha Jung-moo today. The director's tone turned more saddened, and he asked why. Min Seolha replied that she had things to do. Nothing special. Then the director turned back to the girl and asked why she was avoiding him. Min Seolha didn't even quite understand such a sudden question. The director looked away and asked if she found him disgusting after that night. Maybe not disgusting, said the director, but perhaps Ms. Min just isn't interested. After all, she took a day off on Friday and hasn't been at her workplace all day today. The director asked if this was because of that guy Ms. Lee had mentioned. Min Seolha explained that it was a misunderstanding. She had left her workplace to book a table for the director's meeting, and on Friday, she had personal matters. So she wasn't avoiding anyone. It just happened that way. Moreover, she pretended not to know which guy he was talking about. When Cha Jung-moo asked who had come to see her yesterday, it turned out it was Yoon Shim. Upon hearing that, the man felt relieved and a little awkward. Actually, the girl wanted to talk about something else, but they were interrupted by a knock on the door. An urgent meeting was called, said the employee outside. So the two of them went there together. The man probably wanted to avoid the conversation a little because he felt awkward about his questioning. But sooner or later, Minsola decided she would tell him everything. The meeting was not very informative, yet there was no time left to talk. After all, during working hours, the director worked hard without distractions. A little later, when the man was somewhat freer, the girl thought to try talking again. But as soon as she raised her head, the man was already talking with her colleague. She didn't look closely to see if it was an important conversation and decided it could wait. After a while, evening came. It was already 7 and the director was still busy. The girl gathered her papers. All day, what she wanted to say had been bothering her. She was genuinely upset that they couldn't manage to talk. It was important. The man appeared suddenly and asked why Min Seolha was still there. It turned out she still had some tasks left. Cha Jung-moo told her not to overwork herself, and the girl decided this was her chance. Before Cha Jung-moo could close the door behind him, she quickly ran up. The man stopped when the secretary lady called out to him. He turned around, looking questioningly at Min Seolha, who was closing the door behind her. The girl said something unexpected. She asked him to forget about that request. She also apologized for causing trouble, but the man was already unpleasantly surprised, not understanding anything. Min Seolha explained that she was not in her right mind and didn't understand what she was saying. Instead, the director pressed her against the table surface, asking why she was saying this. The man asked if it was because of his clumsiness. Maybe he had hurt her or something. Min Seolha dismissed those assumptions, and Jung-moo, drawing closer, asked why she was pushing him away then. After all, according to director Cha Jung-moo, she was not indifferent to him. For all 3 years, he had been hiding those feelings, and now this proposal. Why did she want to reject it? He couldn't understand it all. And Min Seolha couldn't believe what she was hearing. Could it be that this incredible man, like her, had been a prisoner of his feelings for so long? Could it be that all this time, while she was suppressing her feelings, he had felt the same? She used to be upset by rumors about his wedding, and now it turned out that the only person this man had feelings for was her, his secretary. All this didn't fit in her head, and she blushed all over. Cha Jung-moo recalled her day off on Friday. He was so worried then that he couldn't find peace. He wanted to visit her, to check if she was okay, but thought it would be too much. Still embarrassed, Ms. Min shyly admitted that she also had feelings for the director. The man smiled first only with his eyes, lowering his gaze to Min Seolha. Then he smiled with his lips and placed his hand on Seolha's cheek. Enjoying this touch, the girl put her hand on Jung-moo's hand as well. But the man reminded her that she was probably in a bit of a hurry right now. She blushed even more and was about to leave, but Jung-moo stopped her. He said she wouldn't have to work overtime today because she had other plans. At first, the girl didn't understand what plans he meant, but it turned out those plans had just appeared. For both of them. So now they would both leave work to enjoy each other's company, the general director said. Lying on the hotel bed, the girl felt even more nervous than during their first time. But so what? She decided to stay embarrassed without taking her eyes off that handsome man, who was blushing as he leaned over her. Once again, they kissed and hugged passionately, as if they wanted to devour each other. The general director's touches were also full of emotion this time. It felt very gentle and pleasant for the heroine. Very quickly, certain pieces of their clothing ended up on the floor. Nervously, the girl said she might not meet Mr. Cha's expectations. She herself assumed she might not be that good. However, Cha Jung-moo believed that even if that were the case, it was his fate, and he would accept it. The man was probably even a little surprised at how active and sensitive Min Seolha was during the process. She was like a dream, yet still doubting herself. The man was probably even a little surprised at how active and sensitive Min Seolha was during the process. She was like a dream, yet still doubting herself. The next morning, their hotel room was in complete chaos. The heroine was the first to wake up, feeling sore all over. The man didn't let her sleep all night, until morning. Of course, after so many rounds, the girl wasn't surprised by how she felt. As soon as Min Seola touched the man, he woke up immediately. Cha Jong-moo took her hand and asked if her actions meant that yesterday hadn't been enough. After all, he wouldn't mind spending their weekends the same way. In fact, the man admitted he would love to see Min Seolha by his side every morning. They lay in bed for a long time afterward, talking about many things and cuddling. And so it happened that on her first working day of the week, the girl realized she hadn't slept at all for the past 2 days. On Saturday, Cha Jong-moo invited her to a fancy restaurant. He even cut Seolha's steak for her. She tried to explain that she could do it herself, but the man was stubborn. He confessed that he enjoyed taking care of Min Seolha. Every time her dream man said things like that, the girl blushed like it was the first time and smiled sweetly. That weekend, they also went for long walks, holding hands. Overall, for the first time in 3 years, they spent 2 days together as a couple. Of course, on Sunday, the girl still had to go home, and Cha Jong-moo even walked her there. He asked her to call him once she got into her apartment. Right now, the girl felt as if those 2 days were her twisted but beautiful dream. Seolha's thoughts were interrupted by her friend calling out from behind. It turned out Yoon Shim had been calling her several times, but her friend had clearly been lost in thought. Yoon Shim asked, "What could have made the always cautious Seolha float in the clouds like that?" The heroine remembered that the last thing she had told her friend about her feelings for that man was about his offer to make love. So now she shared that she and Cha Jong-moo were officially dating. And Shim looked happy after hearing this. She had always been glad for her friend, and now Seolha was in a relationship with the man of her dreams. Linking arms, they went off to discuss all the details of this happy event. Min Seolha was happy to share such news with Yoon Shim and glad that now she had a boyfriend, and a wonderful friend who supported her in everything. Meanwhile, at the airport, another man entered this story. Very serious, elegantly dressed, he had just arrived. A little boy ran right into his path, pointing at his shoes. The child tripped over a suitcase wheel and fell to the floor. The blond man took off his sunglasses, not hiding his displeased look, and lowered his gaze to the boy. He twisted his suitcase, adjusting it to pass more conveniently. Without paying any more attention to anyone, he left the boy and his mother, who rushed to pick up her child, behind without a hint of regret. It turned out he was on the phone, talking about Cha Jong-moo and his perfect life. That same evening, they had to hurry to a meeting with director Kim. On the way, Cha Jong-moo asked Min Seolha to order a suit for him. For some reason, the girl blushed when she thought about the suit. The man joked that his secretary had too many perverted thoughts. Cha Jong-moo complained a little that director Kim was getting on his nerves. And after those words, he quietly reached for his beloved's hand, lightly touching it. Of course, Min Seolha pulled her hand away, as someone might see them. The man said she was too cold-hearted. And besides, who would see them except the cameras? So Min Seolha herself looked around, turning her head to check if anyone was nearby. Then she took Cha Jong-moo's hand, saying they would do this only once, so as not to risk it again. The CEO, looking at his beloved, even blushed a little himself. Min Seolha asked if she should drive, since the CEO had said he hadn't slept well. But he refused, reminding her that she didn't have a driver's license. There were only 3 people at the meeting. Min Seolha was working on her laptop, while Cha Jong-moo and director Kim discussed their business. The CEO reminded them that the land purchase issue was supposed to be resolved within this year, but everything was being delayed. In her thoughts, the main character admitted that the other company was being negligent. She was slightly distracted from her work by director Kim, who was sitting across from her. He wasn't exactly doing anything, but kept glancing at Min Seolha very often. The girl really wanted to slap him across the face. Even Cha Jong-moo noticed that she was feeling a bit uncomfortable. The man distracted Kim by asking if he was even listening. Director Kim explained that he was getting old and lately had trouble concentrating. Trying to stay calm, Cha Jong-moo repeated his question. Director Kim said it was difficult to get approval because the area was currently a tourist site. Later, when the meeting ended, the director promised to hurry things up. Glancing at Miss Min, he suggested going for a drink. Director Kim reached out to shake the girl's hand, supposedly to thank her. Instead, the CEO shoved his car keys into her hand and asked her to find his phone. He said he needed to make a call, but his phone was all the way down in the car. The main character nodded and promised to handle it quickly. As Seola left, Director Kim said it must be nice to work with such a beauty. He even hinted at something indecent in a veiled way, saying her tied-up hair suited her as it didn't get in the way near her mouth. Cha Jong-moo said director Kim probably couldn't focus during the meeting because of his secretary. In response, director Kim mockingly asked if Jung-moo was being so sharp-tongued today because of his secretary. He wanted to tease Cha Jong-moo, but Jung-moo cut him off, saying it was pathetic. The man was about to angrily ask what exactly Jung-moo meant by those words. But suddenly, Cha Jong-moo hit the wall and said that's what he meant, because even from a distance, the cracks were visible. And the fact that his punch left a dent should mean that its foundation was trash. Director Kim was about to add that it was a new wall, but Jong-moo started hitting it again. He said it sounded hollow inside. Director Kim tried to smooth things over, saying there was some misunderstanding between them that needed to be resolved. The CEO smiled and said he was just stating facts, no misunderstanding. Jong-moo even slightly blackmailed Director Kim, not directly, of course, but using a rhetorical question. Meanwhile, Min Solha was coming back without the phone, as it was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, she received a message on her phone. Someone was apologizing for looking at her strangely today. Right after that, the CEO appeared. He explained that he had found the phone. They weren't going for drinks, so he and Min Solha were leaving right away. The CEO didn't explain why the plans had changed, just walked ahead. An angry director, Kim, sat in his office, crumpling a document. The man was irritated that he, Director Kim, had been so shamelessly humiliated. Earlier, General Director Cha said he was expecting the man to apologize to Mrs. Minister. Director Cha Jong-moo ordered that since Kim has Seolha's business card, he should apologize first and then delete her contact number. When Director Kim's assistant entered his office, various papers were thrown at him. Director Kim was furious that his assistant, Ha, was nowhere to be found. The man explained that Director Kim himself had ordered Ha to meet the young master. Right after those words, a blonde man who had recently arrived appeared. He entered arrogantly, didn't greet anyone, spoke sarcastically. Later, he picked up a document from the floor. The blonde man, named Jo Tae-gun, settled into a chair opposite Director Kim. It turned out that this blonde man was Director Kim's nephew. They discussed that Jo Tae-gun should behave in a way that the press wouldn't have to constantly cover for him. Looking at the crumpled document, Jo Tae-gun said that the two of them probably had a common unpleasant enemy. And that enemy, of course, was General Director Cha Jong-moo. In the car, the girl noticed that Jung-moo's mood had changed and carefully asked what had happened. The man didn't want to admit that the conflict was because of Seolha. Jung-moo said he merely pushed Kim to resolve the issue faster, and Mrs. Min asked whether he had requested an apology from Director Kim. The man explained that it was an important project, and Kim probably considered everything and apologized on his own. The girl wanted to ask for something, to set a condition, but she noticed something out of the corner of her eye. She didn't even manage to finish her sentence, but was very surprised by what she saw. Cha Jong-moo's hand was covered in wounds. Min Seolha was frightened, thinking it must have been from punching, and assumed he had beaten Director Kim. After arriving home, she treated Jung-moo's wounds, and he told her the truth. The general director said he had scratched his hand against the corridor walls but hadn't hit anyone. The girl believed him, knowing that Jung-moo wasn't the type to resort to fists. She thought logically that if Kim had been punched, they would either be in the hospital or at the police station. She treated her lover's hand in a way that was slightly painful, to teach him a lesson. However, of course, she didn't want to hurt him, she only said so. The man joked that Seolha probably liked beatings or something like that, if she was saying such things. He made jokes about fetishes until Seolha smacked him on the ear. Getting up, she put everything away and hoped that no scar would remain after healing. As she was leaving, Jung-moo asked how she was feeling. He was simply worried if she was okay after the situation. She replied that she was fine. She kept silent, but thought to herself that this always happened whenever she wanted to slap that arrogant Kim in the face. Cha Jong-moo apologized and explained that he should have watched over her better when he heard the disgusting rumors about Kim. Seolha sat beside him and reassured the man, saying that everything was all right. Cha Jong-moo asked her to speak up right away if she ever felt uncomfortable again. She agreed and said it was time for her to go home. Jong-moo didn't want to let her go, but Seolha explained that she had work tomorrow. Cha Jong-moo reminded her that she probably forgot about their agreement. The very one they made in the elevator. To love each other without restrictions. Of course she hadn't forgotten. But Jung-moo suddenly said that tomorrow would be a hard day, so he would drive her home. The girl herself would have preferred to stay, but tomorrow might be difficult. Or maybe not. She caught herself hesitating. She started mumbling something, but the man's hand pulled her by the waist towards him. Jungmoo seated her on his lap, saying he had almost let her go, but she was seducing him. Although in reality, it was the other way around. He was the one seducing her, making her hesitate, but did it really matter? Seola didn't think so. So they simultaneously leaned in for a kiss. Blushing deeply, Seola suddenly asked if she could undress her lover. Jungmoo was just about to give in, thinking he could hold back and let her go, so he was surprised by what he heard. He laughed at his beloved's request, making her even more embarrassed. Jungmoo said he would be more than happy since clothes were unnecessary. Blushing furiously, the girl began unbuttoning his shirt, enjoying even this simple process. She wanted to do it because her partner was insanely handsome and muscular. She had some doubts whether it was a good idea, fearing he might think she was a pervert. Suddenly, he pinned her down on the couch, seemingly unable to hold back anymore. He blushed a little himself, admitting it was easier to control his emotions during meetings than with Seola. And once again, they started kissing passionately, pouring all their desire into the kisses. She didn't manage to fully undress the man, but even with his chest half exposed, he looked damn cool. She didn't manage to fully undress the man, but even with his chest half exposed, he looked damn cool. Every single word like that made the girl's cheeks burn. Seolha also found it very attractive that Jungmoo would ask her before doing anything. Like now, for instance, he said they'd only continue if she agreed. A few days after that, Seolha was sitting at her desk, working. She immersed herself in work to avoid thinking about her beloved. Colleagues passing by thought she was very responsible. They admired her but didn't envy her. Even the CEO sometimes looked at Ms. Min, admiring her. In the elevator, she felt a bit shy and kept her hands to herself. Cha Jung-moo said he really wanted to hold her hand, but Seola reminded him they were at work. Besides, their relationship was only a week old. It was too early to display it so openly. The man said that Romeo and Juliet's love lasted only 5 days, yet it was so intense. Min Seolha explained that was because they fell in love at first sight. The CEO also fell in love at first sight. Even Director Kim could confirm that. The girl found it hard to believe, since he used to be rude and even called them ugly once. The CEO explained that he simply didn't know how to handle his feelings back then. But now he was determined to build a serious relationship with Min Seol-ha. He confessed that he was working on himself to become a better man for her. While talking, Seol-ha didn't even notice when they started holding hands. He asked her not to leave him hanging, and in return, he would restrain himself from touching her at the office. Seol-ha said she really wasn't planning on leaving him. Before leaving, the girl reminded him about the meeting in Incheon scheduled for the next day. Suddenly, Cha Jung-moo stopped, not even stepping out of the elevator. Looking at someone with surprised eyes, he asked why that person was here. It was a distinguished older woman dressed in luxurious clothes. Soon they were having tea. The one Seola had chosen turned out to be very much to the lady's taste. The woman asked Jung-moo to at least smile. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years. The man pointed out it had been 2 years, even though she had moved to the USA 3 years ago. Jung-moo explained that his friend's wedding was a year after her move. The lady clapped her hands, remembering her son was indeed at that wedding. Jung-moo believed she simply hadn't noticed him and didn't care, though she always hid behind her old age as an excuse. They also briefly talked about the director's health. Finally, Cha Jung-moo asked why his mother had come back to Korea so suddenly. Putting her teacup on the table, she replied that it was obvious. In a few days, there would be an important day for them because something had happened years ago. The woman didn't want to delve into details again, as it was too painful. But the man still didn't understand. All these years, his mother had been indifferent. So why had she suddenly come back, pretending otherwise? The mother clasped her hands, not even denying her son's words. Looking out the window, she admitted that she had dreamt of that girl. The girl was in tears. It even seemed that mysterious girl wanted to say something, but couldn't. The woman asked if Jung-moo was still angry with her. She understood that Jung-moo and the girl had been close. But she, the mother, had grieved too. Sitting in the chair, Seolha was pondering over the CEO's reaction. She had entered the office just to bring them tea. But Cha Jung-moo told her to return to her work. And he definitely looked sad. She smiled one last time, pretending she hadn't noticed anything, and left. But she was bothered by the gloomy atmosphere there. A phone call pulled her out of her thoughts. She quickly picked up. Only what she heard sounded a little sad. The girl suspected that Mr. Cha had another migraine, even though he had recently taken his medicine. She brought him verbena tea, explaining that it helps with migraines. She also brought the medicine he had asked for over the phone, but reminded him that he had taken it not long ago. Seola apologized to the lady for interrupting their conversation, but the woman turned out to be kind and told her not to worry. Then Seolha handed the medicine to the CEO, asking him to wait before taking it. The girl apologized once more, bowed, and left. She didn't really want to stay there, fearing she might disturb their conversation. She thought she would handle it better, but she felt awkward in front of Jungmu's mother. And the office felt gloomy, clearly indicating she wasn't welcome there. But Minsela only hoped that Jungmu wouldn't take too many pills. For a while, the CEO hesitated whether to take the pills. His mother remarked that he seemed to have frequent headaches. Jungmu explained that it was normal, as he was constantly busy with work. The woman also noted that when Miss Min entered, he seemed to relax a little. She admitted it was unusual for her son to be interested in someone. His mother said she liked Seolha. She seemed like a good person. Turning the pills in his hands, he eventually put them down on the table. He told his mother that Seolha was actually too good for him. Sitting at home, Seolha worried whether Jungmu was okay. He never showed emotions, even in terrible situations, but today he looked gloomy. It saddened her to even think that something might have happened to Jungmu. Eun Shim noticed her friend's sadness. She was staying at Seolha's place because of heating problems and teased her a little. Eun Shim hugged her tightly, saying she was really happy about her relationship with Cha Jungmu. They were both distracted by an urgent message saying there was a snowstorm outside, blocking the roads. Eun Shim immediately got up while Seolha's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Eun Shim said she couldn't stand wrapping herself in layers of clothing and preferred warmth. And Seolha, lowering her gaze, agreed. That time of year had come again, the one that had divided her life into before and after a few years ago. Meanwhile, her beloved wasn't feeling any better, and it was a sad time for him too. His mother had previously suggested they visit that special place together. He also remembered someone mentioning that the mysterious girl used to cry in her sleep. Jungmu couldn't understand why she was crying. What did she want to say? It turned out that many years ago, a man had hit that girl with a car and left her there while she was still alive. That man was Min Seolha's father, although they didn't know about it. That's one of the reasons why he always drives himself and never lets anyone else take the wheel. He couldn't stop wondering what she would have told him. What did she want to say while crying? Maybe she was upset because last time only he visited her? Suddenly, he felt the urge to call someone. Someone answered his call, smiling at how things were unfolding. But for the first few seconds, Jungmu couldn't utter a single word. Exhaling, Cha Jungmu said that he really wanted to talk to his father. The man had no time on weekends because he was going to play golf to discuss business. His father suggested he join him to get involved in the business affairs. But Jungmu showed no interest, as he already had plans that couldn't be canceled. Cha Jungmu explained to his father that he wished they would at least call each other more often. But his father told him to review a document instead and hung up. Cha Jungmu sighed, taking the phone away from his ear. Could it be that his father had already forgotten about her? The next day, Seolha was working on her laptop while some of her colleagues discussed the company's anniversary and the day off they would get for it. They also asked Ms. Min about her plans. A tired Seolha simply replied, to get some sleep. She really needed to sleep. Seeing how sleepy Seolha was, the girls even gave her their vitamin drink. In Seolha's opinion, Jungmu seemed very gloomy whenever she saw him. Today, he barely spoke, didn't tease her, and made no jokes at all. Seolha wasn't sure if she should ask him why he was in a bad mood. Instead, he told her that she looked tired and asked if she was okay. That vitamin drink had helped a little, so she answered that everything was great. Jungmu told her she could go home by herself since he had a lot of work to do. Together with Eun Shim, who was thrilled about the upcoming day off, Seolha slowly dragged herself home. She was troubled by the fact that she hadn't asked how he was doing or what had happened, and now she was even more worried. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Eun Shim turned back to her friend, and Seolha immediately apologized. Clutching her bag, she said she needed to go back to Director Cha. Eun Shim crossed her arms and said she knew it, that Seolha wouldn't go home this early. But there was nothing to apologize for, and the girl could calmly go see her beloved. While Cha Jungmu was working, his head started to ache, so he lay down for a bit. Without even noticing, Cha Jungmu fell asleep. He dreamed of the same girl. She had called him a few years ago to tell him that she finally had her Rudolph. Cha Jung-moo said that was good, as she had talked about that toy all year long. She looked at the gift with satisfaction, smiling and blushing slightly from the cold. Jung-moo couldn't join her then because he had a meeting. But through the phone, he heard a loud crash, got scared, and asked if everything was okay. But Hyun-young never answered him again. Those memories, which had turned into a dream, were his worst nightmare, from which he woke up. It was unbearable to recall that damn day when the girl passed away. The voice of Min Seol-ha calling him finally woke him up completely. At last, she anxiously asked if the director was all right. The man didn't answer right away. He pulled her by the waist and hugged her. The girl hugged him back, and after calming down a little, Jung-moo asked why she was here. Min Seol-ha explained that she wanted to wait for Mr. Cha. Cha Jung-moo noticed a coat draped over his leg, picked it up with his hand, and was surprised. It turned out that Min Seol-ha thought he might be cold and covered him. She said that Jung-moo could open up about what was bothering him, and she would support him in any way she could. The man thought that his mother's visit must have left her feeling uneasy. He explained that he was just a bit sensitive, that's all. And then the old Jung-moo appeared again. He grabbed her hand and said he would never let go until death. Seol-ha blushed, and Jung-moo asked if she had any plans for the evening. Logically, she didn't, since she had come back here just to wait for him. The man draped a coat over Seol-ha and said that work could wait. They had other plans. At home, the first thing he did was change clothes and decided they needed to eat. He picked out his smallest clothes for Seol-ha to change into. Ms. Min felt a little awkward as she entered the kitchen. As she walked in, she said the clothes hung a bit loosely, but they were comfortable enough. The man said that was good and quickly turned away, blushing madly. Seol-ha settled at the table, looking around. She admitted to herself that her beloved's place was much cleaner than hers. Meanwhile, Jung-moo placed 2 servings of shrimp pasta on the table. Min Seol-ha said she even felt a little embarrassed, but she was hungry. Besides, the food made by this man was really good. He smiled and wished her a good meal. Later, the two of them decided it would be a good idea to watch a movie. Min Seol-ha was thrilled, even though it was a horror movie. She loved films and commented a lot. Getting caught up in it, she slightly squeezed Cha Jung-moo's leg. Realizing it, she became embarrassed and immediately withdrew her hand. Jung-moo joked that if she just wanted to touch him, she could have just said so. He even grabbed her hand again and pulled her closer. He placed her hand on his leg and said he liked it when she touched him. Min Seol-ha was completely flustered when Jung-moo, pretending to be upset, asked if she was planning to avoid physical contact altogether. Looking at his beloved's face, he teased her, saying that if she didn't want to, he wouldn't force her. But Min Seol-ha objected, saying she didn't mean it that way, and that he was making things up. Hinting at a more physical continuation of the conversation, the man asked if it was okay if they didn't finish the movie. She said it was fine, and once the TV was turned off, she moved closer and kissed Jung-moo on the cheek. Jung-moo held the girl by the chin, admiring her beauty. Yes, this was truly love. As they kissed, they leaned into each other at the same time, making their hearts race wildly. During the kiss, Seol-ha climbed onto her lover's lap, giving him more opportunities to touch her. The girl trembled at every touch and kiss. No matter how many times they did this, he always drove her crazy. The next morning, tired and thirsty, the girl stood in the kitchen drinking water. Behind her, Cha Jung-moo stood close, hugging her tightly. Min Seol-ha couldn't even move. Her beloved was hugging her so tightly. He explained that she herself had said her back hurt after last night, and it was her fault for wanting to be on top. The girl turned to Jung-moo and covered his mouth with her hand, saying that wasn't how it happened. After she removed her hand, the man smirked boldly and asked if she enjoyed touching his body. Min Seol-ha blushed and said that he was teasing her again. Eventually, the general director let her go and asked if she wanted to take a shower. The girl then asked if she would be showering alone. Cha Jung-moo replied that of course he'd gladly join her, but he wasn't sure he could hold back with his beloved nearby. He admitted he had only just calmed down a little, but if his lover insisted, he couldn't say no. Seol-ha replied that it wasn't necessary. She really couldn't continue any further. But Cha Jung-moo smiled and promised he wouldn't bite her. Instead, they would just cuddle a lot, so there was nothing to worry about. The man asked Seol-ha to wait a little while he ran the bath for them. The girl asked if he was going to do it himself. Jung-moo answered that of course he would. He wouldn't let her lift a finger in his house since she already took care of him at work. That was nice to hear. Seola blushed slightly and went to wait. A little later, they were both sitting in the spacious bathtub, which Seolha thought was romantic. Jungmoo held her and thanked her for being such a wonderful person in his life. The girl, of course, was also grateful to now have such a wonderful boyfriend. Jungmoo gently turned Min Seolha's flushed face toward him, and the two of them reached out for a soft, tender kiss. A little later, when the man began caressing Seolha, she made a strange sound that made him laugh. She hid her face, mumbling that she was really embarrassed now, and it wasn't funny at all. Besides, she said he had worn her out, and that's why she reacted that way. So it was Jungmoo's fault. But the man believed it was Seolha's fault. She was just too beautiful not to touch. The girl blushed again and said, "There you go again with your jokes and compliments." After some time, they finally got out of the bath and the girl changed into a t-shirt. She was distracted by a ringing sound. It seemed someone was calling. She picked up the phone and it turned out to be Director Park. She was replying to him while rummaging through her bag. A few things fell out of it, including the snowman toy. She was still on the phone and couldn't pick them up, so Cha Jung-moo approached her. The man bent down to pick up the scattered items and noticed the toy from his dream with Hyun Young. He froze, staring at the painfully familiar object. Even Min Solha was surprised at how Cha Jung-moo froze while looking at the toy. Still holding it, he didn't even notice that Solha had finished her phone call. It was Seolha who brought him back to reality by asking if everything was all right. And only then did Jung-moo straighten up. He put the figure into a box and said he hadn't expected that she liked toys from that company. Min Seolha replied that she too was surprised he knew about them since they weren't very popular. She admitted that she buys them every winter around this time of year. She answered Jungmoo's question about whether she was looking for someone specific by saying she was looking for Rudolph the reindeer. The man's expression suddenly changed as he asked why Rudolph in particular. Min Seolha said she simply thought that toy was the cutest. And just like that, the topic was closed. They didn't talk about it again. Sometime later, they were already at work, and a slightly nervous Jungmoo was sitting in his chair. He couldn't get that situation or the snowman out of his head. He truly hadn't expected to find that toy from that company with his beloved. Just as he let out a heavy sigh and leaned back in his chair, someone called. At first, Cha Jung-moo answered formally, thinking it was a work-related call. But no, it was his mother. She wanted to cook something and called to ask what he would like. Jungmoo said it wasn't necessary. He could feed himself. He also asked her not to buy everything on sale since he had given her his credit card. But it was already a habit of hers, and non-sale groceries were expensive. Jungmoo said he'd visit on the weekend and was about to hang up. But his mother stopped him and said she would fry anchovies before he arrived. That was Hyun Young's favorite dish, but Jungmoo didn't say anything. He just asked her not to cook anything. Then he finally hung up and exhaled heavily. It was a hard time for him. Meanwhile, Cho Taegan went shopping. It seemed like he had decided to buy out every possible store as his assistant's hands were full of bags. Everyone around noticed this incredibly handsome man, but he paid no attention to anyone. Like a model, he just walked into yet another store. But near the counter, he noticed a very familiar figure. It turned out Min Solha was in that store too, picking out a tie. The sales assistant was showing her 2 ties that were all the rage this season. Min Solha imagined her boyfriend in a black tie with gray stripes, and also imagined him in a red patterned tie. In her mind, both accessories suited Jungmoo perfectly. From her own imagination, Min Solha turned as red as a tomato. While examining the ties, she wondered whether this would be a good birthday gift at all. She remembered how Cha Jung-moo had once asked her to return all the gifts. He explained it by saying that if he accepted even one, they'd never leave him alone afterward. That's why she never dared to give him what she had intended back then. She felt sad that she had never given him anything because of his decision not to accept gifts from coworkers. But now they weren't just coworkers. She was his girlfriend, so she had every right to prepare a gift. Jo Taegun had been watching all of this for a while, and the sales assistant asked if he needed anything. Walking up, he asked if the lady was picking a gift for her boyfriend. At that moment, the girl's phone rang. It was Yoon Shim. Looking at the phone, she thought her friend had probably finished work. She ignored the blonde man and told the consultant that she would definitely come back later. The blonde man raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. That was unexpected. The girls met at an outdoor table and decided to have coffee together. It was clear that today had not been an easy day for Yoon Shim. Nevertheless, she had seen a very handsome guy. and just remembering him made her blush. It turned out that it was Jo Tae-gun. Yoon Shim explained which company he was from, and the main heroine turned pale. It turned out that the rumors about Cha Jong-moo's wedding referred to a girl from the same company as Jo Tae-gun. Yoon Shim, seeing her friend's face, explained that it wasn't about the rumored wedding. She said that Jo Tae-gun had come to buy a limited edition watch. And while buying the watch, he enchanted the entire store, including Yoon Shim. Her friend compared Jo Tae-gun's looks to Cha Jong-moo's, saying he was even better looking. But Min Seol-ha disagreed and said Cha Jong-moo was the most handsome man in the world. A male voice asked if Seol-ha really thought so. The girl crossed her arms and said of course she did. Then she realized that it was Cha Jong-moo himself, and he had totally caught her. Eun Shim and Cha Jong-moo also formally greeted each other. The man said he came to pick up his beloved because when she's with Ms. Lee, no one can get through to her. Seol-ha apologized and started looking for her phone. Meanwhile, Eun Shim and her coffee had already vanished. Neither Jung-moo nor Seol-ha noticed it. The man said he owed Ms. Lee a thank you for giving them a little time for a walk. But during the walk, the girl wouldn't let him hold her hand, let alone kiss her. She even walked a few steps ahead to make sure Jung-moo didn't try anything. Meanwhile, the man asked Ms. Min not to schedule anything for him over the weekend due to personal matters. He explained to the girl, as his beloved, that he had a meeting with his mother. Jung-moo said they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and it would feel wrong not to spend time with her at all. Now Seol-ha understood why the man had seemed uncomfortable before. They talked for a bit more, casually and without any formalities. Meanwhile, someone who was watching them took a photo of Jung-moo and Seol-ha. It was a man. He smiled maliciously, clearly plotting something. Of course, there were always people who loved to poke their noses into other people's business. A little later, that photo was sent to Jo Tae-gun's phone. He recognized both Cha Jong-moo and the same Ms. Min he had seen earlier at the store. His smile became disturbingly wicked when he realized he knew the woman who was likely in a relationship with Cha Jong-moo. The next day, Cha Jong-moo was sitting in his office, filling out some documents. When he wanted to sign the document, his pen ran out of ink. Putting the pen aside, the man leaned back, adjusted his hair, and sighed heavily. Nearby, there was a calendar, and Jung-moo's gaze accidentally landed on it. It turned out that the weekend was very close. That thought weighed heavily on him, and his chest felt tight. Min Seol-ha was also working at her desk, but on a computer rather than paperwork. She was distracted by Cha Jong-moo, who explained that his pen had just run out of ink. He said he really liked these pens, but didn't want to burden Ms. Min. He just asked where she got them, and he'd buy them himself. But according to Min Seol-ha, no one needed to go anywhere. She had already anticipated it long ago. Apparently, she had noticed that he liked using that pen, so she bought a few and brought them to Jong-moo. He sincerely thanked Ms. Min, saying he was happy to see his beloved, despite how busy she was. But Seol-ha, blushing, reminded him not to look at her like that or give compliments while they were at work. But Cha Jong-moo said that if it were up to him, he'd take his beloved and fly home with her right now to spend time together. Min Seol-ha broke out of his embrace, saying she had something very urgent to do and had to run. And she did. Cha Jong-moo was pleased that Seol-ha blushed so deeply. He himself was a little shy too, and his cheeks flushed when spending time with his beloved. Walking out the door, the main heroine whispered to herself that they needed to be more careful at work. Her attention was drawn by a few colleagues who were once again loudly discussing something. The brunette said she had heard that their CEO would be having dinner this week with his fiancée and their parents. Upon hearing this, Min Seol-ha turned pale. Those were terrifying words for her. Moreover, Cha Jong-moo had previously told her that it was just a rumor, that he didn't have any fiancée or anything like that. Seol-ha thought that she should have asked him directly about it and had a serious talk instead of tormenting herself now. But she decided that she should trust the man she loved. He did have personal plans for the weekend, and she also had her own things to do. The next morning, they had breakfast together with Yoon Shim. Her friend said she had gotten up early to meet Seol-ha, but the girl had already done everything by herself. Seol-ha said she didn't want to bother her friend. But she was very grateful to Yoon Shim for always caring about her. Sitting at the table, she once again remembered the day of her father's trial. That day, the prosecutor showed her father a toy that the victim was carrying home. He said the girl had searched for it for a long time, but now Rudolph was broken due to the accident. Seol-ha's father looked at the toy but couldn't recognize it at all. He said he remembered nothing at all. This made Min Seol-ha shudder in her seat. She started crying then, unable to understand how such a thing could have happened, refusing to believe her father could have done that. Since then, every year she visited the girl her father had hit with the car. She did this a year before the anniversary of the accident to avoid running into the girl's relatives. It was hard to say if she was doing the right thing by going there, but she simply couldn't abandon that girl. She couldn't get the image of the broken Rudolph toy out of her mind. So each year she brought flowers and the same toy she received in a gift. It would be wrong to forget the person who died because of her father. Eun Shim changed the topic and asked whether Min Seol-ha had talked to Jong-moo about the wedding rumors. Seol-ha said no. Then Eun Shim shared that she didn't think the CEO was seeing anyone. And actually, Seol-ha was the first one to meet his parents. His mother, to be exact. Eun Shim said that in any case, it would be better for the CEO not to hurt her friend. Or else. Then Eun Shim, looking at her phone, suggested they go to an important event at a luxurious hotel. She explained that the entrance was free in honor of the 50th anniversary. The next day, they actually managed to attend the event. Moreover, CEO Jong-moo was also present at the hotel. There were so many people around that he thought running a hotel business might be a great idea. But his peace of mind was suddenly disturbed by a girl he recognized. They hadn't seen each other since they graduated from college. That had been a long time ago. Blushing, the girl said she missed Young-moo very much and asked how he was doing. The CEO didn't really want to talk to her, but it wouldn't be polite to just turn away. However, from his perspective, the girl was being far too touchy. This rather unpleasant scene was witnessed by Min Seol-ha, who was passing by with Eun Shim. It was the same girl from the article. She was also from the same company as Jo Tae-gun. This made the girl think that the rumors were probably true. Turning to her friend, Min Seol-ha said she needed to stop by the restroom before they continued. She decided to talk about it later because right now she was here to have fun with Eun Shim. Her friend, rummaging through her bag, was waiting outside the restroom. Meanwhile, Jo Tae-gun was looking for Jo Kang-hee, his sister who had dragged him here and then disappeared. Suddenly, a small lip balm rolled to his foot. It had fallen out of Eun Shim's bag. The man looked at the item with such irritation as if it were some kind of insult rather than an accident. When he kicked the lip balm away, an annoyed voice rang out behind him. It was Eun Shim. She scolded him, saying he could have just picked it up instead of kicking it like a brute. Jo Tae-gun turned and said it was her fault for dropping it in the first place. When their eyes met, they recognized each other. Only Eun Shim couldn't believe a guy with such looks could behave so rudely. Jo Tae-gun probably regretted it too when he saw the familiar and incredibly beautiful face before him. Smiling, he said that if he had upset her, he was willing to apologize. And he handed her his business card, saying she could call him if she wanted that apology. Eun Shim was surprised by what she heard. Just a moment ago, this man had been rude. So what was this now? Why would she even need that business card? Meanwhile, the blonde man looked completely confident in himself. He even waited a few seconds for the girl to accept that little piece of cardboard. Eun Shim stood up and said that she didn't need the business card, that everything was fine, and she wasn't asking for any compensation. But that arrogant man just shoved the card between her fingers. And before she had a chance to process what had just happened, he quickly left, saying that if she didn't need compensation, she could call when she needed something else. Left alone, she looked down at the card, thinking how strange this whole situation was. It felt like a scene from a drama. She had heard many different rumors about this man before. Most of all, people talked about his skills as a good businessman. And as she recalled, someone once said that his success came from being stubborn as a mule. No one could stop him. Eun Shim put the card in her bag and thought, even if a person is a master of their craft, if their character is rotten, nothing good will come of it. She was about to leave when Min Sola caught up with her and asked where she was going, leaving her friend alone in the bathroom. It turned out the girl had just been lost in thought and didn't even realize she had forgotten about her friend. Min Seola didn't think it was a big deal, and the two of them went off to enjoy the celebration together. In the bathroom, the girl had already calmed herself down. She decided not to ruin the evening with a bad mood and to forget about it for now. Meanwhile, Jongmu's acquaintance was feeling more relaxed. She reached for his shoulder, saying something was on it and needed to be brushed off. She looked like something really was there, but in reality, it was just an excuse to touch the man. At some point, the man asked her to stop because rumors were already spreading around the hall. People had eyes and loved to gossip. Smiling, the girl said Jongmu was still very popular and at the center of many rumors. The acquaintance, blushing slightly, said it was fine if rumors spread about them, She actually liked the idea. The man turned his head and replied that this wasn't right. His distant attitude surprised the girl, and she asked if that meant he had a girlfriend. His behavior suggested it, but even back in school, he never looked at anyone. Jongmu said nothing. He exhaled and turned his gaze away from the girl. Everyone always wanted to know everything about him. Glancing at his watch, he said it was time for his meeting and he had to go. Still, the acquaintance tried to ask him out to eat another day, but the man interrupted her. He said he already had someone he loved, so there likely wouldn't be a next time. He said a reserved goodbye and left the girl standing in the crowd with her thoughts as he went looking for his mother. She felt a little hurt to be rejected. It was hard to believe that Jongmu, someone she'd known for a long time, had already found someone else. But the man immediately forgot about the conversation. He had more on his mind. He was thinking about what his sister might have looked like if she were still alive. So much time had passed, 10 whole years, and yet the pain in his chest was still unbearable. When he met up with his mother, Jongmu saw that she had brought a whole pile of bags. She had bought some nuts because she heard they helped with migraines and even grabbed a few dietary supplements. She must have really missed him. She'd even brought clothes just in case her son got cold on the way to work. Surprisingly, she even had a gift for Minseola, and she gave it with such an innocent expression, as if giving presents to his secretary were completely normal. She explained that, as a mother, she could clearly see that the relationship between Jongmu and Miss Min went deeper than just professional. Both the tea Minseola had made and the girl herself seemed very pleasant to the mother. Jongmu felt a bit embarrassed that his mother knew everything. He took the bag from her hands and said they needed to hurry. At Hyun-young's grave, the mother explained that she had bought so many things because she had never been there before. She admitted that none of it was really necessary. Just one thing would have been enough, since her daughter wouldn't be able to use any of it now anyway. It was hard for Jongmu, too. He usually came alone, but with his mother there, he felt so vulnerable that he could have cried right then and there. The mother turned to her son and apologized for putting everything on him while she had walked away. She didn't want to abandon him, but losing her daughter had hit her so hard that she had avoided the grave all this time, just so she wouldn't have to believe it was real. Jongmu, stammering a little, said that he shouldn't have let his sister go alone that day. If only he had been there, things would have turned out differently. The mother knew her son had been blaming himself all these years for not protecting her, but she had never tried to comfort him, and so he had kept living like that. That's why, here at Hyun-young's grave, she finally said it wasn't his fault. Those words made the usually cold and unapproachable Jongmu burst into tears, and his mother began to comfort him. It had gotten dark outside, so after some time they headed home. The man picked up a bag someone had left at the grave and placed it in front of him. It was his mother who had noticed the bag first, unaware that these toys had been appearing at the grave every year. She asked if it was her son who left them or perhaps a friend of Hyun-yeon's. After all, no one else knew how much the girl had loved those toys. But he didn't know either. He had just accepted the fact that someone out there cared enough to bring toys to the grave every year. The toys were different each year, but this time the anonymous person had hit the mark. That little snowman was the exact toy his sister had that day. Jongmu recalled that he had recently seen the same toy with Minseola. Of course, he told himself it was just a coincidence. He never imagined things would turn out like this. But his thoughts were interrupted by his phone vibrating. His mother had sent a message. She thanked him for being there, as it had been very difficult for her to show up. After a brief hesitation, Jongmu offered to have a meal together with his mother later. The woman smiled at his message. She knew her son felt awkward, but that's just how he was. Loving and somewhat shy. That day, the workday at their office began with a round inspection. The CEO wanted to check if everything was in order. He asked employees if there were any complaints about colleagues, as there had been past initiatives to improve this area. He also inquired about sanitary standards, whether everything was fine in that regard, and even inspected a few places himself. Although the CEO could have just asked Min Seol-ha or Eun Shim, he preferred to walk around and ask everyone directly if things were going well. Fortunately, incidents were rare there, and today's inspection confirmed it. Everything was perfect. During the inspection, the main heroine was lost in thought. Ever since seeing her lover with another woman at the party, she hadn't been able to sleep and kept worrying about it. Min Seola was so troubled that she considered writing a resignation letter again, but that wouldn't help. The best option was to talk to Jongmu. He, coincidentally, was the one who snapped her out of her thoughts by addressing her. First, Jongmu asked if she was okay, and after she replied that she was fine, he immediately asked if she was free that evening. For some reason, the girl immediately thought he wanted to meet to talk about his marriage. Even Jongmu noticed that she was clearly nervous. But their conversation was interrupted by one of the employees, who also looked concerned as he approached the CEO. It turned out they had a guest that day, an unwelcome one, which explained the employee's discomfort. Jung-moo, too, was quite surprised to hear that Jo Tae-gun had shown up and was already waiting for him. The CEO entered the room where Jo Tae-gun was waiting. Min Seola brought a cup of tea for each of them and then left so as not to interfere. Jung-moo told the guest that he didn't recall them having a scheduled meeting that day. The suddenness had caught him off guard. The blonde man, picking up his cup of tea, said that he didn't need a spot on the schedule to want to see an old friend. Jung-moo hadn't even had a sip of his tea before Jo Tae-gun said that they could very well become relatives. The blonde caught the confused look on the man's face and clarified that his Kang-hee was quite a sweet girl. Though yes, with a strong personality. Jung-moo even smiled. Looking away, he said he never imagined they were so close that Jo Tae-gun would play matchmaker. The blonde explained that he had seen how upset Kang-hee looked back at the hotel and even asked if they had considered a serious relationship. After hearing that the blonde wanted to help his sister, Jung-moo kept a sharp eye on the sly fox, trying to figure out where this was going. Jo Tae-gun got to his point. He began by saying it would be beneficial for both sides and ended by asking if there was any reason they couldn't make it happen. At first, Jung-moo said nothing. Then the blonde struck. He asked if his friend was reacting so negatively because of his secretary Min. The guy really wanted to at least see a flustered expression on Jung-moo's face, just to enjoy it. CEO Cha replied that he had indeed noticed the guest's keen interest in Ms. Min, but Min Seolha was already in a relationship, said the CEO, then elegantly sipped his tea. Apart from a slight smile, he showed no emotion. Jo Tae-gun wasn't surprised. That man had always been the same since their school days, reserved, blunt, and mysterious. After a while, he was already on his way out of the office. They had offered him a tour, but he declined. He had come to talk to Jung-moo, to see his reaction, to tease him a bit. But nothing had changed since those old days. Back then, Jung-moo never let the blonde man outdo him. And that still hadn't changed. But now Jo Tae-gun had a plan. And if his old friend had refused to become family, then that plan would go into action. His attention was caught by Secretary Min, who was smiling and rushing off somewhere. It turned out the heroine was hurrying to her friend, and from their conversation, the blonde learned that she had brought berries for a colleague. And Jo Tae-gun recognized that colleague, the same one he had run into at the party. He couldn't deny that this Eun-shim was incredibly beautiful. She fit his type of woman perfectly. Meanwhile, Eun-shim thanked her friend for the strawberries she had brought. It was a sweet gesture from Min Seola. They chatted a bit. Seola mentioned that evening, Jung-moo had invited her to dinner. She was still a little anxious because earlier that day, the head of the Taekong group had visited. That was the same group that, according to rumors, Jung-moo's fiancé was supposed to come from. Her friend snapped her out of her worries by grabbing her hands. Eun-shim noticed her friend was in a strange mood and asked her to speak up if something was really bothering her. Because Min Seolha's honesty is what makes her genuine, and even in a way attractive. That evening, they really did go to a restaurant, but Min Seola couldn't say a word. On top of that, she was starving and spent the whole evening quietly chewing. Cha Jung-moo looked up at her right when she ended up choking on a piece of food, lost in her thoughts. He could tell that Min Seolha was worried, that she wanted to talk, but couldn't bring herself to do it. At first, he honestly didn't want to pressure her. He didn't want to intrude or interrogate her, but he was starting to worry too. A little later, when they were walking down the street in silence, both awkwardly quiet, they knew someone had to speak first. But Min Seola just couldn't. Every time she tried to say something, her heart began pounding wildly with fear. She didn't want to hear the worst. Then Jung-moo took matters into his own hands. He turned his head slightly toward his beloved and addressed her. First, the man apologized, but then he paused briefly, as if searching for the right words. Min Seola turned pale. Cha Jung-moo stopped and turned to Min Seolha. He said she was probably troubled by the rumors still circulating about his engagement. At first, he didn't pay them any attention, but too many people had misunderstood the situation, including Min Seola. That's why he decided to tell her what he had actually been doing during the days they didn't see each other. After hesitating a bit, Jung-moo explained that he and his mother had gone to visit his younger sister. He admitted honestly that they had gone to the cemetery. He usually went alone, but this time his mother had gone with him. At first, Min Seola was overwhelmed with emotions, conflicting and intense, that hit her like a heavy weight after hearing his words. She instinctively reached out to embrace him. At first, she felt relieved. He wasn't leaving her. He wasn't getting married. everything between them was fine. Then came the guilt. She had suspected that this man might be lying to her, while in reality he had been dealing with such grief. Jungmoo held her tightly, telling her everything was okay. She had just been worried, anxious, and scared. It wasn't her fault that she didn't know. Pulling away slightly, she said she felt guilty because if she had spoken earlier, they wouldn't have touched on such a painful topic for him. Then Cha Jung-moo hugged Seola again and promised that he would make an effort to prevent such misunderstandings from happening in the future. That evening, they didn't part for a long time. It wasn't a night filled with passion, but something much deeper. A conversation about Cha Jung-moo. Min Seola learned a lot. About his life with his mother, his school years, his childhood. That night, not just their bodies, but their souls drew closer. Quietly, almost shyly, touching one another. The next day, some colleagues walking through the office were chatting about their much-anticipated weekend plans. As before, they turned to the main heroine to say or ask her something. But they said nothing. As soon as Min Seolha looked up at them, they flinched. Her eyes were so red and swollen that one girl thought someone had deeply hurt her. And she'd been crying, while another assumed the secretary had fallen ill. A bit later, the girl brought in reports for next week's meeting. At first, the man focused only on the documents, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something was wrong with his beloved and looked at her. Putting the documents aside, Jungmoo touched her face and said her eyes were very puffy, even though she had used a compress. He reminded her that he had asked her several times to stop crying, but Min Sola admitted that once she starts, it's hard to stop. She was about to leave, but the man stopped her. Then he wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her into an embrace, saying that at that moment, it wasn't the documents he needed, it was his Min Soha. Jungmoo said it was lunchtime, they had a break, so they could close the door and be alone. But they never did, because Jungmoo could be so mischievous. He sat on the table, pulled his beloved close, and made her blush with his flirty talk. And because they hadn't closed the door, someone ended up interrupting their alone time. It was a man, one of the employees. The department head was nowhere to be found, so he came to personally ask the general director whether the report had arrived. Cha Jung-moo replied that he would definitely check, but a bit later, he was currently busy. When someone began approaching the door to his office, Min Seola couldn't think of anything better than to hide behind the general director's back. Fortunately, he was large enough to completely shield her. After the employee left the office, Seola stepped out from behind her lover's back and said that was way too close. After that, Cha Jung-moo asked if she was free this weekend. Min Seola thought for a moment, checking if she had anything planned, and realized she was free. Director Cha said he had completed most of his work in advance to free up his weekend. And all of it was for the sake of spending more time with his beloved, because they still had so many things to do together. The girl thought this man was incredible. Give him even a small chance and he'd definitely flirt. So at first, she swatted his hand away, then suddenly grabbed his tie. Pushing the general director further onto the table, she leaned in and said that he was tempting her too much. She threatened that if he kept it up, they wouldn't kiss. That was her idea of punishment. The way she seduced him this time made Jungmoo blush as well, and he was about to say something. But there was no one left to say it to. Min Seola had already vanished, though just moments ago she'd been hovering over him, teasing him. The girl was already at the door. As she opened it, she told him they'd meet up again later. It was such a surprising and pleasant moment for the general director that he needed a few minutes to calm his wildly beating heart. And Min Seola was completely pleased with herself. She knew how to flirt too, and when she did, she always made her lover blush. Leaving the office, Seola noticed that they had a visitor. A few employees were gathered around someone. This caught her attention because the man's face looked strangely familiar. And that man, as if sensing her gaze, suddenly turned his head directly toward her, throwing her off. Min Seola felt that the situation was strange and decided that instead of standing there staring at some man, she'd better go back to her own work. But now the man was looking directly at the heroine, not averting his gaze until she disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, in his office, Jo Tae-gun was trying to go through some documents, focus, and get some work done. But someone clearly didn't want to let him do that. So the blonde eventually put the documents aside and asked how long all of this was going to continue. You'd think his sister was just sitting quietly on the couch. No noise, nothing. But even the mere fact of her sadness weighed down the atmosphere in the room. Eventually, she asked what kind of girl General Director Cha Jung-moo had, the one who had captured his heart. Jo Tae-gun, who actually knew Jung-moo's girlfriend, said she was much prettier than his sister. The girl snapped that to the blonde. All girls were pretty. If he could, he'd spend all day just staring at them. Jo Tae-gun smugly agreed, saying you couldn't argue with that, but added that it wasn't really about his sister at all. The blonde said that if his sister was so curious to see the girl, then the two of them should visit Jungwoo's company together next time. His sister asked him to keep everything clean and above board, and then, just before leaving the office, asked him to stop taking the pills. The man pulled the same documents back toward him, didn't answer his sister, and simply smiled. His smile looked so sinister that it was clear he was up to something. It was nighttime when Min Se-olha lay down in bed, but she couldn't fall asleep and kept tossing and turning, trying to find a comfortable position. The problem was that she and Jungmoo had planned a trip, and while that should have been fine, she'd even hurriedly sketched a quick plan. It still made her nervous. Suddenly, her phone, lying beside her, started vibrating. Someone was calling the girl rather late at night. Min Esiola sat up, picked up the phone, and answered. It was Cha Jungmoo calling. He first asked if he'd accidentally woken her, but she quickly replied that she hadn't been asleep. She just couldn't fall asleep. And admitted she was curious why he was calling so late. The general director needed just 2 words to explain the reason for his call. He missed Min Solha and thought they could talk on the phone for a bit. He shared that he was feeling a little nervous about tomorrow. He could hardly wait to not only see his beloved, but also spend the entire day with her. Cha Jungmoo said he couldn't stop thinking about her, so maybe he should just move in and spend every minute together? Then, quite suddenly, Min Solha offered to come over right now, which even surprised Jungmoo. She explained that it would be better if she went to him, since there was nowhere to park near her place and she didn't want him to drive while tired. She worried he might fall asleep at the wheel. Cha Jungmoo was thrilled at the thought of seeing his beloved right now and said he was already looking forward to her arrival. Min Se-olha felt like she was in a fairy tale about love. She herself wanted to spend as much time as possible with the general director. The next day, they went on their trip, and even though it wasn't the season, they decided to enjoy the sea. Cha Jungmoo worried about her and asked if she was cold, but Min Se-olha replied that it was even warmer than she'd imagined. Later, they decided to grab something delicious to eat, and even this made the girl a bit nervous, which amused the man. After that, they went to a cafe where they ordered delicious coffee and desserts, enjoying the view of the sea together. As they walked by the sea in the evening, Se-olha shared that it had been an incredible day. It had been so long since she'd seen the sea, she'd forgotten how beautiful it was. Jungmoo listened attentively at first, but didn't say anything. Only a few minutes later did he suddenly address his beloved. The moment was so romantic, the sea was calm and beautiful, the sunset so vivid, and his girlfriend so stunning, that he felt the urge to tell her how much he liked her. Min Se-olha blushed hearing that. The wind played with her hair, and for a few seconds, she couldn't take her eyes off her beloved. Then the general director spoke again. He confessed that he liked Se-olha much more than she could possibly imagine. The girl squeezed her beloved's warm hand tighter and said she felt the same, that she really liked her Jungmoo. Then, smiling brightly like the sun, she added that he liked him so much that no one could even imagine. The man smiled warmly at his beloved. Those were important and heartfelt words. With this girl, he felt better than with anyone else. Hugging Min Se-olha with one arm, they talked about how incredible the place was, the kind of place they wished they could stay longer. Cha Jungmoo promised that they would definitely come back here as often as they could. After such a lovely walk, the couple found themselves with a great appetite for fried seafood. They had a hearty meal at a cafe near the beach. But Se-olha still had room for dessert. Even though she had eaten well, dessert was still an essential part of her life. Feeling her empty pocket, the heroine first said that she had seen a charming bakery not far from there. Then she realized she had left her phone at the cafe, confirmed by the empty pocket, and went back to get it. Luckily, it was still on the table. Min Se-olha couldn't believe she had forgotten such an important thing. She admitted that the time she spent with her beloved was the best, but maybe she was getting a bit too relaxed. She was becoming so forgetful. As she walked back to him, she saw that he was already talking to some girl. Luckily, the girl soon left the general director, and Min Se-olha returned to Jungmoo just as he was standing alone again. At first, he didn't notice her, so she had to call out to him herself. Min Se-olha joked that she stepped away for just a moment, and Jungmoo was already looking at pretty girls around. The man smiled smugly and asked if her reaction meant she was jealous. She, of course, denied it, after which Cha Jungmoo explained that the woman had just asked him for directions. Nothing more. Min Se-olha lied that she heard that already, so Jungmoo decided to tease her a bit, saying that the woman's beauty was hard not to notice. Later that night, the couple drove back to the sea to watch fireworks. Many people came out to admire the fireworks. Yes, it's not uncommon, but it's beautiful. But Jongmoo and Seolha enjoyed this atmosphere a bit differently. Luckily, the car windows were at least tinted. The fireworks outside didn't interest them as much as each other's lips. They had been kissing like this in the car for a while now. Cha Jongmoo, pulling away slightly from his beloved, said that their hotel was nearby, so they could go there, as it was a bit cramped here. But Min Seolha, already too excited, rested her head on her lover's shoulder and whispered that it was still too far. Seeing how excited she was, even Jongmoo blushed and kissed her on the head, inhaling the pleasant scent of her shampoo. After that, he placed his hands on the girl's waist and thigh, admitting that he didn't want to leave the car either. He himself didn't really want to walk all the way to the hotel. He'd rather stay here, even if it was a bit tight. Smiling, the man said he never would have guessed that his secretary Min was so impatient and affectionate. The girl put all the blame on his saying he kept seducing her, and that's why she couldn't resist. The man ran his hand along her leg and said that if this was temptation, then he wanted even more. But, according to his own words, he suggested they stop at kissing and leave the most exciting part for when they were at home. Although Cha Jongmoo himself could barely hold back, he still didn't want them to continue here in such uncomfortable conditions. But once they crossed the threshold of the apartment, the couple couldn't stop kissing, and during that, the man pulled off her nylon tights. Fortunately, they came off quickly. Along with that, his belt fell to the floor. Then the man lifted his beloved in his arms to avoid straining her legs. That night confirmed over and over again how much they liked each other, how wild and passionate their feelings were. Meanwhile, Cho Tae-gun's days weren't as vibrant, so completely exhausted, he called some girls and ordered drinks for company. It seemed he had come here to unwind, to drink and stop thinking about all the nonsense, to let out all his negativity if possible. The conversation with the man kept replaying in his head. The man had shouted, asking how much more he needed to invest and what was so special about Venus. That man said he knew the guy Jo Tae-gun had brought into the business, his classmate. What were the odds the blonde would get involved with him? The man even dared to raise his hand against Jo Tae-gun and slapped him hard. Only after letting out his aggression did he ask if the blonde really thought he could catch up to General Director Cha. And all of this irritated and affected him. He couldn't understand why Cha Jongmoo had suddenly appeared in his life. Looking at that photo of Cha Jongmoo and Min Seolha, he thought there was no way it was just a look. There was definitely a spark between them. A few seconds later, there was a knock at the door. Jo Tae-gun waited and told the guest to come in. The guest wore a formal suit and held a briefcase in his hands. Covering his nose with his hand, the man said he brought what the man had asked for, pointing to the briefcase. The blonde leaned forward, ran a hand through his hair, and tiredly said for the guest to hurry up and bring him the pills. Approaching Mr. Jo, the man admitted that due to increased surveillance, he had to start spreading rumors about Cha Jongmoo and Min Seolha in Venus. Jo Tae-gun didn't like the guest's words, and when he came close enough, the blonde slapped him. He explained his actions by saying he never asked him to do that and that he paid the man to do only his job. Jo Tae-gun waved at a girl to pour more alcohol and then said he would personally tell General Director Cha. It turned out the man had a golf game that week. In his mind, he added that loving secretaries must be a family trait in the Cha family. Throwing his legs on the table, the man began to think about how he could ruin the relationship between Cha Jongmoo and Min Seolha. Sometime later, Min Seolha opened a can of beer and admitted that she had always wanted to have a drink with Jongmoo. Getting comfortable, she said that although she had worked a lot for the general director, she had never seen him drink. So the question arose, how much alcohol could Cha Jongmoo actually handle, and how many cans of beer could he drink without getting drunk? The girl remembered that the general director often ordered drinks but never drank them himself. He had explained that he was just afraid of doing something stupid or causing problems. Only 10 minutes had passed after the man drank one can of beer, and he was already asleep at the table like he'd been drinking all night. The girl was actually surprised. She hadn't known this quirk about the general director. She had noticed he didn't drink, but didn't expect it was for that reason. Looking at her lover, Min Seolha thought he looked really cute right now. The serious general director, Cha Jongmoo, drank one beer, got drunk, and fell asleep at the table. So she lay down next to him, thinking that he could have just told her the truth, but for some reason, he decided to drink. The thought made her smile. The girl thought he was completely passed out until Jongmoo suddenly spoke, calling her by name. In a sleepy voice, he asked her to call him the way she had done a little earlier. Min Seolha didn't quite understand what he meant, but the man explained that he didn't want her to address him by his title, but rather by his name. The girl blushed a little and tried to recall when exactly she had addressed her lover by his name. And a memory surfaced when he had waited for her outside the restaurant, and she, feeling jealous, called him by name and said he was looking around too much. Back then, the heroine didn't even realize she had addressed him differently. But clearly, Jungmoo noticed and remembered. She thought his request was actually quite appropriate. Seriously, they were already dating. No need to always call your boyfriend by his title. Her own thoughts made her smile, and she came up with something. First, she placed her palm over her mouth as if she were about to tell the man a secret. Then she whispered her lover's name, blushing deeply herself. There was something intimate and even mysterious about it. The girl repeated her boyfriend's name several times, and even though he was half asleep, he blushed and smiled contentedly. Meanwhile, Taegun's guest walked away from him with a dissatisfied expression, wondering how long that blonde guy could even last. Scrolling through his contacts to find the name of General Director Cha, the man smiled, thinking that now he had some other options, though he still wasn't sure what that meant. On the way, he accidentally bumped into someone, hitting the man's shoulder. The man with reddish hair, still in a bad mood after meeting with Mr. Joe, snapped at him, telling the someone to watch where they were going. The man in the red suit apologized, and the guest suddenly recognized him as a relative of Joe Tae-gun. When he entered the room, everyone politely greeted the man in the red suit. He returned the greetings as well. At first glance, this man looked nothing like Joe Tae-gun and even seemed like a good person. The next morning, Min Seola woke up earlier than Cha Jung-moo. She was already dressed, so she decided to wake her lover. He didn't wake up, even when she spoke to him just as he had asked her to. Or maybe he was just pretending? When she called him her silly Cha Jung-moo, he blushed. They spent that day their own way, enjoying each other's company. The next morning, as usual, the alarm woke the girl at 7 in the morning. First, she rubbed her eyes and gave herself a moment to wake up. Then she remembered. Today was Director Choi's wedding. That thought instantly jolted Min Seola awake. That morning, she had to put more effort into her appearance. First, of course, routine. Wash up, brush her teeth, take a shower. After that, she picked out a dress from her wardrobe. In front of the mirror, she held it up to her body to see if it would suit her. Once she put on the dress, she selected a pair of shoes. Nothing too flashy, but something that would complete the look. Finally, she threw on a coat, did light makeup, a simple yet elegant hairstyle, added a few accessories, and voila, a beauty ready to go. She thought the general director was probably already waiting for her, so she decided to hurry. But because of her own decision, the heroine became a little less alert. And when she heard a car behind her, someone suddenly grabbed her shoulders. Fortunately, it wasn't a kidnapping. Someone had simply, and quite kindly, saved her from the wheels of a car, whose driver thought speeding down such narrow streets was fine. At first, her attention was on the car. That's what scared her. A man's voice pulled her out of her daze, asking her to be more careful. Then Min Seola finally turned to her rescuer, who was still holding her shoulders and had just asked if she was all right. The girl politely shook off the man's hand and replied that she was fine. She felt awkward because the stranger wouldn't stop looking at her. Maybe he was wondering why she hadn't thanked him. But no, it was much simpler. She looked a lot like someone he knew, and that's why he had stared at her and allowed himself to hold her shoulders. The girl said she understood, but she had to go. There was no time for small talk. So she said goodbye and left, thinking again that the general director must already be waiting. The man kept watching the heroine walk away for a while. His expression turned more serious once she was gone. Later, she and Cha Jong-moo finally met. This time, he wore a green suit that matched his skin tone very well. When the couple entered the wedding hall, the girl felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. It was a strange sensation, she admitted. At the wedding, they were together as general director and his secretary, so they had to speak with everyone they knew. Mostly, it was Min Seol-ha who did the talking, as a secretary. Jung-moo admired how confidently she connected with everyone. A few seconds later, he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. Someone was calling. Taking it out and checking the screen, he saw it was his mother. So, of course, he couldn't ignore the call. She was an important person. That's why Cha Jung-moo stepped away first, to talk to her in peace and quiet. Lifting the phone to his ear, he didn't even greet her, but immediately asked the reason for her call. His mother, in the middle of setting out her food, smiled and asked if her son was very busy right now. She didn't want to interrupt something important. She explained that since her son's birthday was the next day, she wanted to make myeokguk seaweed soup and invite him to eat. The man smiled and said he would definitely visit his mother, but not alone. He would come with Min Seola. The woman said she'd try to prepare something extra delicious. Cha Jung-moo had warned the girl that he was going to take a phone call, so she just wandered around the wedding hall for a while. But she started to worry a bit when Cha Jong-moo didn't return for quite a long time. Still, she didn't have to be alone for long. Someone greeted and addressed Min Seol-ha. It was Director Kim. Seeing Min Seol-ha by herself, he asked where their general director, Cha Jong-moo, had gone. The girl didn't get a chance to answer before Director Kim remarked that he was probably off talking to his girlfriend. Director Kim began commenting on how the man acted all high and mighty, all businesslike, but was just a lucky guy. That's what he believed, thinking the general director held his position only because he was born to someone who wasn't his father's legal wife. To annoy Min Seol-ha even more, he added a question. Basically, was it fair to say Cha Jong-moo was in Venus just for the money? The girl, remembering their conversation, replied that she'd also heard the story about the general director living far from his father due to family disagreements. And then Jong-moo had graduated law school at Korea University entirely on his own, without any help. And from then on, he earned all his success by himself. The girl deliberately asked if Director Kim didn't think that Cha Jong-moo's achievements were something to be proud of, but he didn't answer and said he had to leave. And General Director Cha had overheard the entire conversation from beginning to end, as he had been standing nearby. Min Seol-ha replied that indeed, Director Kim never had unimportant matters. That's why if he needed to go, he should just run. Luckily, time flew by. In the car, Seola admitted she was already tired from greeting and talking to everyone. After the celebration, they sat in his car and talked. The man had driven her a bit and said she did a great job and was probably tired enough to go and just crash in bed. But she didn't leave. Min Seol-ha stayed in the car for a few more minutes, silently glancing at the general director from time to time in a strange way. Cha Jong-moo even asked if everything was okay with her, and she hesitantly replied that everything was fine. Then she admitted that she really wanted to give him something and reached for her handbag. At first, she didn't take it out because there was still 1 minute until midnight. But when the clock struck 12, she pulled out the gift and wished her beloved a happy birthday. For a few seconds, the man just looked at her in surprise, speechless, unsure how to react or what to think or do. The girl explained that she had held back for 3 years since he used to send all her gifts back, and she was afraid the same would happen again. Smiling, he accepted the gift, asking if that was why she had been so nervous and fiddling with her bag. As soon as Cha Jong-moo began untying the ribbon, the girl immediately stopped him and said she felt awkward, so he had to wait. Cha Jong-moo said that made it even more intriguing, but Seola replied there was nothing that special inside that would blow his mind. He replied that it didn't matter what it was. It was from his beloved, and he already loved whatever might be inside. Seola blushed and thought that his gaze was dangerous for her heart, so it was about time for her to go. Before leaving him for good, she asked him to rest properly and get some sleep. Cha Jong-moo offered to drive her a bit further, but she refused, saying it was very close. She had already turned to leave when the man called out to her again. Smiling, Cha Jong-moo said he would definitely call her. And to that, the girl responded with a radiant smile and a sweet blush on her cheeks. A real beauty. Later, before even making it home, the man couldn't resist and opened the box with the gift from his beloved. Inside was a beautifully folded, elegant tie. Exactly the kind he loved. Looking at his first birthday gift, Cha Jong-moo admired it like a little child. It was truly a magical moment as he unwrapped it, but that magical moment was ruined by a single notification that appeared on his phone. He wouldn't have thought it was anything serious, but for some reason, his chest tightened when it appeared. And he was shocked to see that someone had posted an article about him and Min Seol-ha. At that time, Jo Tae-gun was looking at his phone, unable to stop smirking smugly. A little later, Cha Jong-moo was already at his father's. The man said it had taken quite a bit of time to settle everything. The man asked his son if the rumors were true, about his relationship with his own secretary. General Director Cha answered honestly that he had never played around with that girl, and had never even thought about it. He explained to his father that this wasn't a game but a serious relationship, and not just with the secretary but with Min Seol-ha. However, the older man believed it wouldn't last. Jong-moo replied that not everyone was like his father, so he shouldn't judge others by himself. Then Mr. Cha, fully turning to his son, asked if he remembered the day he took the family name. Mr. Cha asked if Jong-moo had forgotten his promise to do everything in his power. The older man then added that first, his son would fully take over his position, and after that, they'd find him a suitable match, and he would marry. Jong-moo replied that he acknowledged the promise existed, but there had been a condition, that his father would save his sister Hyun-young. Mr. Cha said there was no point in blaming him for everything. Hyun-young was hit before she could receive medical help. Jong-moo said that the accident happened because Mr. Cha delayed sending her sister to the US, making everything worse. General Director Cha Jong-moo recalled how on the day of the funeral, his father tried not to show himself, so no one would learn about his extramarital affair. But the pain Jong-moo carried in his heart still reminded him of itself constantly, especially in winter. That's why now he firmly said that the surname before his name was just a formality, because his father had that surname. But that didn't give Mr. Cha the right to interfere in his personal life. Besides, the promise made so long ago had lost its meaning now. So Jong-moo didn't have to fulfill anything just because his father wanted him to. What exactly happened? Let us tell you. A long time ago, Cha Jong-moo found out that his dear sister had leukemia. His life was different back then, and it should have stayed that way. But his sister's illness threw him off his own life path. He was in despair. His poor mother didn't know what to do. Cancer treatment costs a fortune, and they simply didn't have the money. At the hospital, Cha Jong-moo ran his hand through his hair in worry and almost rhetorically asked whether it was really just medicine she needed to keep living. The only thing Cha Jong-moo could do at the time was go to Venus looking miserable and beg his father for help. In front of his own father, he dropped to his knees and pleaded for the man to save Hyun-young. Mr. Cha looked at his son with a cold gaze, thinking about what to say to benefit himself as well. Then Mr. Cha asked what Jong-moo was ready to do for him if he actually saved Hyun-young. Cha Jong-moo fully understood that these were his father's tricks, which he consciously fell into just to protect his sister. Mr. Cha then smiled and said, "So be it." Jong-moo was annoyed by that damn confidence and smile, but he held back, stayed silent, for his sister. Mr. Cha said he knew his son was a smart guy, so he must live up to all expectations. But what's the point of continuing to keep a promise from the past, allowing his father to influence him, if his sister was no longer alive? After all this, the man was completely worried and in a bad mood. For some reason, despite his efforts, everything always went wrong. After that, he called his mother, but only to say that he wouldn't be able to meet that day. In the morning, Cha Jong-moo informed Secretary Min that he would come later because he felt a little sick. He really didn't feel well and had already made himself some tea. On the phone, Seola anxiously asked about medicine, tea, and the hospital. But Jong-moo interrupted her and apologized for the rumors that had spread about them. Seola replied that everything was fine, especially since it had quickly died down. The man smiled and asked if it was even right for them to meet secretly like this. The girl blushed and murmured something into the phone, which made Jong-moo laugh, and he said her voice improved how he felt. He wanted to come closer to noon, but Seola began persuading him to rest all day, saying they had skilled workers who could handle everything. After their conversation, the girl thought about how in all her years of work she couldn't remember Mr. Cha ever taking annual leave even once. Now Min Seolha was worried that everything was okay with her beloved. Meanwhile, Cha Jong-moo calmly drank his tea, hoping to meet Seolha that day once his cough improved a little. But no, who would let him rest? Just as he wanted to lie down, the phone vibrated. And again, what he saw was nothing good. The man was already sick and pale, and now he seemed to go completely white. Meanwhile, Min Seolha, like all the employees, worked diligently so as not to let down Director Cha. Overall, they all managed very well, even without the director's supervision. But once, while doing their tasks, Secretary Min heard someone enter the office. At first, she was glad, thinking it was Jong-moo. But in the end, after turning around and looking, she realized their guest was not as pleasant as she had thought. It was Cha Jong-moo's father, who said that now he knew what his son's secretary, Min Seolha, looked like. The man calmly entered director's office and leaning on the desk, asked how long the girl had been working for his son. The question made her a little nervous, but she answered that it was about 3 years. Mr. Cha smiled smugly, saying that 3 years was already a long time. After that, he added that if they worked together that long, it was no wonder unpleasant incidents would arise. The man said they spent time together these days, talked a lot, both were lonely. The circumstances were perfect for feelings to arise. Rising, Mr. Cha said the first thing he could think of, that his son would soon marry. The man said the games were over, and he would marry his son to the younger sister of Jo Tae-gun, and the secretary should try to ensure there were no more rumors. Late in the evening, Cha Jong-moo went to a rather unpleasant meeting. It was the same man with red hair connected to Jo Tae-gun. He was the one who invited Jong-moo to the meeting. Arriving at the meeting even earlier, Cha Jong-moo was very angry and asked what kind of tricks these were. The conversation with Mr. Cha, though unpleasant, did not last very long. After finishing work matters, the girl left the office. She walked calmly overall. Almost nothing revealed her depressed mood. When the phone in her bag rang, Min Seola took it out. Jungmoo wrote that he was busy and apologized for making her wait. She didn't reply. She just kept walking, thinking about what had happened today. It had to happen sometime, right? It was love, or rather, a romance full of selfishness from the very start. But all those moments with Jungmoo, yes, years of working together connected them, but the brightest memories were recent. The man allowed himself to look at her tenderly, softly, not like before, not businesslike, almost like she couldn't even dream of. And she allowed herself to be weaker, shy, smiling, blushing, loving. And all the time she seemed ready for something bad. She felt wonderful with that man, but often was afraid and worried. But what good was being ready? It hurt. Now it still hurt, and in ways she never would have imagined. Meanwhile, the man who called Jungmoo to the meeting asked if Mr. Cha was very worried if he came running so fast. At first, that man decided to introduce himself. He went to meet the man while pulling documents out of his jacket. That man's name was Kim Sung-chan, and more, he was from the office run by Director Cha. Cha Jung-moo immediately said he didn't want to see any circus there, so Kim Sung-chan needed to explain exactly what he wanted. The man hid his business card, saying he understood Director Cha's keen interest. Then Kim Sung-chan asked if, in Cha Jung-moo's opinion, he knew his secretary, Min Seola, well enough. The man explained that they studied at the same institution only for a year, but he had something to tell. Kim Sung-chan talked so much nonsense that Cha Jung-moo really got tired of listening to it. Director Cha said that if he had nothing normal to say, he would leave this place immediately. And that was it. Jung-moo warned that Kim Sung-chan shouldn't say anything unnecessary or mention Min Seolha's name, or it would be worse. And in fact, Mr. Cha really turned around and was already leaving, wanting to get away from his office employee as soon as possible and forget this empty and time-consuming conversation. But the man didn't look embarrassed or angry, for example. On the contrary, he smiled. Then he asked if Director Cha Jung-moo hadn't forgotten a man named Min Dong-woo. Without waiting for an answer, he explained. This was the man who hit someone, fled the scene, didn't admit the crime, and is now serving a life sentence. They were silent for a while, then the man said that that day had been as snowy as today. Many years ago, on such a snowy day, Min Dong-woo, Min Seolha's father, took the life of one soul, the younger sister of Director Cha. Later, when it was already late at night, Min Seolha, having finished all her evening tasks wrapped in her blanket, was looking at her phone. She was worried that after those messages, her beloved still hadn't come online. And if she called him herself, what would she say? Suddenly, turning to her side, she saw something shining on the floor. She lifted herself from the bed, got out from under the blanket, and reached for a coin she had spotted. It definitely wasn't her coin. The girl guessed it had fallen before their trip to the sea. She remembered that it was the first time Jungmoo had come to her home, and she hadn't known, so she didn't have time to tidy up. The man thought the room was clean, but Seola was nervous about her unmade bed and the things lying on it. Cha Jungmoo came up behind her and hugged her, saying that when they lived together, she definitely wouldn't have time to clean. How did they spend that evening before the trip? Wonderful. They ate, drank tea together, and talked a lot. She even showed her beloved her photo album, from when she was a child, a student, a graduate. They laughed a lot. And then her beloved's shirt flew off in the direction where the coin probably fell from. That time, everything was special. They were so tender, hugging, even acting silly. When they realized they were getting too carried away, Jungmoo, blushing, said that he hadn't actually planned it. He just came to enjoy the company of his beloved. It wasn't said as if he didn't want to be intimate with her at all. The girl said she understood how it was, and stretching her arms toward her beloved, she said that was exactly what she expected. That day, she managed to make Jungmoo blush. After those words, they simultaneously leaned in for a kiss. Cha Jungmoo's hands roamed over his lover's body. He kissed her both passionately and very tenderly at the same time. That day, the girl wasn't thinking about anything bad. She wasn't preparing, just living and feeling how deeply she loved this man. These were such pleasant, very recent memories. Who would have thought something could go wrong? Probably for the first time in a long time, she felt uncomfortable being alone, even though she had lived here alone from the start. The next morning, although the man had somewhat recovered from his illness, he was still in a bad mood. Everything was somehow not going as it should. Besides all that, yesterday's conversation with that Kim Sung-chan reached the point where he asked for money. It was the price for the man to keep silent about everything and not to tell Min Seolha what Jungmoo learned today. He demanded as much as 100 million, giving about 3 weeks, and if the director didn't respond, he knew where to find Min's secretary. This whole situation irritated the man very much. Did he have a choice? A difficult question, but the amount was also huge. That man knew how to negotiate, hitting exactly his weak spot, Min Seola. Kim Sung-chan had delved deeply into his heart and affairs to be able to hurt him in that spot. Cha Jong-moo admitted that if this man wanted money, he could give it. But Kim Sung-chan still had something else he didn't reveal. What could it be that made that villain smile so smugly? Besides all that night he learned that Seola's father, the man he hated with all his being, had ruined his sister's life. It was hard for Cha Jong-moo to believe it, but anxiety growing in his chest brought him back to reality. Then Director Cha called an acquaintance and asked him to find out as much information as possible about Min Dong-woo, and answered the main question: was the father of his beloved really the one who destroyed his younger sister? The day went on. It was already past noon. There were no customers, so Eun-shim allowed herself to stretch, wondering if she should take a break. No sooner had she thought about it than a client appeared. As always, she served him successfully and politely said goodbye. She was in a good mood because it was a wonderful day. Eun-shim was adjusting her clothes when a sudden visitor quietly entered the store. Jo Tae-gun, almost behind the girl's back, suddenly said that she hadn't contacted him. Turning around, she saw that her client was the same rude man from the party with terrible manners and no tact. Fortunately, she didn't say this out loud, just thought it. And the man didn't take much time. They quickly picked out what he needed. Eun-shim tried to behave as usual, but it was hard to hide her discomfort in the presence of this particular person. While paying for the purchase, Jo Tae-gun asked once again if Eun-shim wanted any compensation for what had happened earlier. The girl politely replied that she didn't need anything, so he could leave without feeling guilty. The man said that in that case, there was nothing he could do and quickly left the premises, leaving behind a small gift. Looking at the gift, Eun-shim saw that the man had left her a branded lip gloss. After leaving the store, Jo Tae-gun became serious and angry again. This girl had touched something in him, but she didn't want to cooperate. The package with something he had bought just to drop by her store, he handed to his bodyguard. It really didn't interest him much. Later, the man settled into his seat in the car and looked out the window, lost in thought. Smiling, he admitted that it would be fun, but the main thing was to be patient. Now he had to get closer both to this girl and to Min Solha. Meanwhile, in Director Cha's office, he and Min Seola were discussing another company, and even the girl wasn't feeling very well today. Cha Jong-moo, raising his head to his beloved, asked her to send a request to Director Kim's secretariat about the schedule. After that, he handed her some papers and they both fell silent, a kind of awkward silence as both had personal reasons for it. Seeing that Min Seolha looked tired, Cha Jong-moo aloud suggested that it was probably because of him. But the girl said it wasn't, not because of him, and then went toward the exit to finish her work quickly. She had already opened the door when Jong-moo called her name to stop her. The girl immediately shut the door and, asking what had happened, turned her head toward the director. In seconds, the man was already beside her and, without saying anything else, reached out to touch Min Seolha's face. Leaning over his beloved, he placed one hand on her shoulder and with the other tried her forehead. He commented that she wasn't hot, so she shouldn't have a fever. The director was truly looking at her worriedly, but Min Seolha didn't understand whether he was like that, because she felt bad or if something had happened to him. With his hand, he gently stroked her cheek, holding it as if she were a cat, not a person. Then he lowered both hands, now looking even more simultaneously worried and somewhat sad. It was hard not to notice. Besides, he told Min Seolha not to wait for him today and to leave early calmly. The girl was also worried, so she asked if the man still had any errands for today. Turning away from his beloved, he quietly replied that yes, he still had some business this evening. All the words she could have said remained stuck in her throat. She was a little embarrassed by this sudden change in mood. Such behavior of her beloved man upset her. He hadn't done anything wrong. It was just that she was worried. She quickly finished her work in the office, put on her coat, took her bag, and left the premises deeply lost in thought. The image of Cha Jong-moo would not leave her mind. He was different, strange, upset. Something seemed to weigh on his soul, but he couldn't say what. What could have affected such a strong man so deeply? She was already analyzing all possible options in her head. Seola could not stop worrying. Maybe he had already talked to the elder Mr. Cha, and this was the end of their relationship? She already imagined them sitting in some restaurant, holding hands, and the man telling her that their relationship was over. Moreover, she imagined him leaving her an envelope with money, asking at the end if that would be enough as compensation. But she wasn't going to accept this just like that. She decided she needed to talk to him on the phone in the evening. To not even doubt it, she said this out loud. But suddenly, a familiar female voice was heard behind her. Someone was asking which guy Min Seola was going to talk to. It turned out that Cha Jung-moo's mother was just out shopping. When the girl greeted Madame Cha, she asked her to just call her mother. The woman, smiling sweetly, asked if Min Seola had already had dinner, because she, for example, had not. After the girls left, Director Cha really did continue working for some time, dealing with work documents. But he was already slowly getting ready, or rather, gathering all his things, organizing documents. It was already a bit late. Looking at his phone, Jung-moo silently asked himself if any pharmacy might still be open. When he heard a knock at the door, he already knew who his guest was and invited Moo Young into the office. Turning to face the door, the director even smiled, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. His guest, with a kind smile on his lips, said that they really had lost touch after school and both had changed a lot. They practically didn't talk about anything personal. Moo Young and Cha Jung-moo settled on sofas opposite each other. The guest handed the director a photo from the scene. Of course, diving back into the past, seeing those terrible shots of the accident, wasn't something Jung-moo wanted. But now it was easy to see how it had all happened. There were several pictures. Some of them were related to Min Dong-woo, as Moo Young explained, and the rest were directly from the accident scene. These shots could easily prove one important fact. Cha Jung-moo spoke instead of the guest, saying these shots proved there had been enough time to save his sister. Moo Young nodded uncertainly. It was a difficult topic to talk about, and though the pain belonged mostly to Cha Jung-moo, his suffering spread, creating a sad atmosphere. The director was the first to break the silence, saying it would have been better if his sister had immediately passed away. No, these words didn't mean he wanted to get rid of his sister. It was just that if she had been hit and stopped breathing immediately, maybe it wouldn't have hurt so much. Moo Young turned his head slightly and replied that it was only a supposition that she had suffered, because it was hard to say exactly what happened right after the accident. He explained that there was no video camera exactly at the place where the accident happened, so he decided to investigate everything himself and found some camera from a nearby apartment building. The man explained that Cha Jung-moo already knows the results of the overall verdict, about how everything actually happened, that Min Dong-woo was indeed guilty. After consulting an expert, it was confirmed that the man who was at the scene matches Min Dong-woo's description. Moo Young explained that it's not worth paying attention to the minor discrepancies with the license plate. Those were unimportant details, so the verdict is that Min Dong-woo is definitely guilty. In other words, everything that the worker told him the night before was the absolute truth. Cha Jung-moo's sister was killed by the father of her beloved, and he had actually allowed himself to hope that maybe everything could turn out differently, that maybe they were mistaken. Silence fell in the office. Only the clock was heard, as the second hand changed minute after minute. Cha Jung-moo's hand clenched into a fist. It hurt that even now, after learning all this, the feelings he had for Seola hadn't disappeared. He remembered how bitterly his mother cried, how she told him that her daughter often appeared in her dreams and they cried together, and also that toy that Jung-moo found in Seola's purse. It was amazing, but it wasn't a coincidence. Now he knew the truth. And that day in court, when the gavel struck, when the verdict was delivered and life was already shattered. Since then, he believed that this feeling of hatred and anger would always remain in his soul, so unshakable, because they took away a loved one. Then a deep sorrow blossomed in his chest, so profound, so painful like never before. He felt completely alone in this world, not knowing how to behave, whether to share his pain with someone or, as always, rely on his own strength. And finally, all this, the whole tangle of his feelings and unspoken words, turned into something the most painful of all: despair. Cha Jung-moo sank so deeply into his own thoughts that Moo Young had already stood up from the sofa. But he didn't leave, silently waiting. The man approached the panoramic window. Despair choked him with thoughts of how unfair everything was, but nothing could be changed. Could he really be angry or hate the girl? The feelings for whom weren't just fleeting but grew stronger every day? And they grew in his heart with such a furious speed that it actually started to scare him. Anger, sadness, despair, and incredible love intertwined in his heart so chaotically that they began to suffocate him. Cha Jung-moo didn't understand why the two of them, why his mother had to go through this. Why them? Tears streamed down Cha Jung-moo's face from all this. It was hard to explain in words how painful it all was. It was already quite dark outside when Min Seol-ha and Cha Jung-moo's mother arrived at the restaurant. It was rather elite. In the evening, the activity in the place increased, everything came alive, and noise was heard from all sides. The girl sat at the bar alone while her lady companion went to the restroom. Earlier, when the woman asked about dinner, they decided to go to the bar together. More precisely, Cha Jung-woo's mother insisted that they go together. Min Seola felt awkward that they actually came here, meaning it was not a formal invitation, but a completely real one. Behind her, not far away, stood a handsome man who attracted the attention of most people. The girls blushed as they whispered to each other, wondering if he might be some kind of boss. After all, this man didn't look like an ordinary worker. He walked around with a tablet in his hands and asked the waiter if everything needed was available. But his attention was suddenly distracted by a familiar female figure. His gaze involuntarily caught on the girl. He had already watched the scene where another lady approached the girl he had earlier saved from the accident. But she was not a friend, as she looked older. An ordinary dialogue took place between them, where Jungwoo's mother apologized for making Seolha wait, and she replied that everything was fine and she had just ordered a cocktail. The man himself did not notice how he had started staring in that direction, but the waiter brought him back to his senses by asking if the gentleman was going to leave already. Jungwoo's mother and Min Seola were talking about something trivial: the beautiful interior, tasty drinks, and desserts. Meanwhile, the man smiled and replied that he would still like to inspect the storeroom. The woman said that inside, the place looked like it had just opened recently, but in fact, it had been operating for many years. It turned out she and Cha Jung-moo's father often came here before the family conflict happened. Suddenly, the woman seemed to switch. She smiled but looked a little sadder and shared that because of this conflict, she now hopes Min Seola will take good care of her son. The girl even stumbled and blushed when the woman said that her son seemed so serious that he was already considering marriage. The woman said that after the accident, Cha Jung-moo closed himself off, became different but still remained a sensitive, gentle, and vulnerable guy. Min Seola delicately asked about the accident and learned that her beloved had a twin sister, 2 minutes younger, who was hit by a car. It was an accident caused by a drunk driver. Min Seola recalled that her own father had taken a life of someone else when she heard this story. Meanwhile, after today's meeting with Seola's friend, Jo Tae-gun couldn't calm down and hired a girl for the night. It seemed this was definitely not the moment to think about something else, but he simply couldn't get the thoughts out of his head. Even now, he remembered that girl from the party. At first glance, she seemed like a very noble woman to him. But even in the consultant's role, the girl seemed stubborn, with a bit of spice, so to speak, to his taste. The girl he spent a few hours with asked when they would meet again, but Jo Tae-gun replied that it wouldn't happen. The reason was simple. He had never spent the night with anyone, without exception, more than once. And of course, the girl behind him was outraged and loudly expressed her dissatisfaction. Jo Tae-gun didn't listen. He took out some papers and simultaneously looked at his phone, wondering why Kim Sung-chan wasn't calling him. Right now, he had the information about Min Seola that the man had given him, but no one explained what he was supposed to do with it. Meanwhile, Min Seolha and Jungwoo's mother had already said their goodbyes. The woman got into the car to go home and asked the girl to let her know when she got back. The girl promised she definitely would and waved goodbye to the woman. The snow that night, thought the main heroine, still wouldn't stop falling. It was beautiful, even though winter usually reminded her of not the best times. She had sent a message to her beloved some time ago, but he was probably still at practice because he hadn't replied. The girl sighed heavily from everything and muttered to herself that she wished to sort all this out today. It turned out the familiar man had come out after her. He asked what could have caused her heavy sigh, which was audible from afar. The girl, smiling awkwardly, asked if she had met him there because the man decided to relax and have a drink. He replied that probably yes, and introduced himself as Kim Woo-hui. The girl was polite, so she introduced herself too. Kim Woo-hui said he lived nearby, so he could accompany the young lady if she, of course, didn't mind his company. He explained that there was a construction site nearby, and going there alone at night was probably not the best idea. But Seola explained that she still had to stop somewhere else. Then the man opened up, saying the girl could become their regular client, so he had to look after her comfort and handed her an umbrella. The girl was already ready to pay for the umbrella, but Kim Woo-hui explained it was free of charge, no need to pay. Then, after their conversation and saying goodbye, she opened the umbrella, first extending her hand outside it and catching a few snowflakes. Then, thinking about the snow that wouldn't stop, she went on her way to where she needed to go. Kim Woo-hui watched the girl's figure gradually disappearing, but now his expression was mysterious, not like before. Exhaling as heavily as Seola had earlier, he admitted that for the clothes he was wearing, it was a bit chilly. His thoughtful gaze dropped down, and then the man thought of something strange. At first, a very sad picture passed through his mind. Then he thought that someone wished to leave this world as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Cha Jung-moo, looking at the snowman on the balcony at home, couldn't stop worrying. Everything had piled up so suddenly. Rumors about Min Seola, his father's dissatisfaction with his relationship, the terrible truth, and winter, the time when he lost his sister. Cha Jung-moo felt broken. He no longer felt the cold of the winter night, and instead of the street noise, it seemed as if his heart was pounding 3 times louder. What if his sister had survived? What if that man had just called an ambulance and they could have saved her? These thoughts haunted him for many years, stirring an uncontrollable anger in his chest and awakening a desire for revenge. Until now, he hadn't thought that Min Dong-woo had a family, and it turned out to be his beloved Min Seol-ha. When his phone vibrated, he knew it was her calling, but didn't know what to say if he picked up. He didn't hate her, wasn't angry, it seemed. He just didn't know how to behave anymore. After all, he had lived a first life too, and it was hard for him to make decisions. But he worried that his beloved wouldn't give herself rest, would worry, and probably wouldn't sleep. Picking up the phone, he was already prepared to talk. But the voice wasn't his beloved's. Someone asked who he was to Ms. Min. Then the man on the other end said he was an emergency worker and that Ms. Min was currently being taken to the hospital. The man needed no more. His hand holding the phone dropped, feeling as if his heart had stopped. The same night, the same snowfall, the same time of year, a similar voice of an emergency worker. It had all happened before with someone he loved. Hearing those painfully familiar words about his beloved girl ending up in the hospital, Cha Jung-moo broke into a run. The entire way to the hospital, he thought about how Min Seol-ha was the only one who completely filled him, and the only one who truly mattered in his life. Returning and seeing his beloved lying in a bed behind, he again felt how deeply he loved and feared. And for the second time today, he cried. This blow was the most painful, the most unexpected, and he wanted to believe it would leave this person's life here, in this world. You know, Cha Jung-moo had dreamed about his own company. Venus, ever since he was a kid. That place always filled him with excitement. He clearly remembered the day he was looking for a good secretary. But you see, there were so many, and their self-introductions all felt so rehearsed, so boring. And then, out of nowhere, she showed up, Min Seol-ha, saying she thought Venus was a great company because it truly understood what its clients needed. And seeing that girl, composed yet so sincere, it didn't feel like she was reciting from a script. No, she spoke right from the heart. That day, her cheeks turned red and, oh, her eyes were shining like she'd just walked into Disneyland instead of a job interview. Everything about her was graceful and delicate. She always stood straight, smiled politely, dressed perfectly, without a single wrinkle out of place. And with each passing day, Cha Jung-moo discovered new sides of Min Seol-ha. It felt like he was sinking deeper and deeper into her world. What surprised him wasn't that she was like this. Believing in fairies is one thing. What truly stunned him was how this girl kept striking him right in the heart, and how much kindness was in her. 100%? Maybe 101? Had he ever seen Sola angry? No. On top of everything else, she was incredibly patient, never complained, unlike some other coworkers. And this whole image of her left a deep mark on him. Without her, his heart wouldn't beat, his lungs wouldn't breathe. He just couldn't exist without her. On the way to the hospital, he was told the girl had gotten into a car accident because of a heavy snowstorm. She was badly hurt and now unconscious. And tell me, how was he supposed to pull himself together right now? What if the image of this incredible girl lived on only in his heart, only in his memories? What if it happened again? What worried him even more was that the crash site was near his house. She must have been on her way to see him. And how did it end? He ended up blaming himself. Again. Cha Jung-moo believed it was him, and only him, who was at fault. Just like back when he lost his sister, and now again when the woman he loved got hurt. But today, hope still burned inside him. It surged through his body like adrenaline, making him run through the hospital hallways to where his heart lay. By then, he barely even felt the exhaustion or the cold that had wrapped around his chest outside. Running up to the reception desk, he asked where the girl who'd just been in an accident was. While the receptionist explained where to go, he couldn't shake the feeling that none of this felt real. How could this have even happened? As he walked to his love, a primal fear spread through his whole body. God, he was so terrified of losing someone again. Min Seola was lying on that hospital bed, dressed in a gown, a breathing mask covering her pale face. She looked just like a porcelain doll. Cha Jongmu's hand moved on its own, reaching for her hand, just to feel that she was alive. Now, letting go of that hand felt terrifying. Jungmu brought it to his cheek, his eyes still locked on her. In that moment, every other thought went silent. As he touched his cheek with her hand, he felt warmth, proof that even unconscious, life was still beating inside her. Thankfully, it wasn't that cold, lifeless touch he'd felt the day of his sister's accident when he grabbed her hand. Feeling that Seolha still carried life inside her, Jungmu tried to calm down a bit and went to see the chief doctor to learn about her diagnosis. The doctor told him she had a mild concussion, but fortunately, Min Seolha hadn't fallen into the road. She fell backward instead, trying to dodge the car. And thanks to quick medical care, there was no real cause for worry. Jungmu asked why. If there was no reason to worry, she was still unconscious. The doctor explained that her body needed rest. She'd recently been through a lot of stress, or had been under constant stress. And in that weakened state, she also suffered trauma, leading to shock. So her body was basically saying, I can't handle this anymore. Jungmu blamed himself for not noticing sooner. God, Min Seolha was pure gentleness. He knew that. So why hadn't he realized she was struggling? A familiar woman's voice snapped him out of his whirlwind of thoughts. Someone called out his name, and Jungmu looked up. Turned out it was Eunshim. She looked like she'd dropped everything and rushed over the second she heard what happened. A little later, after hearing everything from Jungmu, Eunshim explained she'd had urgent work but left as soon as she could. And she thanked him for being there. It was the first time Eunshim had ever seen or heard Jungmu blame himself so deeply. He even said he should have called Seolha earlier. Eunshim quickly insisted he was worrying too much. Seolha was incredibly strong. She'd even once carried the girl on her back to the hospital when she got sick. Smiling, she explained that her friend wasn't the type to give up easily, even if she looked so delicate. Jungmu didn't even get to answer when a nurse asked who Min Seolha's guardian was. Hearing that, he jumped to his feet. They were looking for her guardian because it turned out she'd woken up. The girl had sat up a bit in bed, still dazed and confused. But right then, Jungmu was suddenly beside her. His eyes were filled with sadness and tears, his face pale. Placing his hand over hers, he asked if anything hurt. The girl was still coming too. She was pale too. And seeing how shaken he looked made her worry even more. All the time they'd known each other, everything they'd been through, first as co-workers, now as lovers, she'd never seen him like this. Seolha told him she probably just needed a bit of rest and that he shouldn't worry so much. Jungmu just nuzzled into her hand like a kitten. From the doorway, Eunshim watched her friend, noticing how worried the director looked. First, Seolha asked him to at least get some sleep. He had such dark circles under his eyes it was scary. And then she tried to calm him from crying. Did Eunshim have the right to walk in now and break their moment? Probably, after so many years of friendship. But she decided not to. She'd just text Seolha and come by another time. Sure, she could have gone in and hugged her friend, but right now she also had her own life. And her boyfriend, who probably sat here on pins and needles until Seolha woke up. After a while, when they brought the girl some food, she finally noticed something strange about the room. Jungmu, seeing her confusion, asked if she wanted him to help feed her, but she politely declined, saying she could do it herself. But who was going to stop him? Jungmu apologized and said he just really wanted to feed her himself. Seolha explained again there was no need, but what actually bothered her was something else. The hospital room she'd been moved into. Not only was it fully decorated, it all seemed so expensive it was actually scary. God, since when do hospital rooms have big flat-screen TVs? Something about this felt really odd. Cha Jungmu looked around too and explained that he'd immediately asked for her to have maximum comfort and peace. So this was the best room they had. While he was already scooping some rice onto a spoon, Min Seolha teased, asking if she really knew everything about him. Or maybe he was secretly a doctor? In the end, he still fed her himself. Later, the tray was taken away, and Jungmu reached for her hand again, looking sad all over. Lowering his head, he apologized for everything he believed he'd done wrong to her. The first thing she told him was that there was no need to say sorry, but she did add that it felt nice to see him first when she woke up. And Jungmu seemed to catch her smile too. He loved her so much that even her reaction made him happy. After all that stress, Eunshim decided she really needed to relax with a drink. She chose to go to that fancy place she'd once told Seolha about, and even recommended to her. It all looked pretty luxurious, almost too much. but she figured it couldn't hurt to just stop by and have a couple of drinks. On her way to the bar, though, she bumped into someone. Out of habit, she apologized, even though she'd been walking straight. Lifting her head, Inshim found herself looking right at a familiar man. Honestly, running into this man again by chance was starting to feel weird. So Unshim decided to ignore him and walk right past. Surprisingly, Jo Tae-gun didn't say anything. He kept quiet, but it was impossible not to notice the smell of alcohol on him. And judging by that smell, it wasn't just a few shots, more like bottles. So the man reached for Unshim, who had almost escaped his presence. She barely had a second to process what was happening before she suddenly found herself in his arms. Not only did he shamelessly grab her like that, but what happened next made her remember he definitely had a wild side. Because right after, he moved forward and kissed her. And she thought, seriously? Does he have a death wish? To be clear, there was no way she'd just give in to temptation. She tried pushing at his chest to shove him away. But even after a few seconds, she couldn't break the kiss. He was holding her by the neck and pulling her close, really forcefully. So, deciding there was no other way to get rid of this parasite, Unshim bit down hard on his lower lip, finally breaking the kiss. Catching her breath, she stepped back and snapped that if he wanted to drink, fine, but he should know his limits and keep his hands off women. But honestly, it felt like she was talking to a wall. Jo Tae-gun stood there looking confused, with a "wait, she pushed me away" expression. Meanwhile, Unshim told him she was calling the police. She actually took out her phone, but someone's hand stopped her. They didn't grab the phone, just asked her to wait a moment. Basically, another man in a suit stepped between them. Bowing, he apologized and explained that their boss had had way too much to drink. Crossing her arms, Unshim snapped that his boss's drunkenness was his own fault, and it didn't excuse anything or mean she had to forgive him. And she could tell the man understood that. He had nothing left to do but keep apologizing. Unshim knew people, and she could see it. This man didn't seem like some rude bodyguard threatening her. He actually looked worried. Honestly, he reminded her of herself when she had to handle angry clients. If you can't calm them down, your boss definitely won't praise you. So, being the kind person she was, the girl said she'd accept the apology, but insisted, even demanded, that they keep a closer eye on their boss when he's like this. Because in her opinion, that guy could do something way worse than just kissing someone, especially once his emotions got involved. Without even saying goodbye, she turned and walked off to get back to her own evening. Jo Tae-gun had already ruined it enough. And he, with an expression that looked like he couldn't care less what might have happened, just stood there watching her walk away. Sometime later, Min Seola was finally able to step outside by herself, walk around, and enjoy the fresh air. You wouldn't even guess she'd been in the hospital for an injury. She almost looked happy. Maybe she just knew how to enjoy small things, like the breeze and the warm sun. But she wasn't standing there alone for long. Jungmoo didn't want to leave her side for even a moment. So, after stepping away briefly, he came back with coffee. He explained that today's wind was pretty chilly, so a warm drink would help her stay comfortable. Honestly, warm drinks are always a good idea. Her cheeks were already turning pink, and if it got too cold, she'd go back inside anyway. For a while, they both fell silent, each lost in thought. And that silence didn't feel awkward at all. But eventually, Jungmoo braced himself for a serious conversation. He paled a bit, remembering that someone had told him the chairman had spoken to her, so he asked if that was true. Truth is, while Seola was in the hospital, she'd been thinking about a lot of things. She knew they'd have to talk someday, but she didn't expect it to be this soon. Jungmoo didn't even need her to answer. Just seeing her reaction told him it was true. He took her hand in his and told her not to worry about anything that might be on her mind. He told her to think only of him and forget whatever anyone else had to say. Once again, this man showed his caring, gentle side. He wouldn't leave her alone with thoughts that might eat her up inside. And honestly, in that moment, it touched her so deeply. Besides Unshim, there really wasn't anyone else who cared about her feelings, but this man? And it was so hard to hold back tears of happiness that Seola just started crying right there. Jungmoo didn't know what to think, and people nearby started whispering. He hugged her and, without even knowing why, began apologizing. Maybe he thought he'd asked too bluntly about his father? But between sobs, Seola told him there was nothing to apologize for. She was just overwhelmed by how wonderful her boyfriend was. Jungmoo tried to calm her down, worried her eyes would get swollen or her temperature might spike. Stepping back a bit, he promised he'd never let her go. He said he wouldn't let her go, even if she tried to push him away. so she shouldn't worry about the nonsense other people say. And Seola really did stop crying. She stepped back a little more and looked him right in the eyes. Yes, this man wasn't lying. She was sure of it. He really wouldn't let go. And the other patients, watching the scene, quietly remarked that it looked like the couple had just made up. And that was nice to see. By the way, they pulled away from each other so quickly, mostly because everyone around them had been staring. Just like in a K-drama, seriously. Maybe they could have kept talking calmly or something, but then Cha Jung-moo's phone rang. If it wasn't Min Solha calling, and she was right here, then it couldn't be good. Even so, as he reached into his pocket, he hoped he'd see his mom's name on the screen. But of course not. Can't he ever just have some peace? A nice call must be like magic these days. Instead, it was absolutely the last person he wanted to hear from. Still, Jung-moo felt he had to answer, so he asked Seola to go ahead back to her room while he took the call. For a few seconds, Seola watched him, so she didn't notice the older woman and a lady with a child walking up to her. After a minute, she realized they were quietly talking about her and Jung-moo, wondering if they might be engaged. Meanwhile, Jung-moo had stepped out of sight so she wouldn't see his face darken, and finally put the phone to his ear without even saying hello. The man on the other end spoke first, saying it had been a long time, asking how Jung-moo was, but the man cut him off, asking to get to the point. That rotten scheming man said his call was just a reminder. Time was running out. He was waiting for an answer and for money. Jung-moo shot back harshly that he'd never agreed to anything. That guy had just decided by himself that there was some kind of deadline. The man, sounding calm yet annoyed, which thankfully Jung-moo couldn't see, said this could even be considered a one-sided threat. Then the guy reminded Jung-moo that if it came to it, he could go straight to Min Solha and tell her everything. Jung-moo told him to hold his horses. Yes, of course, Seola was his weak spot, but he wouldn't let anyone use that against him. The man simply replied that, if that's the case, they'd both just have to see how this all played out in the end. Jung-moo hung up himself. Why did this mess have to drag in both him and the woman he loved? He still had no idea what to do. Meanwhile, Seola really did leave without waiting and hurried back to her hospital room. Even later, she couldn't stop thinking about it. Jung-moo hadn't proposed yet, and they hadn't talked about anything like that. They were just letting the relationship grow naturally. But her heart ignored all logic, and she was already daydreaming about who'd be bridesmaids at their wedding, who'd give speeches. Jung-moo couldn't figure out what was going on. Seola was barely moving her lips, and even seemed to forget to blink. So he waved a hand in front of her eyes. She snapped out of it a bit, and when he asked what she was thinking about, she blushed so hard she nearly blurted out the truth, that she'd been thinking about getting married. Then, realizing that'd be a fatal mistake, she clamped her hand over her mouth and mumbled something about thinking of winter. In Korean, the word's just one syllable, so it sort of worked as an excuse. Stammering, she explained that winter was her favorite season. Why? She just managed to say something she'd thought up on the spot. Like, because it's not so hot. Jung-moo would have been an idiot not to realize she'd really been thinking of something else. Smiling, he asked her to look at him instead. After all, he was probably much better than whatever imaginary thought in her head that had made her blush so much. And sure enough, when Seolha looked at him, she blushed even more. He really was so handsome to her. She couldn't resist, and didn't even try. She reached out, cupping his cheeks in her palms. And then, unable to stop herself again, she leaned in and kissed him. Jung-moo looked completely surprised. It was almost funny. He turned red, his eyes went wide instead of closing. And only then did Seolha realize she'd basically thrown herself at him for such a deep kiss. Her reaction to her own bold move came fast. Blushing so hard she was more tomato than girl, she pulled away from him. She mumbled something about how she didn't even notice she'd been so forward. Jung-moo teased that she didn't really need to shove him off that hard. As usual, Seolha started apologizing again, but Jung-moo stepped closer, took her chin in his hand, and gently turned her face back to him. Then he leaned in to kiss her again. Both of them had been missing this so much lately. And with every passing second, the passion between them grew, filling the whole hospital room. Though honestly, in the background of a hospital room, this kind of passion looked a bit out of place. Definitely not the best setting. So at some point, the kiss ended and Jung-moo pulled back to let her catch her breath. He explained that right now he wanted nothing more than to keep going, but she was a patient, so he was holding himself back. But Seolha didn't think that was necessary. Leaning toward him again, she told him there was no need to hold back, because she wanted it too. Should it even be said how much this girl amazed him? Seriously, lying in a hospital bed, yet wanting to be close to him right then and there. And really, could he say no to that? Sola already drew him in just by being herself, and now she was directly asking for more. And there was probably enough space here for them to let their passion go beyond just kisses. Jungmoo was already leaning fully over her. He still hoped to keep at least a little bit of control. But was that even possible with her? Probably not. She was just too tempting. Every time they got close, he discovered something new about her. His favorite part was always her lips. Kissing them or just imagining even more. Jungmoo felt himself going completely crazy for Seolha. And the best part was that in moments like this, their love was so real you could almost feel it in the air. Even though Jungmoo decided to let himself go a bit, they still didn't go all the way. They probably couldn't have anyway, because while they were wrapped up in each other, Seolha accidentally hit the nurse call button. And when staff hear that, they rush over, so 2 nurses quickly came to check. When they walked in, Seolha explained she'd hit the button by accident and apologized for bothering them. Luckily, they'd managed to fix how they looked just in time. Well, sort of fix it. The moment she'd hit the button, they'd scrambled to change positions. The 2 nurses smiled, said they were glad everything was okay, and left. Sola let out a relieved sigh. They'd almost gotten caught. At this gentle pace, Sola slowly recovered. When the doctor was sure her body had finally rested enough, the girl was discharged. Of course, that day, Cha Jung-moo drove her home himself. As they were saying goodbye, Seolha asked him to text her once he got home. But really, Jung-moo wasn't about to let her go that easily. He'd quietly listened to her last words, not wanting to interrupt, because he had something else in mind. Leaning into the car, he pulled out a big, beautiful bouquet of pink roses. The moment he took them out, it was as if he lit up from within. And although they looked good even in his hands, the bouquet was meant for her alone. In Jungmoo's eyes, this bouquet should resemble Seolha. Roses are elegant flowers, and when they're pink, they feel gentle, like spring, like something good coming into your life. You could say the same about Min Seolha. He simply wanted to give her the best of everything, but today was special. Her being discharged deserved flowers and congratulations. Blushing as she accepted the bouquet, Seolha smiled sweetly and thanked him. Not just for the flowers, but really for everything. Burying her nose in the roses, she chirped that they smelled just as wonderful as they looked. Oh, she definitely liked them, Jungwoo noticed. Looking up at him with those happy eyes, she told him she'd prepared some of his things he'd forgotten before the accident happened. She suggested he come in to pick them up, and maybe they could have tea or watch a movie. But Jungmoo, without thinking too long, said he'd come by next time. Seolha agreed, though she'd secretly hoped to spend more time with him at home. But maybe he had something else to do. In truth, Jungmoo had nothing else planned, and he would have loved to come inside, not even for the things, just to spend time with his girlfriend. The problem was how exactly he wanted to spend that time. Tea felt like too little. But he had to keep himself under control. She'd only just gotten out of the hospital. Later, when Seolha returned to work, she felt how much the break had set her back. She couldn't keep up with everything. Honestly, things at the office had been much harder without her. Seolha was always organized and kept track of details that slipped everyone else's minds. But despite being away so long, it almost felt like she magically knew exactly what everyone needed. Jungmoo concluded that today his girlfriend looked energetic and engaged with her work, so the rest had really done her good. A little later, Yoon Shim texted her, suggesting they grab some chicken and beer one day. Both of them wanted to hang out somewhere besides a hospital room. Seolha got so caught up in texting that she didn't notice someone approaching her desk, until they knocked gently on the table to get her attention. Unfortunately, it wasn't Cha Jung-moo. And when she saw it was a coworker instead, Seolha jumped up, apologizing for keeping them waiting. At the same time, Jung-moo, gathering his things, checked the clock and thought it might be nice to invite Seolha out for dinner. But when he stepped out of his office, he saw her talking to someone. And for some reason, in that conversation, she looked so cheerful and engaged. Jung-moo couldn't help feeling a little jealous of that smile. How on earth did he get such a wonderful girl? Without realizing it, a smile spread across his own face, too. But his happy awe didn't last long. After all, she wasn't alone. Why did that guy have to show up right now? In his own company, Jung-moo had never seen that guy before. Why hadn't he noticed him earlier? And there was something else that bothered him. It was obvious just by looking at the guy how he looked at Min Seolha. And it started to irritate the man. Before, he'd always tried to see Seolha just as a secretary, so it had been hard to notice that quite a few people liked her. Jungmoo didn't know what they were talking about, but his mind started spinning out every possible scenario. Maybe the guy confessed his feelings? What would the girl say? He imagined Seola gently explaining that the guy was just a coworker. Nothing more. That was just who she was. But seeing how careful they had to be about their relationship, maybe it was all a burden on her? Hiding it, putting up with serious conversations from her father. Jungmoo got so lost in thought, he didn't even notice Seola was already standing in front of him, trying to figure out why he'd frozen like that. He hadn't realized how deeply he could get caught up in his own head. Honestly, he'd completely zoned out, seeing nothing around him. Or maybe he'd just been expecting their conversation to last longer, so he'd stood there waiting for it to finish. Smiling, he asked if she'd finished everything. The girl playfully yet sweetly rubbed her forehead and said that she'd worked really hard today and wrapped everything up. Jungmoo praised her for her hard work, and together, after locking up, they walked to the car, chatting happily. Meanwhile, in Jo Tae-gun's company, everyone was wrapping up work too, but Tae-gun still sat in his chair watching the sunset. Some time had passed, and he kept absently rubbing his lip with his thumb. He looked deep in thought, as if something was bothering him. And let's be honest, something, or rather someone, really was on his mind. He couldn't stop thinking about how, caught up in passion, he'd kissed that beauty. Sure, she hadn't kissed him back. She'd gently pushed against his chest, almost like drumming. But Tae-gun had only felt the softness of her lips. He'd hoped he could win her over, but what had she done? She bit him. Tae-gun asked his sister if she'd ever bitten someone's lip like that. She raised her eyebrows, asked why he kept talking nonsense, and wondered who'd turned him down so badly he couldn't get over it. Remembering he was the older brother, Tae-gun teased her back, saying it seemed like she was the one who'd been rejected. She denied it, saying she didn't really think she'd been dumped anyway. It wasn't over yet. With sarcasm, her brother congratulated her. Smirking darkly, Tae-gun said, "Maybe you're right. It's not over. After all, recently, Cha Jungwoo's father reached out and invited me to dinner." The next day at Jungwoo's company, things were calm as usual. Seola stepped out to pick up a package, not realizing it was pretty heavy. It had been a delivery mistake, and she thought how glad she was she'd at least managed to grab lunch first. But Jungwoo wouldn't let her carry something that heavy. He took the box himself, reminding her that her wrist still hadn't fully healed. Oh, that caring Cha Jungmoo, he always made her face turn as red as a tomato. He asked if anything still hurt after the accident, but no, Sola felt as if she had more than enough energy now, even though the two of them thought they could just walk and talk freely, convinced no one was watching. Sadly, that wasn't the case. Someone had already pointed their phone at them to snap a photo, but the man who decided to blackmail Cha Jungmoo didn't get to smile smugly for long. Someone came up and asked why he looked so pleased. It was as if the man jumped in shock. It hadn't even occurred to him that someone might be watching him too, and standing so close. Moo Young let out a heavy sigh, shoved his hands into his pockets, and muttered out loud that rats like this really should be locked up. Then he asked how much Jo Tae-gun had paid him. Kim Sung-chan replied that he didn't understand what Moo Young was talking about. So Moo Young stepped closer and firmly grabbed him in an embrace, giving him no chance to escape. He was determined to handle this man, but his attention was pulled away by the voices of Cha Jung-moo and his girlfriend. They were just walking together, not even imagining that someone like Kim Sung-chan was trying to ruin their lives with a few simple photos. It was the first time Moo Young had seen Jung-moo like this, meaning the first time since what had happened with his sister. It had been ages since that smile had lit up his friend's face. Honestly, Moo Young couldn't even remember a day when he'd truly seen his friend happy. And didn't he have the right to be? Yet everyone, including that rat, kept meddling and stealing the color from his life. The worst part was remembering how Jung-moo had learned the truth. How pale he'd gone, how he'd trembled. His sister's death had hit him the hardest. But what had driven the stake even deeper into his heart was finding out it had been Min Seolha's father who'd caused her death. The same Min Seolha who made Jung-moo feel safe and happy. That evening, work finally ended, and Min Seolha stretched sweetly in her chair, thinking it was time to pack up. But before she could even stand, a coworker approached her and asked if she was heading home right now. It was the same coworker she'd talked to earlier, but this time he wasn't coming for work. He asked if she'd like to go to dinner with him. But just as Seola was thinking what to say, Jung-moo appeared out of nowhere and reminded her she'd apparently forgotten about a promise. Both Seola and the coworker flinched in surprise at how suddenly Jung-um had shown up, and they looked at him in shock. The coworker was especially surprised to see the director still in the office so late. It felt awkward to Sola, too. There was a moment of silence between them all, but the man broke it, saying the promise had been about their dinner that evening. The coworker turned pale and apologized, saying he hadn't known about her plans with Jungmoo. He'd only wanted to invite her as a thank you for her help earlier. Avoiding the man's gaze, the coworker quickly added that he'd invite Seola another time, maybe next week, and then hurried away. The girl waved goodbye to him, wishing him a nice weekend, and then she and Jungmoo exchanged a look. The man didn't look angry, but in a strangely calm voice, he asked what she and the coworker had talked about earlier. Seola answered honestly that they'd discussed some materials needed for tomorrow's meeting. Thinking her boyfriend might be jealous, she waved her hands and said they'd only talked about work. Nothing more. But Jungmoo, in that same overly calm voice, replied that he actually knew that already. He knew his girlfriend wouldn't lie or look at anyone else. They'd just talked about work. But it still bothered him. He admitted he was jealous and really wished he could step in. So he asked her from now on to talk to coworkers through Messenger instead. His blunt honesty made Seola's face turn bright red. Sure, jealousy wasn't the healthiest sign, but somehow it felt sweet. Jungmoo added that forbidding her to see coworkers altogether wouldn't be right. So maybe the better solution was just to tell everyone about their relationship. Hearing that, Seola jumped and covered his mouth with her hand. Goodness, he really was too direct sometimes. Luckily, it was already late, so no one else was left in the office. Otherwise, imagine the rumors that would have spread. As she started to pull her hand away from his mouth, Jungmoo suddenly caught it and pulled her closer. The girl barely had time to realize what was happening before he was right in front of her, breathing softly against her lips. And then, unable to hold back, he leaned in and gently pressed his lips to hers, squeezing her hand in his. He quickly pulled back, gave her a mischievous smile, and said he didn't know what to do, since it seemed like the office was empty now. So, unfortunately, he couldn't share their feelings publicly, but at least they could confirm them to each other. But Seola's little workspace wasn't really the right place for that. Jungmoo said they should leave the office as soon as possible. They just needed to find his car keys first. Seola realized where this was going. After all, earlier that day he'd stopped himself from coming into her home, and she'd been holding back for a while too. While he was looking for his keys, she noticed they'd somehow ended up on her desk. Had he forgotten them there? Picking them up, she walked into his office to tell him the keys had been on her desk the whole time. But when she stepped inside, Jungmoo gave her a sly smile, seeing she'd brought them. And then he grabbed her and pulled her so close that the keys fell to the floor, as if they hadn't mattered in the first place. Actually, that had been Jungmoo's plan, to leave the keys on her desk, go looking for them, and catch her in his office so they could make love right there. Just in case, he also remembered to lock the office door. It might be empty, but still, better safe than sorry. Yes, that night turned out to be wonderful. Since they'd both been holding back so long, the fire of passion took over, and they ended up together all night. In the office, the car, and finally at home. The next morning, waking up at Seola's place after a long but sweet night, she went to shower, and when she came out, she saw quite a sight. Jungmoo had found some book somewhere, and while waiting for her, he'd settled on the couch to read. The girl was honestly captivated by how good he looked, so relaxed and domestic. Reading, it amazed her how different he could be from the man who was just a director at work. She even teased him, asking if maybe he wasn't too aesthetic, sitting there with a book in hand. But Jungmoo just smiled and explained that he'd been bored waiting. Honestly, Min Seola felt a little awkward for the first time, realizing just how handsome her boyfriend really was. Though to be fair, she probably didn't see herself from the outside. She was quite the beauty too, especially in his eyes. They stood there in silence for a few seconds until Jungmoo looked at her and smiled softly. Not just any smile, but one meant only for the woman he loved. Cha Jungmoo then suggested that instead of Seolha drying her hair herself, he could do it for her. Of course, she got shy and blushed, but how could she say no? It felt like something out of a romantic K-drama. She never imagined it would actually happen to her. So for the next 20 minutes, they sat quietly together, the only sound coming from the hairdryer. Jungmoo gently dried her hair, and every motion felt so full of love. That day off, they had it all to themselves. And little things like this brought them both so much joy. When her hair was dry, Jungmoo put the dryer down and ran his fingers through her hair, finally saying that it was so soft and that he really loved it. Seola thanked him sincerely. It felt so good to hear that from the man she loved, and he often gave her such sweet compliments. Their moment, though, was interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. It turned out to be the delivery guy. They'd ordered food so they wouldn't have to waste time shopping and cooking. Like a true gentleman, Jungmoo wouldn't let his girlfriend lift a finger. He took everything himself and even set the table. But Seola thought they'd ordered way too much for just the two of them. It wasn't like they were having a party with friends. And sure enough, that's what happened. Seola ended up completely stuffed, and there was still plenty of food left over. But it had been delicious. She thanked him again for all the tasty food, and Jungmoo added that actually, that wasn't all. There was still dessert. But it wasn't the kind of dessert you literally eat. You know, for Jungmoo, his girlfriend was sweet enough already, especially her lips. Seola even pulled away a bit when she realized what he meant. They'd spent all of last evening being close. But Jungmoo told her that, for him, it hadn't been enough. Why? Because his girl was just too damn hot. And he'd had to hold himself back for so long it scared him. He admitted he'd even tried to take care of things himself, but after that first night with Seoha, that just didn't work anymore. So he'd had to grit his teeth and endure. Seola teased him, saying he was really impressive for even trying to handle that himself. She couldn't even imagine it. Then Jungmoo suddenly leaned over her, pressing her back onto the couch, and said that hearing her talk like that really fired him up. So if she wanted to keep walking after this, she'd better use her lips for something else. And honestly, there probably weren't enough synonyms for surprise to describe how Seola felt hearing that. Meanwhile, while our main couple were enjoying their day off, Jo Tae-gun, true to his villain role, was sneaking around behind everyone's backs, looking for ways to cause trouble. When he saw Kim Woo-hui, he put on a fake look of surprise and asked why he'd bothered to come in person. Woo-hui, flipping through some papers, replied that he had his reasons, which were none of Tae-gun's business. With a sly smile, Tae-gun asked how Woo-hyun was doing. And when he saw Woo-hui's expression change, he asked why he looked so angry. The man sitting there said it really wasn't something Tae-gun should worry about, but the man waved him off and said Woo-hui would find out something else next time. After a dramatic pause, the blonde told him to find out how his sister was doing after cutting all ties with them. Tae-gun knew exactly how to hit Woo-hui where it hurt, because when Woo-hui heard that, he squeezed the papers so hard they crumpled badly. That evening, after all their cuddling, Seola and Jungmoo finally left the house for a walk. They even bought drinks she'd been wanting for a while. That night, Jungmoo decided to finally ask about the guy who often came up to talk to Seolha. At first, Seolha got confused, because the guy who always came up to her was Jungmoo. But then she remembered Minho and guessed it was probably him. When Jungmoo heard her calling that guy by his first name, he got visibly annoyed. It meant she addressed him less formally, almost casually. Seola quickly explained she'd heard about that guy before. He'd been an intern and now had joined Venus officially. But as she sipped her drink, she noticed Jungmoo's expression change. He'd turned red, not from the cold, but because he asked her to call him that way too, less formally. Strange request, maybe, but he really wanted it. Jungmoo immediately looked away, and Seola asked if he meant she should just call him by his name. Her boyfriend gave a tiny nod, so shy about it. But the girl understood, and after nodding, she agreed, even though it would take her time to get used to it. Then, as if meeting him for the first time, she softly said his name out loud. Honestly, it felt almost unnatural at first, so she repeated his name a few times, trying to get used to it. Blushing hard, she explained that whenever she tried to say her boyfriend's actual name, it made her so embarrassed. She was used to being formal. While saying this, she covered her face with the drink cup they'd just bought, but Jungmoo reached out to gently take it from her. He moved the cup away from her face and said that really, she could call him however felt natural. Calmly, Jungmoo admitted he'd gotten jealous again, because she called her coworkers by name, yet used such an informal tone with the man she loved most. Hearing that he was jealous made Seola quietly mumble that she understood, and she reached for his hand. She did it shyly, but also to hint that maybe it was time for them to go, addressing him by his name. Jungmoo thought she might still not say his name, but he asked if she could say it again, and she replied, "Later." The next workday, Seola felt a dull ache in her lower back from sitting too much. Well, and maybe thanks to her very devoted boyfriend, too. She was just making herself a cup of coffee when some tired coworkers walked by. When they saw her, they said it was good she was there, because the CEO had been looking for her. Seola thought she definitely needed to go see him. But then, suddenly, one of the women blurted out that they probably were dating, startling Seola completely. The women added that they'd even seen an article about it recently. Seola tried to explain it was a misunderstanding, but her coworkers said they supported them anyway. Seola was honestly surprised at how direct they were, but their words felt like a good sign all the same. By the way, one of her colleagues mentioned that she had some big news too. It turned out her boyfriend had proposed to her, so they'd probably be getting married early next year. Suddenly, the girl grabbed her own cheek and said something happened on Friday. Seola had a reason to be startled too. On Friday, she and Cha Jung-moo were alone in his office when someone suddenly showed up at work. But the colleague explained that on that day she had just lost her engagement ring and came back to the office to look for it. Everything turned out fine. Seola replied that she was really glad it ended well. The colleague agreed, saying it meant a lot to her. The main character thought you only had to look at Secretary Han to see just how happy she was. Meanwhile, in his office, Jo Tae-gun was looking over some papers his loyal dog had just brought him. The blonde asked what he needed them for right now, and Kim Sung-chan explained that it was what he'd managed to dig up. Jo Tae-gun guessed that this time Jung-moo ignored the man and didn't come. The blonde admitted he already knew. Cha Jung-moo wasn't the type to fall for something like that. After all, he wasn't a fool, he was the CEO. Kim Sung-chan thought that if he hadn't been caught back then, none of this mess would even be necessary. He'd never have guessed Cha Jung-moo would hire a private investigator. God, when did they even manage to investigate? Kim Sung-chan was also furious at the man in front of him. God, if it hadn't been for this damn jerk, he wouldn't be so completely cornered now. Jo Tae-gun tossed his papers onto the desk and said last time he'd been bored. But this time was better. There was something fun to play with. Because truly, for him, this was all a game. But what would really happen when Min Seol-ha learned the whole truth about the accident? That evening, Seola stood in her lover's office and said she'd sent the requested materials to him and scheduled the meeting. Cha Jung-moo closed the folder and told her she'd done really well, that she'd worked hard even though it must have been difficult for her. At first, Seola didn't quite get what he meant by must have been difficult. She'd been doing this work for over a year now. The CEO gave her a meaningful look and asked how she felt, if she had any pain or discomfort. He explained that she'd come to work today, but last night he hadn't exactly let her rest, so she was probably exhausted. She replied that she was fine, thinking that maybe she'd also held back a lot because she'd really wanted it. And at the end, she added honestly that she'd enjoyed every bit of it. Jung-moo smiled and asked if she really meant it, and Seol-ha, blushing, said she should probably get going now. So she did, practically flying out of the office, but her eyes suddenly caught sight of something on the couch. Without saying a word, her face as red as a tomato, she rushed over to the couch, grabbed something without meeting his gaze, and dashed out. Outside, she looked down at what she was clutching, a hair ribbon. She'd been searching for it at home, and it turned out it had been in her lover's office all along. Sometime later, Cha Jung-moo also got ready to go home. His workday was ending too. Before leaving, he also glanced at the couch, the spot where Seola had picked something up. Resting his hand against his face, he couldn't help thinking how they really hadn't had a single calm day lately. At home, Seolha went straight to the bathroom, changed, and then lay down on the bed, admitting to herself that today had been intense. Reaching for her phone, she thought about him. How was he? What was he doing? They'd just seen each other, yet she already missed him. She remembered how today her coworkers had said that if they really were dating, they'd gladly support them. That was so sweet of them. Suddenly, her phone lit up with an incoming call. It was from Cha Jung-moo. She jumped up as if it were their very first personal call, picked up and greeted him. Jung-moo said he was calling just to talk. She immediately replied that she'd been about to call too. She already missed him and his voice, as if it had been forever. Blushing deeply, Jung-moo said maybe he should have waited a bit and she would have been the first to call. And you know what he was playing with in his hand while talking to her? A pretty little white box that filled him with nervous excitement. Jung-moo asked if she'd decided yet where she'd like to go on the weekend. The girl replied that yes, she had. Somewhere near her home. He sincerely wanted to spend more time with Seolha, and just thinking about what he planned to do with that box made his heart race. God, if she could see him right now, she'd probably think he had a fever. His cheeks were so pink, but really, it was all because of love. During the call, he asked again where exactly they'd be going that weekend, what kind of place. She answered again that it was a place near her home and that it was quite hot, but she didn't say exactly what it was. After the call, still blushing, he kept wondering what exactly that hot place could be. To be honest, his mind immediately produced all kinds of indecent ideas about what she might have meant by hot. Was it literal or something else? What's more, he went to bed still thinking about it, and spent the entire next workday distracted by thoughts of that mysterious hot place. Actually, his whole week passed in suspense and curiosity about where they'd end up going. Even Seola noticed he seemed preoccupied. He was also nervous about the possibility that hot might not be literal. So, what exactly would they be doing? And when the weekend finally came and he found out what it really was, he was quite surprised. Yes, hot place turned out to be literal. They'd planned a unique date and went together to a Korean sauna, bringing snacks along. It was hard to describe what exactly he felt going there with her. He certainly wasn't disappointed, because with Scylla, he was happy to go anywhere. The main character loved this place because it helped her completely relax her body, and it really did feel more refreshing than a simple shower. Smiling, Cha Jung-moo admitted it was the first time he'd ever seen his girlfriend cling to him so tightly, like a man would. What he meant was how tightly the girl clung on while in the sauna. Her approach was, the longer I endure, the more I'll feel like I truly rested. He explained that Seola looked so focused it felt awkward to even talk to her, afraid to break her concentration. He said that actually, because of the high temperature, his own body had gotten heated too, and he really felt like doing something. He emphasized that something and moved a bit closer, hinting that maybe he wanted a bit more, or so it seemed to her. When she protested, saying that doing something like that here wasn't proper, Jungmoo clarified that he was just teasing her, so she shouldn't take it so seriously. The girl started waving her hands because she suddenly felt too hot as well, thinking how lately her boyfriend had gotten a lot more cunning. Suddenly, their attention was caught by a small ball that rolled to their feet, followed by several children's voices calling out. There were 2 kids in the room, a girl and a boy, looking for their toy because they'd lost track of where it had gone. The main character picked up the ball that had stopped near her feet and looked at the kids with a gentle gaze. Without saying a word, she walked over, crouched down, and handed the toy back to them. The children immediately smiled when they saw it. Cha Jung-moo also smiled, watching his beloved. It felt sweet, seeing how kind she was to kids. After parting from her little companions, she returned to him with a joyful smile and watched the kids for a few seconds longer. She even showed off a tiny candy she'd gotten as a thank you gift from the kids. Jung-moo admitted it was really cute and asked if she liked children. Seola shared that she even once thought about becoming a teacher, so yes, she did. Leaning back, the man casually asked if she had thought yet about how many kids she might want to have once she got married. At first, the girl didn't quite grasp the weight of the question. After all, wasn't that kind of future rather close now? Was her beloved carefully asking about her life plans? How embarrassing. She dodged the question and pointed to the door, saying they were going over there. Jung-moo teased again about the hot room, and the girl, blushing even more, said this room was actually the ice room. So, as you might guess, the first part of their day was spent in the hot place, where they calmly relaxed and rested. And in the evening, they decided to walk around the city. It wasn't too late yet. There were plenty of people out for the same kind of stroll. Outside, it had gotten quite chilly, so both dressed warmer. Their hands were warmed by holding each other. Their hearts were warmed by conversation. The girl mentioned that soon the Christmas holidays would start, and she wondered how her beloved had spent them last year. Cha Jung-moo shared that back then, he'd really wanted to invite Min Soha for dinner and spend time with her, but Inshim beat him to it. But this year, they'd definitely make up for it, because Seola had decided to celebrate with her friend a bit earlier, so that this year, she could spend the actual holiday itself and share a moment of happiness with the man she loved. Even Cha Jung-moo blushed a little. Hearing something like that wasn't just pleasant, it cut right to the heart and stayed there. He asked what they'd do, but she didn't know yet. Actually, she had lots of ideas. It was just a matter of picking the best ones. While they were talking, a message arrived on his phone from his father, saying he had a meeting with Taiken Group the next day, and he'd like his son to at least stop by and greet them. As the man put away his phone, Seola asked if it was something important, but Jung-moo replied that the message had been sent by mistake. He quickly changed the subject, saying it was getting quite cold now, so they went into a cinema. Seola chose a horror movie, though Jung-moo doubted she'd actually like it. After all, it was horror, he said, not exactly fun, only fear and tension. But the girl said that was exactly what she wanted. Jung-moo really just wanted to see her smiling and happy, free of worry. But it was hard to tell if that was only about the film or about everything. Of course, before the movie, she picked some tasty popcorn and started munching as soon as it began. She really loved movies in general, and while Jung-moo drifted off into thoughts, the girl genuinely enjoyed watching. Meanwhile, the man, looking at her, was thinking he wanted to see her every morning the moment he opened his eyes. And he wanted to see her all day too. Morning, together. Work, together. Evening, together. Every single second he wished they were together. Little things like brushing teeth, making breakfast, drinking coffee or tea, going grocery shopping, tidying up. Every second he wanted Min Sola by his side. Noticing that Jungmoo kept staring, the girl whispered to ask if the movie seemed fun. Of course, Jungmoo nodded. Fun? He hadn't really watched the movie at all. His attention was all on her, and thoughts of her. Looking at Seola, he suddenly realized that his feelings for this girl couldn't be measured by any number. Even he didn't know how deep they truly went. But what mattered was that they existed, and were growing stronger every day. Without realizing it, Min Sola had sunk deeply into his heart. Could you say that Jungmoo felt like he couldn't breathe because of how much he loved her? Yes, absolutely. That love had filled his lungs, pushing out the air. And he knew it was madness, the way these feelings felt. It wasn't just something, not just a fact. It was real. Love. And no matter what obstacles lay ahead on the path to their happiness, Jungmoo decided he didn't care. Let it be. Let himself sink so deeply into Seola that he'd seem crazy. It didn't scare him. And how easily all these decisions came to him. How clearly he felt the power of his love for Seola. It genuinely surprised him. Love like a madman, that's what it was. And he wanted to show it to the main character of his life, not just with words or actions, but with touches filled not with lust, but with love. He sincerely wanted to touch her, to become one with her warm body, to feel her breath, to hear her voice, to love her gently. And whatever the future might hold, he would never let go again. Min Sola belonged to him, and he to her. Because their mad love was more than just a fact. Meanwhile, somewhere else, there was a meeting of people who wanted to interfere with this mad love, to destroy it and push their own material interests instead. Cha Jongmu's father was staring at his phone. The message he'd sent earlier had been read and ignored. The girl sitting beside her brother broke the silence, saying it was nothing to worry about. After all, the CEO was probably just busy and couldn't come. The man, unfazed, replied that his son had planned to come, but suddenly had something urgent to do. He added that tonight they'd keep it to a light dinner, and next time they'd meet officially with both families' parents. Jo Tae-gun inwardly compared Jungmoo to a dog that his father couldn't keep on a leash, and now covered for him with excuses about urgent work. As we all already understood, the evening for the lovers turned out even better than the earlier part of the day. Their bodies and souls intertwined in love. Min Seola fell asleep only because the end of the day had been so intense and long. As soon as she stirred, a glass of water was already being offered to her. That sly man looked at her with an innocent expression, as if it hadn't been him who wore her out so completely she fell asleep. Seola frowned slightly and shot her beloved a look from under her brows. She looked very cute, tense, and red as a tomato. Smiling, the man asked why she was looking at him like that, as if trying to burn a hole through him. The girl replied he should just check the clock. There was his answer. When we came, it was 7, she said, taking the glass. Jungmoo replied, and now it's only 11. Turning her head toward him, the girl said next time things would go her way instead. Jungmoo could hardly wait to see that. Standing up, he told her she could stay in bed and rest a bit. He just needed to go do a bit of work. Of course, Seola offered to help, but he refused, saying there really wasn't much and he'd be back soon. Min Seola wasn't surprised by this answer. It was just like him. And besides, she really didn't mind resting a bit. After he left, she glanced around the room. Surprisingly, there wasn't a speck of dust. Everything looked spotless. Being alone in such a big house felt a bit dull, so she decided to wander around the place and explore. Seeing the entrance to one of the rooms, she didn't hesitate and went there to see if there was anything interesting. There wasn't something interesting. There was someone very interesting and tempting. The room turned out to be her lover's office. It looked like the man was completely absorbed in his work, wearing glasses, drinking coffee, and studying some documents. She'd seen him in work mode before, but this felt different. First of all, the glasses. She'd rarely seen him wear them, and every time it looked maddeningly attractive. And today he was her boyfriend, and looked just like a seducer. Because the door was still slightly ajar, Cha Jongmoo finally noticed that someone was secretly watching him, cheeks flushed red. Realizing he'd been sitting there too long, the man reached to take off his glasses and apologized for keeping her waiting. But Seola flew over to him in a second, pulled his glasses back onto his face, and told him to keep working and not get distracted. Maybe this abruptness seemed a bit odd, but she just wanted to watch him like that for a little longer. Everyone dreamed about him, but she loved him. In her opinion, those glasses suited him way too well. It didn't feel fair, she thought. Was there anything that wouldn't suit him? Truly the man of her dreams. Strong, with muscles that made you go, wow. And clever too. After all, he was the CEO. He really had a good head on his shoulders. While Min Seolha was busy admiring him, the man acted. He grabbed her by the waist, pulled her close, and sat her on his lap. Jong-moo said that at this rate, she was going to burn a hole right through him. She replied that in moments when he looked like this, you had to keep staring to remember it all. That probably made him blush even more, and it sounded so sweet that he leaned in to kiss her. Placing a hand on her thigh and giving it a gentle squeeze, Jong-moo told her to stop being so incredibly attractive. But that topic quickly passed. Soon, Jong-moo was hugging her tightly and resting his head on her shoulder, saying he really didn't want to let her go home. Min Seolha hugged him back, gently stroking his neck. She suggested maybe this time he could come visit her place instead. Like a cat, Jong-moo lifted his gaze and asked if it wouldn't be easier if she just moved, say, into the house next door. Or even better, they could live together. Then there'd be no need to miss each other during short separations. They'd simply always be together. That suggestion truly surprised the girl. Live together? So suddenly? And was he really serious, or did he just say it offhand? Just imagine. Min Seolha immediately pictured them commuting to work together every morning. Of course, at work they saw each other all the time anyway, but this way they'd also see each other before work and after work every evening. And in the morning, opening her eyes, she'd feel him fixing her hair, saying good morning, looking at her. The first person she'd see and hear would be the one she loved. And who loved her? Wasn't that a dream? To live with Mr. Cha? Just the thought of it made butterflies dance in her stomach and her heart beat wildly. But her mind also generated not only the sweet picture, but the complications that would surely appear if they really started living together. His father. Her lover's father didn't see them as a real couple. He thought she wasn't the right type. He'd said it was nothing more than his son's game. A game that should end soon. That thought gnawed at her mind and pulsed now and then, stopping her from fully sinking into the dream of life with her beloved. Cha Jong-moo also noticed that first she'd shown surprise, then excitement, and then doubt. He probably knew her well enough to understand exactly what was bothering her now. And he himself knew that his father had already come to the office. So Cha Jong-moo hugged her, turning her attention back to him, and said that if her doubts were because of his father, then she shouldn't worry. The girl immediately said that wasn't the problem, but the man, smiling, replied that if there was some other problem, she should say, and he'd fix it. Those words, of course, lifted her spirits simply because he wanted to take care of her. But she said there really wasn't any problem. She explained that she'd blushed like that because just thinking about living with her beloved inspired her. She really did want it. Cha Jong-moo rested his head on her shoulder and shared that he honestly wanted it very much too. He understood that maybe as a couple they hadn't been together for all that long yet. But still, he truly wanted it. Thinking about the ring he had prepared, the man scolded himself for losing control again today. But he thought with his eyes closed, it was probably nothing serious. And what exactly did he lose control over, I wonder? Over his little tests. Saying such things, he was testing what his beloved would answer, how she would react. He simply couldn't hold himself back. Cha Jong-moo was just a man who rushed too much, and he didn't know what else he could do about it. Seolha was the one who had gotten so deeply into his heart. The next workday, Min Seolha went out for lunch break with Eun-shim to have some coffee and just sit together. It happened rarely for her friend. Eun-shim recalled that Seolha's father's birthday was coming soon, and she planned to show off her skills with some new dishes for him. Eun-shim suggested several dishes, but the girl seemed to zone out, thinking about the moment she'd tell her beloved about him. Seolha didn't even notice how her friend changed the topic, asking why their director, Seolha's beloved, suddenly decided to meet with some friend. The girl explained that the friend was from high school. Eun-shim clarified, asking who exactly this friend was and what gender. It turned out Seolha hadn't asked. Her friend said she was glad they would be going home together, but that it was important to know whom her beloved was hanging out with. When evening came, Eun-shim ordered her friend to ask exactly who he was going with and where, even though Seolha had no reason to worry. Besides, she wasn't the type to feel comfortable asking such questions. After all, she didn't have to control everything in her beloved's life. That was why Jong-moo was the one who noticed Seolha's change of mood and asked what she was thinking about. The girl hesitated and asked if the friend Jong-moo was meeting was male. Of course, she added that it wouldn't be a problem even if it was a woman. Cha Jong-moo smiled and said it was now interesting to keep it a secret. Min Seolha now fully doubted whether asking that question had been appropriate. Better not to ask silly things, she thought. But Cha Jong-moo reached for her face, gently stroked it with his fingers, and promised that next time he would introduce them. And in return, she shouldn't look away. The man said that drove him crazy, so she shouldn't. The girl got shy and, blushing, turned her head away. She concluded that the person was probably a man. As planned, right after work, the man went to meet his friend. He was already being waited for, so as soon as Jungmoo entered the place, the man waved to get his attention. Cha Jungmoo immediately started taking off his outwear. It was hot here. He asked why the friend came so early. Moo Young explained he arrived early for a drink. Since the man didn't plan to stay long, he took off and neatly folded his scarf. Moo Young, noticing the scarf, asked where it was from, since as he knew, Jungmoo didn't wear such scarves. It must be warm. Jungmoo waved it off. It was a gift. Then he got to business, asking about Kim Sung-chan. Moo Young answered he had many weak spots, so no problems arose. But the likelihood that Kim Sung-chan would bother Jo Tae-gun was high if he still hadn't. Also, Moo Young added, he had managed to do some background checks on Min Dongwoo. Cha Jungmoo asked, without much interest, what was there. Moo Young said he brought documents, but they would deal with them later. A long time had passed since the workday ended. As planned, Seola spent the evening with Eun Shim. Arriving at the apartment door, the girl realized she hadn't just eaten enough. She had overeaten again. Feeling overfull, she barely opened the apartment door when her phone rang from the bag, and she thought it was probably Eun Shim. Taking out the phone, she saw it was actually Cha Jungmoo calling. In short, she never entered the apartment and just a few minutes later rushed out of the house as fast as she could, almost out of breath. She ran out because Jungmoo, just calling, said he really wanted to meet with his beloved right now. She couldn't imagine what could have happened to her beloved at such a time. Leaving the house, she tried to find his familiar figure since she was told he was nearby. Finally, she met his gaze. He was standing under a street lamp, a bit farther than she thought. From afar, she called out to him to give a sign. She was already here. He just had to turn his head. As soon as she saw him, she smiled and asked why he had stayed there all this time, knowing how to get to her place. One glance was enough to understand that he looked somehow strange, like a child with something new in his eyes. So, about what had happened at that meeting, Moo Young poured himself some alcohol and said he would show the materials later. Surprisingly, he heard from Jungmoo that he didn't want to see documents, materials, or hear anything about all that. Cha Jungmoo emptied his glass of alcohol and said that what his friend was about to say he really wouldn't want to hear. Also, what he said earlier, he wished Moo Young would just throw out of his head, like trash. As soon as his beloved came, he didn't say a word, didn't say whether something had happened or not, but just watched. Watched without breaking his mysterious gaze. There was exceptional mystery in his eyes, as if he had decided something he would never speak about. And Min Seolha, enchanted by that gaze and not understanding what had happened, didn't break the silence. She waited and watched. And suddenly he hugged his beloved. Now he realized that he was fully to blame for his sister's death because he hadn't gone. Cha Jungmoo, putting his glass on the table with a dull thud, said he wished to just stop all this, to put an end to it. He asked Moo Young to throw away all the materials, documents of those investigations, to throw away all memories and thoughts and live as if none of it had happened. And he wanted to do it himself. The embrace with his beloved was what his heart needed to warm up after that cold night when winter took his sister. Even knowing how insane it was, he wanted to stay here and now with the one who gave him a reason to live. At first, Min Seolha didn't ask anything. She just hugged her beloved back, temporarily suppressing all questions. Moo Young, of course, was surprised by such a sudden decision. He even worried whether his friend was okay. He looked strange. During that conversation, Cha Jungmoo asked Moo Young if there was something he wanted above all else, some kind of dream. Cha Jungmoo explained that it had already been 10 years since his sister had passed, and he had believed he could heal her and give her a chance at life, but a car took her away. Only after those 10 years had he developed one truly sincere dream that filled his heart and soul with hope. And if he let that dream go now, his life would really become nothing. Nothing would matter, and there would be no reason to live further. Jungmoo then looked at his reflection in the drink, realizing he was making a difficult choice in favor of his current life. And so the first, most important step would be to get rid of all the documents or evidence that Moo Young had. And he would stop thinking about his sister's death as something that could have been changed. He would accept that he was to blame, even though that wasn't really true, and live on with a new dream and his beloved. After a few seconds of passionate hugging, the girl finally pulled away to ask why he had been drinking alcohol. She, sincerely worried, touched his face with her hands and asked if something had happened, since he usually didn't even touch alcohol. Cha Jung-moo had already blushed and, smiling, answered that his behavior was related to how much he missed her. Because the man didn't explain why he drank, the girl didn't believe him and said it wasn't true. But Jung-moo assured her that he really did miss her. He said he missed her so much that he couldn't wait for tomorrow and just came today, again hugging his beloved tightly. Because of such closeness, the girl smelled alcohol and mentioned it, and the man asked if that made her like him less. Min Seola laughed and said not to talk nonsense. Of course it wasn't so. It didn't matter in what state he came home. Seola said she missed him too, so she was just happy to see him. It was already cool, so she suggested he come to her place to spend the night. At home, she said it was good that some of her beloved's clothes were still there, because they were clean and he could wear them tomorrow. What he wore today definitely wasn't fresh, and the girl was glad he even came today at all. Turning her head to her beloved, who didn't move a step away, she asked how long he was going to stand like that. Jung-moo admitted that he really didn't want to move away, but the girl asked him to quickly take a shower and come back. Cha Jung-moo, like a puppy, just laid his head on his beloved's shoulder, showing he would rather stay longer. After thinking a bit, the man, so as not to leave his beloved for a second, suggested she wash him. The girl was very surprised and turned to see if he was serious. On Jung-moo's face, it was clear he was completely serious. And could Min Seola refuse when he was so cute? Actually, she could. She sent the man to the bathroom, saying he had hands and could do it himself. After sending her beloved to the bathroom, she wiped her forehead. She asked why he decided to drink when he was meeting a friend. She was really worried. The man was so drunk he didn't even look like himself. She hoped no problems would arise from this. Since both had work tomorrow, after washing up, they settled down to sleep. Seola quickly fell asleep because she was tired. Cha Jung-moo was tired too, but he couldn't fall asleep quickly. He couldn't take his eyes off his beloved. Of course, he closed his eyes, but before that, he admired the one who gave him happiness and peace in his heart, thanking everyone that she was with him. The next day, already in the evening, while the girl was sorting things out, Jung-moo came to help her. Min Seola said she could handle it herself, but Jung-moo explained that if they worked together, they'd finish faster, especially since everyone else had already left. Cha Jung-moo was folding papers when Seola asked if he remembered what happened last night. The man immediately asked if he had done something that could have offended his beloved. Seola explained that nothing like that had happened. She was just curious if he remembered. Cha Jung-moo made an effort to recall the events of the previous night. He did remember his behavior and immediately got embarrassed, and that was him acting out, asking her not to leave, trying to hug her. Damn that alcohol. He tried to change the subject, saying she had talked about urgent matters so she could leave earlier and he would finish himself. Seola understood he remembered and joked about how the man tried to hug her like a loving puppy. The man blushed even more and said he didn't remember that. They held hands, cuddled a bit, and slept. That was all. The way the man defended himself was very cute. Seola smiled too. He had been cute yesterday. So in the end, she decided she loved him no matter what. Meanwhile, after some time, Eun-shim also hoped to finish work soon and was flipping through some important papers. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of something bright. More precisely, not something, but the very same compensation gift from an unpleasant client. She had already forgotten she left it there. It had been lying for a long time amid busy days. At first, she wanted to return the gift, but after that incident, she decided it was better to throw it away. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to finish her work calmly. A man came in, put a package on the counter, and said he wanted to return the money. But the sweater was in such condition that it couldn't be returned, God forgive. The collar was stretched and there was even a stain. Eun-shim politely replied that damaged goods could no longer be returned. The client said that when he bought it yesterday, it probably was already like that. The girl was annoyed. What kind of stain was that? She had checked the clothes herself. Everything had been new, clean, intact. Not like it was brought back now as if from a secondhand store. Suddenly, another man appeared and said that the client was making too much noise, which annoyed everyone. Jo Tae-gun entered the store and asked if the man considered himself the only customer if he allowed himself to behave so loudly. The man looked disdainfully at Jo Tae-gun and said that his words were so unpleasant that they deserved a full complaint. Jo Tae-gun lifted the item with just his fingers and pointed out that the collar was stretched, which meant the complaint made no sense. The client said the product was poor quality, but the blonde snapped back that if it was a one-time thing, he could file a lawsuit and they would sort it out there. For Eun-shim, the whole situation became 3 times worse when Jo Tae-gun rudely spoke to the client because she knew she would have to give in. Ignoring the blonde, she processed the return, gave the money back, and politely said goodbye, wishing a good evening. Jo Tae-gun was genuinely surprised, or rather outraged, that the girl made the refund when the troublemaker could easily have been pushed back. The girl, avoiding eye contact, explained that there was no point in escalating things, and if Jo Tae-gun kept hanging around, she would report it and then there would be problems. The man explained he wasn't there to make a scene, but to apologize to the girl for what had happened earlier. She couldn't believe her ears when Jo Tae-gun said that he had been drunk that night and had behaved rudely toward her, so he was sorry for his actions. The man said that if everything was fine, since earlier Yoon Shim had replied that everything was okay, he would like to invite her to dinner. Of course, in his mind, dinner meant something much more pleasant and significant, but it would be rude to get straight to the point. More than anything, he finally wanted to get close to the girl and spend not just one night, but several nights with her. He had waited a very long time. But, unsurprisingly, this particular girl turned out to be unlike any other, not one to give in to temptation. He unexpectedly apologized, defended her in front of the client, gave a gift, and invited her, hoping this would win her attention. Yoon Shim, surprisingly, firmly declined the offer, but accepted his sincere apologies. She admitted honestly that she didn't want to be someone who interested this man, as he didn't seem reliable to her, so there was no point. Jo Tae-gun couldn't get her words out of his head as he smoked a cigarette. Why had she said interested? Meanwhile, a girl who had tried to hug him earlier, the one he had been drunk and tried to see as Yoon Shim, approached him. That girl immediately began to complain that everything was wrong with him since morning and that he should at least have kissed her as a greeting. The girl said she understood it was for one night, but he shouldn't ignore if he actually enjoyed it. Jo Tae-gun just continued smoking and asked her to finally be quiet because his head already hurt enough. Meanwhile, Min Seolha arrived to her father at the correctional facility that morning. Eun Shim wrote that she had prayed for everything to be fine. In reality, Min Seolha was also very worried and sincerely hoped that this time she would finally see her father. She hadn't seen her father in 10 years, so she hoped that maybe this time he would finally want to look at her. Hope was slowly fading when the door of the cell opened and someone began to come out. Seolha hoped it was her father. And finally, this time she finally saw him, saw her family, her own father. She immediately began to cry upon seeing him. She said she had missed him very much all this time. Her father pressed his hands to the glass and asked his blood relative not to cry, that everything was fine and he was nearby. Meanwhile, Cha Jong-moo sat in his office, thinking about his beloved and the day in general, which was important for her. Earlier, he learned from Moo Young that Seolha last saw her father 10 years ago. Cha Jong-moo thought that today they had probably met. Min Seolha definitely cried, so it was worth the father coming out. By the way, an hour ago, he sent her a message that he had been waiting for a reply to all this time, which had just arrived. Cha Jong-moo grabbed his phone instantly, unlocked it, and opened the chats, hoping to see a message from his beloved. He asked if she had already gotten home. As soon as the girl replied that she was already waiting for the bus, he immediately called. Jong-moo asked if she was cold because if so, he would come by car to pick her up, but Seolha reassured him that the bus would come soon. The man said that if there was traffic, he would still pick her up. They said goodbye, agreeing to meet in the evening. The girl was happy to have seen her father. She kept asking if there was anything he needed her to bring, but her father replied that he was lucky to have such a wonderful daughter. Family was not available to everyone, but was the most important thing. The man explained that he hadn't come out because he had been thinking about what happened. He couldn't understand or remember whether he had really killed that girl that night. He was consumed by negative emotions. It was really hard, said the father. The girl understood and accepted that such things happen. It turned out that a letter, which had suddenly arrived for him and surprised him greatly, had pushed him to come to the meeting. The letter said that some anonymous person hoped Min Dong-woo would remember everything and finally meet with his daughter. Suddenly, as she thought, it began to snow outside. Beautiful, pleasant snow, not a snowfall, but light flurries. The girl, holding out her hand, thought it wouldn't be bad to buy an umbrella since a lot of snow had been falling lately. By the way, the thought about an umbrella reminded her of another memory, because she forgot to do something. After the meeting at the cafe with her beloved's mother, she had borrowed an umbrella from the owner or administrator there. The problem was that after the accident, the umbrella broke and she hadn't returned it. Not wanting to put off what could be done today, she decided to repay the debt and not think about it anymore. She could just buy a new one if that one was in bad condition. The same man who had lent the umbrella to the girl was walking with an assistant, and they talked about two acquaintances who hadn't appeared recently. Suddenly, he noticed a figure just ahead that looked familiar to him. at least outwardly. Yes, definitely. In the figure, he recognized Min Seolha, to whom he had lent the umbrella and had spoken with her a bit before. They had met several times overall. The man approached Min Seolha. They greeted each other, but the girl had already forgotten, as had everyone else, his name. So she just said hello without making it awkward. She explained that unfortunately she had to bring another umbrella, but at least she didn't steal the one she borrowed, no matter its condition. The man took the umbrella, felt it a little, and even said it was pretty sturdy, even though Sola had bought it in a rush. Honestly, she was about to wrap up the conversation when the man suddenly asked if everything was okay with her, which caught Seola off guard. Why would something have happened? He explained that he had heard about a small accident nearby. He'd been waiting for the girl to return the umbrella, but since she didn't, he decided to ask. When Seola told him what happened, he mentioned it seemed like the lady with her wasn't aware of the incident. Turned out, Seola just didn't want to worry her, so she kept quiet. He promised that the next time they came by, the restaurant would offer them plenty of services. Suddenly, a voice came from right behind the girl. Another man hugged her from behind and said he'd be joining them next time too. No surprise, that man turned out to be Cha Jong-moo. But how on earth did he suddenly appear right behind her? Turns out, he had arrived about 5 minutes earlier. He spotted Min Seola right away and waited for her. It's not like she'd been there long. She did say she was only going to return the umbrella, and that should have taken just a minute or two. And she did give it back, in a matter of seconds. But she still stayed there, talking with the man who kept fiddling with his lost item. Cha Jong-moo couldn't help but notice the way that man was looking at Seola. Not like his eyes were glowing with love or anything, but still, like he was enchanted. And let's be honest, Jong-moo got a little jealous. Not of Seolha. He trusted her completely. It was just that guy who was getting on his nerves. So yeah, that's why he butted in. He just couldn't stand watching Seolha with that man any longer. The man, spotting Jong-moo, asked if he was Sola's boyfriend. Jong-moo just stared at him silently. No death stares, no intimidation, nothing. If anything, he looked almost indifferent. But Min Seolha, with her cheeks turning slightly pink, answered that yes, this man was the one she loved. She turned to Jong-moo and pointed at the man in front of them, explaining that he was the owner of the bar Jong-moo's mother often visited. Kim Woo-hui, smiling as warmly as he could, reached out his hand to Jong-moo to introduce himself. But before he could finish, a voice suddenly called out his name. All three of them turned because the voice was loud and urgent. It was his bodyguard calling for him. The bodyguard's expression quickly shifted when he saw his director wasn't alone. Still, staying professional, he walked up to Kim Woo-hui and delivered the message. They spoke in hushed tones while the couple politely pretended not to listen, keeping their tact. When the conversation ended, Mr. Kim Woo-hui apologized, saying he had to run, even though they didn't get to properly finish introductions. He paid special attention to Min Seola as he said goodbye. He looked at her, smiled warmly, and said he was sure they'd meet again. After apologizing once more, he finally left, leaving Cha Jong-moo and Min Seolha behind. Since Seola just stood there, watching the familiar figure walk away, Jong-moo was the one who reminded her that they probably shouldn't be standing out in the cold. Even though he came to see her today, they hadn't really spent any time together. He had only given her a ride to make sure she got home safely. She'd already thanked him for the ride. But ever since they stood outside that place, Jong-moo hadn't said a single word. Just as she started thinking about it, he finally spoke up. He asked how her meeting with her father went, if everything was okay. Min Seolha shared that it actually went really well. She hadn't seen her dad in a long time, so it felt really nice to look into those familiar features again. Jong-moo recalled hearing somewhere that they hadn't seen each other in 10 years. So yeah, it was good they finally met. After thinking for a moment, she added that if there was a chance, she'd love to introduce her boyfriend to her father. And the best part? He showed no hesitation at all. He smiled and said she definitely should invite him when the chance came. From those words alone, she melted even more, her cheeks flushing red. He really did say the exact thing that mattered most. A few seconds, maybe a minute, of silence passed. Then Jong-moo broke it, saying that it seemed like earlier she had started calling him by name. It was a little awkward to bring up, so to hide his nerves, he put his hand on the wheel and gave it a slight squeeze. Then he leaned his head on that hand, and it looked like he wasn't just staring into her eyes, but straight into her soul, asking her to call him properly again. Honestly, he looked like a kitten. Sitting there, a grown man but acting all sweet, leaning on the wheel, gazing into her eyes and asking her for something so simple. Of course, she realized it was a little embarrassing for her too, but still, things couldn't go on like that forever. Blushing, she finally called him by name. But whether he was teasing her or just didn't hear, he asked her to repeat it. Clearing her throat, she gathered her courage and said that she'd missed him a lot today and really wanted to see him. Of course, using his name this time. Jungmoo himself got flustered and blushed, then broke into a smile. His heart was honestly overjoyed to hear that. Looking straight into her eyes, he confessed that he too had missed her badly that day, and more than anything just wanted to see her, even if only for 5 minutes. She looked back into his deep eyes and smiled warmly. And wasn't this the romance she had always dreamed of? Oh, yes, it was. But then he suddenly switched topics, asking when she had even found the time to borrow an umbrella. Nervously, she said that next time she'd rather get drenched than make him worry. But he replied that things happen, and it's fine to borrow an umbrella sometimes. The next day, they had a wonderful day planned just for the two of them. Seola took it upon herself to cook, though Jungmoo kept asking if she was really sure about it. It wasn't that he didn't trust her or anything, he just worried. Cooking like that could be a little dangerous, but she insisted she'd be fine. And sure enough, she didn't doubt herself at all. She wasn't the type to give up easily, and hey, she didn't even burn herself. Still, Jungmoo thought it would have been a crime not to double-check if she could really handle it alone, because so far, it looked a little dangerous, not just for the food. But she lifted up the 2 snacks they'd made, showing that they weren't burnt to a crisp at all, and proudly said she was a pro, she'd manage. A little later, after a nice meal, Jungmoo was already waiting in his swim trunks. She was still taking her time getting changed. Well, it's not like he waited forever. Soon enough, he saw his girl step out of the room. His first thought, her legs really did look so delicate. But for some reason, she was hiding under a towel. Hugging herself, she said it probably got a little chilly in here. So that's why she wrapped up. Jungmoo could tell, nah, that wasn't it. Not the real reason. He'd been hoping to see his love in that tempting swimsuit. Turns out she thought she'd eaten too much, and now her tummy might show in the swimsuit. Seola wouldn't be herself without a little mishap. First, with the snacks, and now she stepped into a small puddle, slipped, and started falling. Next thing, she went straight into the pool while Cha Jungmoo reached for her in panic. It happened so fast he couldn't catch her. His heart nearly stopped. Luckily, nothing serious. She popped right back up, gasping for air. It all happened so suddenly. Jungmoo, already at her side, asked if she was okay. She reassured him she was fine, told him he shouldn't have jumped in after her. Sure, she was fine, but the accident stripped her of that towel, so the second he looked at her, his face flushed red. 'Cause honestly, no matter what you say, even though he'd already seen and touched every inch of her, his girl was just breathtaking. Even when she got self-conscious, like now. Covering her stomach with her hands, though, really, there was nothing to cover. And even if there was, Jungmoo would probably love her even more. Gently, he touched her cheek, brushed his hand along it, and asked why she was still shy. He'd already seen her, more than once. And he loved all of her, so he couldn't resist. Pulled her into a tight hug, pressed her against him, leaning in for a kiss on those soft pink lips. He even lifted his beauty out of the pool, setting her on the ground, giving himself the perfect view of everything about her. That green really did suit her. And would he even be himself if his hands didn't wander to the little bow tying her swimsuit? Of course not. So he reached for it. Hard to even describe how they felt in those moments. The romance, the intimacy running through their bodies, made their fingers tremble. And the way she hugged him back, kissed him tenderly, reached for every touch herself, even started it all. Meanwhile, Eunshim was out for her evening jog. Lately, nights felt quieter, though maybe it was just because her friend wasn't around. Like she'd jinxed it by thinking. Just as she thought about running all alone in silence, someone suddenly appeared behind her. Curious who it was, she turned around, looked, and instantly thought she would have been better off not turning at all. Seriously, ending up in a situation like this? Absurd. She decided not to think about where this guy came from or if he was running here on purpose. Honestly, forget him. This Mr. Cho. In her mind, she'd already decided, run faster, don't look back, don't pay him any attention. But would he be himself if he didn't speed up and catch her? No way. So he did, and even asked why she was suddenly avoiding him. She shot back with a question of her own. Wasn't it obvious why she was avoiding him? Then scolded herself mentally for answering it all. Ignoring him was the better option. And so, ignoring her new running buddy, she stayed a step ahead while he trailed just one step behind. Silent, too. Morning came quicker than expected for the main couple. That night practically flew by, Seola thought, barely able to open her eyes. And when she did wake up, she realized they'd fallen asleep in a very unique position. Proof of what had gone down during the night. What was scarier? They'd spent the whole night like that, right until dawn. They passed out exactly how they'd collapsed after the last round. In her lover's arms, she started noticing other things, like the pleasant smell filling the room. Lavender. She'd recognize it anywhere. Felt like it filled her chest and warmed her from inside out. That's how much she loved it. Looking around, she noticed plenty of diffusers. That's where the scent came from. And really good quality ones. Plus, the morning atmosphere in the house just felt special. While she was soaking in the cozy vibe of the room, her lover woke up. Smiling, he asked if she was planning to get up already. When he heard she was, Jungmoo offered her breakfast. Said he was sure she had to be hungry after a night like that. She hadn't even realized it yet, but the thought caught her off guard. She started wondering what she might want. Jungmoo couldn't take it anymore. His girl was just too cute when she got lost in little things. So he kissed her. With an even bigger smile, he told her whatever she wanted, he'd get it, he'd make it. Morning had come, of course, for other people too. Some woke up in love, some in chaos. Some got up on the wrong side of the bed, others on both wrong sides. Jo Tae-gun definitely wasn't a morning person. He hated waking up at all. His days had nothing worth looking forward to. Nothing to make him want to live them. Although, thinking of that beauty he'd run into a few times already, that did stir something good in him. He even hoped if she lived nearby, he'd see her again today. But even positive thoughts had to break off, this time with the news that Venus was pulling out of their investments. He knew this would be a huge problem because his father would be furious, and that was bad. So, he thought, maybe it was time to finally go through with his plan. Tell Seola, his only weakness, about Hyunyoung. That would be the perfect revenge against Cha Jungmoo. Jungmoo must be suffering, hiding things from his secretary, scared to tell her. He probably loves her so much he fears she couldn't handle that blow. Meanwhile, the main couple was having another wonderful evening. And not all of them were just about making love. They reflected together too. Hard to describe how happy they felt in each other's company. Those evenings, sipping tea and talking for hours, were everything. From there, the stars were stunning. Jungmoo sat beside his love, telling her the view really was beautiful from here. Absolutely breathtaking. He explained that was exactly why he chose this house, because you could see the sky and stars so clearly. He added that they could enjoy meals or tea outside in peace, and that he'd worked hard on the interior just so she would like it. She even set her cup down. She could feel a shift in his voice, something tender, something moving, maybe even troubling. And her heart didn't lie. In just a few words, she caught that bundle of emotions. Because that's what it was. Cha Jungmoo was planning something magical. A proposal. He was down on one knee in front of his love, remembering her words about how she'd love to live together with him, that it would be amazing. He'd listened, taken notes in his heart, asked little questions here and there, like he wasn't really digging, but he was testing the waters, planning for the day he'd finally make up his mind. The girl was spellbound by her man, by his perfect proposal, in the perfect place at the perfect time. Under a sky full of stars, thousands of them witnessing their true love. Sliding the ring onto her finger, he smiled and promised his beloved that she would never regret becoming his wife. And she believed him, like she had never believed anyone before. Believed with her heart, her head, her soul. She knew love wouldn't betray her. That's when Seola wrapped her arms tightly around him, sealing her silent yes with a warm embrace beneath the starlit sky. This was their special day. And in both their hearts, new flowers bloomed. Signs that yes, they had stepped onto that magical new path, blessed by love itself. Joy spread through her chest so brightly it made her feel hot inside. Seola kept thanking him, hugging him tighter. She would never let go if she could help it. She said she didn't even know how she deserved such a man, because to her, he felt almost too perfect, while she thought she was not. But Cha Jungmoo assured her, those words she just spoke, they should have been his. He was the one who ought to say them because she had no idea how he saw her, how weak she made him. Then they sealed all those words with a kiss. Not just any kiss, a special one. Because this night itself was one of a kind. But sadly, no one could free them from work. The next day, they still had to go in. At least even there, they'd always be together. Seol had talked about his schedule for today. He, of course, listened carefully, but also with the corner of his eye, he noticed something. That proposal, it hadn't been a dream or fantasy. He really had slid a ring on her finger last night. But now, he didn't see it on her hand. That instantly brought a sting of sadness. Why had she taken it off? Did something feel wrong? He remembered how last night he couldn't stop admiring that ring on her finger. While in his arms, she had asked when he'd prepared all this. He explained that every free moment had been his friend and helper. He tried to notice everything, look closely, choose carefully. Just to be sure, he asked if she really liked it all. And she had answered quickly, warmly. Yes, she loved everything. Then, turning back to him, she pointed at the ring and promised she would never lose the symbol of their love. Not until the end of her days. Of course, it wasn't surprising. She'd taken it off at work or around colleagues. That only pushed him to think. Time to book a hall, start planning faster. Only now did the man realize he'd been staring nonstop at Seola's hand. He probably hadn't even heard some of her words. His own stare gave him away because his girl gently asked if something had happened, if he was okay. Hard to admit the truth without feeling embarrassed. He hadn't thought she'd notice him staring, and lying or making up something didn't feel right. So, after fidgeting a bit, he admitted he was worried since he didn't see her ring. She immediately blushed, turned away. But really, she only turned away so she could undo a couple of top buttons, showing him the ring. She'd put it on a necklace instead since it showed too much on her finger. Relief washed over him instantly. She'd done the right thing. Kept the ring close, but hid it to avoid awkward situations at work. Placing his hand beside her, pressing her lightly to the table, he said he had something to confess. Hugging her by the waist, he admitted he couldn't sleep last night. He was scared of waking up and finding her gone, that it had all been just a dream. Pulling her closer, he told her they had one important matter to settle. What would she call him once they were married? He said if she used his name, sure, that was great. But there were also honey, darling. She didn't get why he was asking this, and Jungmoo thought she wouldn't answer. But she did, saying if he kept it up, she'd cancel the invitation to her place, where they were supposed to decorate the Christmas tree and eat her homemade pasta together. And yet, as you can see, she didn't cancel that invitation. Tonight, they happily decorated the tree, making the room shine even brighter. The whole evening, Jungmoo couldn't take his eyes off her. She looked especially enchanting, glowing with joy, her smile like little sparks in her eyes. Jungmoo asked where she'd like to spend Christmas, said they could travel abroad or go camping, and she lit up right away at the idea. He promised he'd arrange anything she wanted, and she seemed truly excited about camping, making a fire, setting off fireworks. The whole mood in this room was magical, almost like a fairy tale. Suddenly, a knock at the door pulled her attention. She figured it must be a gift from Eun Shim, so she quickly grabbed it. After unwrapping the box, she was honestly shocked and blushed bright red. Whatever was inside had to be something unusual. But that gift remained a little mystery, one that would be revealed after a short story with Eun Shim. She was out for her run again. Unfortunately, with company. And once again, at the exact same time, they crossed paths on their jog. Just like Jo Tae-gun had secretly wished. Though she'd run a bit farther ahead. For a moment, just a second, she closed her eyes, deciding she could just ignore this guy and they'd go their separate ways. But fate didn't care about her faster pace, her firm decisions, or even separate roads. She made radical choices, just like Eun Shim always did. If she'd been running alone, maybe she wouldn't have fallen. But with the blonde trailing behind, he caught up right away, rushing to help, though she proudly declared she'd get up by herself. But he knew she wouldn't. She needed to find out the hard way. Her ankle twisted badly, she couldn't stand on her own. That's when her uninvited companion, smiling, said he thought maybe his help wasn't such a bad idea after all. And what? She was supposed to refuse? The man offered help. He even pulled out bandages from somewhere, wrapped her ankle, then carried her home on his back. A real hero. Fate's a cruel thing. Sitting on his back, Eun Shim figured she should at least start some conversation. She asked if he lived around here. Jo Tae-gun explained he had just moved in recently. He said it was a way to avoid his father, and Eun Shim concluded their relationship must be bad. Tae-gun politely agreed. Yes, it was. Eun Shim was stunned. What was this? Where did this politeness come from? Could this really be his normal self? While she was busy wondering what had gotten into him, Jo Tae-gun thought for a moment and asked what she planned to do for Christmas. She, of course, didn't understand why he was asking that, but he explained with a smile that he wanted to thank her and invite her on a Christmas date. The gift was definitely from her friend. She just didn't expect that kind of gift. Quite bold. And not just bold, it was see-through mesh, clearly not for everyday wear. As luck would have it, Jungmoo was standing behind them and commented that Eunshim sure knew how to pick good presents, while Seola protested that it should be returned. She muttered that it wasn't to her taste, but Jungmoo pulled out the bra and said that, for example, he liked it. Of course, she blushed all over again. Naturally. This man, seeing the bra, was clearly picturing her in it since Seola was the one meant to wear it. She then snapped that if he liked it so much, he could wear it himself. The next morning, the girls had lunch together and Eunshim got scolded for the gift, though she insisted it had been chosen perfectly. Seolha promised that when her friend got into a relationship, she'd pull the same trick on her, but Eunshim just waved it off. What relationships, when work was overwhelming? Seola seemed to catch some new notes in her voice and, smiling, asked if her friend wasn't secretly seeing someone. She reminded her that Eunshim herself had mentioned some misunderstanding, so clearly there was something. And yes, there was kind of an invitation to a date, but more like a dinner out of gratitude, probably for not reporting him to the police earlier. That night, Jo Tae-gun insisted on meeting, suggested a nice dinner at a restaurant, and said he'd call her himself with the details. But she never gave him a straight answer. She didn't say yes or no, didn't really know what to do, so she didn't overthink it for now. After analyzing the conversation with him, she told her friend that it seemed like just a thank you dinner. Nothing necessarily serious. Their chat was interrupted by a phone call. Eunshim guessed it was director Cha Jong-moo, which surprised Seolha. She explained that she guessed first because of the timing, and second because he must have already been missing his girlfriend, so it was about time they headed down. She added that she had work too. They had rested a little, but now it was time to get back. Some back to warm hugs, others to being torn apart by dogs. In the few seconds left to chat, Sola asked if her friend would go to the dinner, but never got a clear answer, so she went off to her boyfriend. As it turned out, he was already waiting for her. Not long, he'd just arrived, according to him, so she hadn't kept him too long. And he wasn't empty-handed. He held several drinks for Seola and her colleagues, so she could share them if she wanted. She told him he should have called her over since that stuff looked heavy, but Jungmoo brushed it off, saying there was no need to burden her further when she was already tired from work. And at those words, she turned red and flustered. How could someone be so perfect and considerate? The sweetest part was that he had also bought coffee for her colleagues. Yes, it would have been nice if only she had received coffee, but this way was even better. The thing was, Jungmoo was trying to draw some positivity specifically from his beloved, since his mood was already ruined. Someone had taken that away from him earlier. That morning, he had a conversation with his father. Of course, the man wouldn't let go of Seolha, having found out she was Min Dongwoo's daughter. And of course, he also discovered that most likely even the secretary herself didn't know what had happened with Min Dongwoo, or how he was connected to the Cha family. Jungmoo knew. The best thing was to react calmly because every next word could be used against him. So he asked what was so wrong about it. Unable to hold back, he said his father had clearly been digging into her, but Seola hadn't done anything wrong to anyone. What happened wasn't her fault. His father reproached him, saying that even though Cha Jung-moo knew everything, he had ignored that important detail. Then the father shamelessly dictated the time and place of their next meeting. The older man bluntly hinted that for his son, Cha Jung-moo, it would be best if there were no unnecessary rumors. He also added that not only Jung-moo, but also that secretary would be better off. It was basically a veiled threat toward his bright sunshine, who at that very moment was thanking him for the drinks. She, of course, noticed that her boyfriend was looking at her differently. He didn't even answer her. Had something happened? She asked directly what was wrong, blushing again because his gaze felt heavy, intense, full of love. And she wasn't wrong about the love-filled look because right after that thought, he leaned in to kiss her. He took the coffee cup from her hand again, saying there was still some time, and since they were alone here, he wanted to stay close to her longer. Just in case, the coffee was set aside, and Min Sola found herself in her lover's arms. Of course, blushing red as ever. Of course, it wasn't exactly the place to linger for anything beyond tender moments. But that was enough for them. And so, like teenagers, they hid away here just to hug and kiss. Eunshim did end up agreeing to the date, sooner than she'd expected. Jo Tae-gun asked about her leg, if it hurt, if everything was okay. Cutting into her steak, she answered that after a few compresses, it was much better, so she wasn't in pain anymore. The blonde already had a piece of steak raised to his mouth, but paused and said he was glad she was okay, because he had been worried. It was hard for Eunshim to understand why he'd been worried all of a sudden. And she also didn't get why they weren't going out on Christmas, but today. And the blonde almost seemed to read her mind. Swirling his glass, he said Christmas was too far away and he just couldn't wait that long. Eunshim actually thought the same, that he was reading her thoughts. But she answered that it was fine since it wasn't polite to delay giving thanks anyway. Jo Tae-gun took advantage of the moment, clinked his glass against hers, and asked if they could also meet on Christmas. Meanwhile, that same evening, Min Seolha, after shopping at the store, was heading home. She was wrapped up in warm clothes, chatting with her boyfriend about food. She said something new had come out with a different flavor, and they definitely had to try it together. Cha Jung-moo replied that waiting until then was too long, suggesting they just forget everything and go now. But Seolha brought him back to earth with her early meeting tomorrow morning. Just as a shadow appeared behind her, Cha Jung-moo asked if she was home yet, since he was really worried. And she immediately felt something was wrong. She instantly turned around thinking someone was behind her. Even Jung-moo sensed something and asked what was going on. And though she only caught sight of an empty street, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. Someone hiding. And even though she didn't know that the one she had sensed was actually hiding, she still suspected she wasn't alone. Someone definitely had been walking behind her. It wasn't just her imagination. Already at home, lying in bed, she carefully replayed what had happened on her way back. Because, well, it seemed silly, but still. From that corner behind her, a cat had appeared. It was probably the one making the noise, running around. That's why she thought someone was following her. And the question was, why be afraid of a cat? Clearly, it was because she had felt the presence of a person behind her, not a cat. That was what had pressed in her chest and rushed to her head. While she sat there, not knowing whether she should be worried about it or not, someone slid a warm drink toward her. Turned out it was Cha Jung-moo. She apologized, saying it was late and she should have let him sleep, but instead she was stirring him up. Cha Jung-moo replied there was nothing wrong with that, since he had been extremely worried whenever Min Seolha walked alone at night. He also said they needed to pick a wedding date as soon as possible. A dress. Actually, she should just move in with him already. Tomorrow. The girl sighed, thinking to herself that, once again, he was at it. She told him her boyfriend was just a master at getting his way. He seized on that point, saying he only worked that hard for her. The girl asked what methods he had used before she came into his life. He confessed that he had never tried anything before. As he'd said, Min Seolha was his first and only love in his entire life. And that actually explained a lot. Why he loved so deeply, why he protected her so fiercely, why he made mistakes. Because this was all new to him. He also admitted that for 3 years he had been tortured by his love for Seolha. He loved her so much, and that feeling terrified him. Seolha told him that if he kept saying things like that, her heart would surely stop tonight. Meanwhile, someone else, Kim Sung-chan, was watching. After his date with Yoon Shim, Jo Tae-gun had plenty to think about. And to be honest, he thought about it constantly. Back then, on their date, he had told the girl that from now on she could consider him her partner, her boyfriend. Eunshim was, of course, stunned. She even froze mid-sip of her wine. But she quickly gathered herself and said she would decline. Not surprisingly, with his looks, it was the first time he'd ever heard such words. So he immediately asked if maybe he just wasn't her type at all. Eunshim replied simply and as honestly as possible. She and Jo Tae-gun just had completely different views on life. It wasn't about her type. The blonde didn't understand at all. Different views? What did that even mean? But he said he was ready to adjust to her, since he liked her. She asked him why, and Jo Tae-gun for the first time gave a wise-sounding answer, though it didn't inspire much trust. He said that to love someone, you don't need a reason. But what love? At most, it was simple attraction. They didn't even know each other yet. The girl quickly added that if he really wanted to adjust to her, the first thing he could do was stop causing conflicts and making life difficult for his workers, and for everyone else. Oh, and he shouldn't forget about a healthy lifestyle. Meaning, no more alcohol. Right now, he was turning that over in his mind, almost amused. But the longer he observed her, the stronger a spark of rivalry burned in his chest. His guest, or rather, his loyal dog, entered the office, interrupting his thoughts about that fascinating girl. Kim Sung-chan reported that there were currently no problems between those two. Everything was calm and quiet. Kim Sung-chan asked why his powerful master had suddenly gotten attached to that simple girl named Eun Shim. Was it part of a plan? Jo Tae-gun replied that he was just curious, but didn't explain what about. The dog just couldn't figure it out. Maybe Eun Shim was one way of getting closer to Jungmoo? Meanwhile, Jo Tae-gun glanced over some papers and, setting them aside, said aloud, "Could those two really be friends? Like real friends?" Looking at all those photos, he kept thinking how very curious it was. Just how genuine and loyal their friendship really was. Speaking of Eun Shim, she had an especially hectic day today. Clients flooded in like crazy. Help everyone, answer questions, check them out. Her work was usually busy, but there were days like this one when there were way more people than normal. The question was, did she happen to know the reason why there were so many customers? For example, a certain familiar blonde-haired guest at their store. He had chatted with many people today, and it seemed like the girls practically spawned around him. Yet he only kept looking at Eun Shim. And why distract them with that pretty face of his, huh? Eun Shim forced herself to stay focused solely on work and ignore him. But fate once again brought them together today. Or maybe Jo Tae-gun was just too persistent and waited until Eun Shim finished work. They walked in silence for a while until the blonde suddenly spoke. He said he had found a reason. And then he suddenly began listing everything he liked about her. Her personality, her smile, her eyes, her confidence. And that became his motivation to fulfill all the conditions she had given him. To change his attitude toward his employees, not start fights, not drink. Since the girl didn't respond, he asked sadly if even then she still found him disgusting. But Eun Shim didn't answer because she was deep in thought, comparing his words with what others said about him. She remembered how they had first met, how annoying he had been. Then he'd shown up with an expensive gift, clearly valuing her looks. But now she couldn't deny that after the incident with the client, something seemed to have changed in him. The whole atmosphere had shifted in a more pleasant way. She even considered that maybe all those rumors she had heard about Jo Tae-gun were just gossip. So she asked if he was serious about what he'd just said. Jo Tae-gun also stopped, turned to face her, and was surprised by what he saw. On her face was an expression, sweet, a little doubtful. He admitted he'd never expected to see such a look on her face. Yes, it was clear. This girl, like a little bunny, was debating whether to trust him or not. And for him, the game had just gained new colors, so he smiled. Then, leaning in close, face to face, he said every word of his was true. And now she had to agree. Meanwhile, over with Seolha. Time to add some intrigue between those two. The girl, since morning, had fallen ill, probably a fever. She quickly texted Jungmoo, who was still at a meeting, that she was already near home. Then once again, she felt someone behind her. Honestly, the feeling hadn't left her for a long time. That someone was constantly watching her, following her. And now that someone reached out and called her name. Terrified and fueled by adrenaline, she swung her bag with all her strength and smacked her sudden enemy right in the face. And as it turned out, there was no robber or anyone who could threaten her. It was Mr. Wu Hui, who immediately apologized for scaring her like that. He said she probably hadn't noticed the street lamp ahead. And it was true. She had been too focused on who was behind her and got scared. After pulling herself together, the girl started apologizing for hitting him, admitting she thought it was someone dangerous. But Wu Hui said it was fine, and that even he would have been scared if someone followed him from behind and suddenly reached out. Even if he was supposed to be brave, he would have still been startled. The girl pointed out that she really had injured his cheek and it looked quite painful. Since they were going the same way, she said she would stop by the pharmacy. The man replied that it was great they'd walk together anyway because he had something to tell her, though she had no idea what that could be. Later, Seolha held a bag in her hands, which she eventually handed to Wu Hui. What he had to say wasn't anything serious. It turned out that a friend of his had recently opened a shop nearby, and Wu Hui wasn't too familiar with the area. The girl helped him find the shop, and she also bought a bandage, which was now already on Wu Hui's face. Luckily, the pharmacy had been open. When they were about to part ways, Seolha said she had to go, but Wu Hui insisted on walking her home since it was dark. The girl calmly replied that her house was close, so it wasn't necessary. She could go on her own. Thankfully, he didn't push the matter, agreed, and said they would definitely see each other again soon. He wished her a good evening. As soon as Wu Hui turned away, she immediately thought of Jungmu. She needed to call him or at least send a message. But just as she was about to go, Wu Hui called out to her again. She turned back before walking too far and asked if something had happened, since he still hadn't left. And then, Wu Hui, in a tone both mysterious and sorrowful, apologized to the girl. But for what? Now that was a good question. Surprised, she asked why he was suddenly saying such things. Apologizing? For what? He explained it was because tomorrow was a work day, and he had taken up too much of her time with the shop search. The girl told him it was nothing, and besides, now she had some snacks. Returning home, Wu Hui put his own bag of treats on the table. Strangely enough, either in his place or someone close to him, there was total chaos. Dozens of empty bottles left after drinking. Those snacks he had bought earlier weren't for himself, but for the person he went to see in the room. Inside that room, it was definitely a man, and he was crying, saying it was his fault, that he was the one to blame. And now, a small glimpse of Wu Hui's mystery was revealed, though without any details. For the first time, his face froze in such an expression. But that's not what we're supposed to learn yet. Instead, we shift to Seola, having lunch in the cafeteria. The girl was emotional. She banged her mug on the table in shock when she heard that Eun Shim had a boyfriend. She kept asking who it was, when they suddenly started dating, and so on. She found out it was that client they had already talked about. And it was so funny to watch Eun Shim. She was blushing so hard and seemed really shy for the first time. During the conversation, the girl also blushed a little, but she was genuinely happy for her friend. The way Eun Shim looked suggested she was truly happy. She congratulated her friend on leaving the solo club and said they definitely had to meet him sometime. Heading back to her workplace, she thought they should celebrate. She was already excited at the thought of chicken and beer tomorrow when suddenly, looking at her chair, she saw something not too pleasant. Well, it was just an envelope. She didn't know what was inside. But that natural sense of danger crept into her heart. She felt that opening it would bring her unpleasant emotions. Still, she opened the envelope and pulled out photos. Photos of the girl her father had run over, the car that had hit her. And written across the photos was the question, "Are you happy after ruining someone's life?" The photos struck her right in the heart. Someone knew. But she couldn't even imagine who would do something like this. Who would leave those photos? She probably would have broken down in despair, gotten nervous, or cried. But she was at work. Someone called her name, though at first she didn't even recognize the voice. Turning her head, she saw Jungmu. She quickly pressed the photos to herself. Her lover asked if she was okay, since she had turned pale. And no wonder. Anyone would go gray from sudden stress like that. But she had a unique ability, the ability to hide if something happened. She quietly slipped the photos away and said she was just tired from too much work. He double-checked, asking if it was really just that, and then mentioned she hadn't picked up his calls, and he needed materials for his meeting. She promised to send them soon and got right to it. Anything to distract herself. But no matter how hard she tried to hide it, love isn't always blind. Jungmu, for example, noticed there was probably more going on. But he also knew that even so, he shouldn't push her. Even after finishing work, she was still down. She went around to her colleagues, asked if anyone had seen anything, and learned a bit. One colleague said a man had come by, looking like someone from their company, and asked where Min Seola's desk was. That worried her even more. Who left that envelope and why? Why suddenly bring up that accident from so long ago? She had no idea what to think or how to act. Those photos reminded her of the harshness of life. Her father, his imprisonment, and the girl who had died. Honestly, Jungmu just couldn't take the heavy atmosphere anymore, so he reached for his lover's hand. Like a true gentleman, he told her that if something was bothering her, she shouldn't hold back but tell him. He was even willing to listen to her whining. She believed that he really would listen to her whining, but she still said everything was fine, that she was just tired. Jungmu jokingly said her director was to blame and deserved punishment for overworking her. Seola asked if that punishment would be forbidding him from holding her hand, but the man replied that was too cruel. After all, he was her director, but not holding her hand. That was true torture, no matter what anyone said. Coming from him, it was actually funny. At that point, she forced herself to stop thinking about it. Meanwhile, Eun Shim and Jo Tae-gun went on a date, combining business with pleasure, a jog together. Smiling, Jo Tae-gun offered her some of his water and said that this kind of date was new to him. Eunshim, not answering right away, started drinking it eagerly since she was really thirsty and had forgotten her own bottle. After quenching her thirst, the girl let out a loud, satisfied sigh. Oh, that sip of water felt like a breath of fresh air. Jo Tae-gun asked if it was also her first time on such a date, and found out that it was, since she never had time to spend one with anyone. She turned the bottle in her hands and explained that, honestly, work didn't just take up a lot of her time, but also most of her energy. But overall, she didn't really complain. She admitted that she never truly knew how to relax, and that was still the case. Jo Tae-gun listened silently, not knowing how to respond. It didn't seem quite right. After all, rest was important. Eunshim felt the shift in mood. That moment when the man suddenly grew serious and told her that she really worked hard. Then there was silence again, only this time a different kind. They kept gazing into each other's eyes without looking away. Eunshim was the first to blush and feel embarrassed. What a handsome guy she had run into. She couldn't stand his gaze. So she turned away. Jo Tae-gun smiled. No matter how you looked at it, it was funny. But he asked why she was suddenly avoiding him. What was wrong? The girl, blushing even more, replied that she wasn't avoiding anyone. It only seemed that way to him. The blonde said that if she kept acting like that, then… He paused for just a second. Just enough to lean closer, look into her eyes, and say that then he'd want to kiss her. She covered his mouth with her hand, and even though it was already dark outside and there wasn't a soul in sight, still, such things weren't said in public. Jo Tae-gun found a solution rather quickly. He grabbed her hand and said that in that case, they could go to his place, since he lived nearby. Eunshim honestly hadn't expected that. What a proposal. Going to his home. And what would they do there? Well, overall, if they were dating now, then why not? What was stopping her from visiting him? Nothing. So that's exactly what happened. She walked around his place and noticed several canvases. Did he paint? If so, he probably had many unexpected sides to him. Jo Tae-gun noticed her interest and explained that if his family hadn't been against it, he would have happily pursued it. One of life's truths is that things don't always turn out the way we want. Jo Tae-gun smiled, handed her a mug, and asked if she had seen everything. She replied that she hadn't known what exactly he had planned to show her, but his house turned out to be very interesting, full of surprises. After taking the mug and trying to cool down the drink inside, she noticed her boyfriend staring at her too intently. She asked if he wanted to kiss her again. Who knows if it was true or not, but he replied that this time, he actually didn't. Let's just say such a thing was impossible. He continued the conversation. He said that he was just wondering what beliefs and preferences dominated Eunshim's life. What, besides work, inspired her or was her hobby? It wasn't so much a question as his thoughts out loud. So Eunshim replied that they would have plenty of time to discover such details. Jo Tae-gun answered that she should drink faster. It was late, and he'd take her home. It must have already cooled down outside. So it was decided that he would quickly find his car keys and they would leave. He had already turned around, seriously planning to put the mug in the sink, find his keys, when suddenly the girl called out to him. Quietly, she stepped closer, rose up on her tiptoes, and leaned in to touch his lips with hers. That was their first kiss as a couple. A few seconds later, the girl pulled away, said that she had fun today, and started to say something about next time. But she didn't get the chance to finish, because the man suddenly leaned forward and kissed her on the lips again. After her initiative, after that sweet face she made afterward, after dreaming about this girl and wanting her body, how could he stop now? Of course, he still gave her the choice. Whispering in her ear, he asked if she wanted to take a shower together. If she wanted, she could refuse. But as we can see, the result was that Eunshim fell asleep sweetly on Jo Tae-gun's strong chest after they spent a night full of passion. Like a real scoundrel, he told himself that he could have ended it all that very night, but with this girl, it was too much fun to play. Min Seola actually knew about the date. The next morning, she was walking with a cup of coffee and thought she should ask her friend about how it went. And it was quite possible that the following days could have been so much better, if only that damn dog of Jo Tae-gun hadn't run into Seoha. Everything about him screamed that this man couldn't be trusted. Not to talk to, not even to look at. He greeted her so slyly, so damn cunning. Min Seola didn't know who he was, and it would have been better if she never did. Kim Sung-chan ruined everything Jongmoo had worked so hard to build. He babbled about how even if it was true, they had studied together. And then Jongmoo came across a very strange scene. That scene? Well, Seola's absence from her workplace. Her coworker said that she had an urgent matter. so she left. She hadn't told Jung-moo about that matter. He hadn't heard a thing, but he didn't think anything bad had happened. He even smiled. But then the other girl said that if even Director Cha didn't know, then the matter must have been really urgent. And those words made him worry. What if something had happened? Usually, no matter how suddenly things came up, she would let him know. And he couldn't have imagined the state his poor beloved was in at that very moment. It seemed like just a bit more. And she would collapse right there. It was probably something like a panic attack, since even breathing was hard for her. Tears streamed down her face, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. That man said that he knew her father had killed someone. And according to him, she wasn't just an ordinary girl. That alone was frightening. He told her that her father had killed Cha Jung-moo's younger sister. She must have at least heard of Cha Hyun-young once. That was who this girl was. He said he accidentally overheard that she worked here. He remembered her from school, so he decided to tell her. She remembered. In court, they had said the victim came from a wealthy family and, if she recalled correctly, had a brother. And her lover's mother had told her the same thing. She said that Jung-moo had a twin sister who was born only 2 minutes later. And now the girl just couldn't stop the tears streaming from her eyes. She truly didn't want anyone to see her in such a state. Now she was deathly afraid of being in the same room with her lover. She would suffocate, that's all. And Cha Jung-moo could feel it. He sensed that something was wrong in the fact that she didn't answer his calls and had left earlier. Oh, how the girl didn't want him to suffer because of her. For she alone felt guilty for everything that had happened. She didn't know how to go on living. Jo Tae-gun, like certain others, probably very much wanted to see her suffer, though she didn't know that Cha Jung-moo already knew everything. So it was impossible to stop her breakdown. As far as she thought, he had no idea that it was her father. The very man she had wanted to introduce to her beloved, who had run over that girl. Had she not met that man, she never would have known that she was capable of bringing so much pain and suffering to the man she loved. It was hard for her to even imagine what his mother and her beloved had felt when Hyun-young died. Seolha hadn't known. She had just been there, had fallen in love, and even her future mother-in-law had come to love her, to trust her. She entrusted her son to her, so that at least one of her children, left in this world with such a heavy loss, could heal, fall in love, and feel loved. And now, this is what she found out. Yes, of course, the girl hadn't killed his sister, but she still felt responsible for everything that had happened. The night before, she had written that she had some errands. But that still didn't lessen his worries, at least not until he saw his beloved today. Then he felt calmer. He thanked her for the materials, asked if everything went well yesterday, and she simply answered, yes. She realized that when she left, she had probably made him worry. She couldn't get the conversation with that man out of her head. He had asked what would happen if everyone found out. She still clung to the hope that it wasn't true. Maybe she had misheard. Such things happened. The voice of her lover distracted her. He remembered something and turned to Seolha. He recalled that he wanted to ask if Min Seolha was free that evening. The girl asked again, as if she hadn't understood the question. She had missed it, lost in her thoughts. Jung-moo came up to her and said that he wanted to cook something delicious. Well, she agreed. The man cooked himself while offering her to rest for the time being. He said that while the food was being prepared, if she was tired, she could even fall asleep. She didn't stay with him in the kitchen, only because she wanted to do a little investigation. If Jung-moo and Hyun-young were family, there would be photos here, or at least a graduation album. At first, she found nothing. She wanted to believe until the end that she wouldn't find anything. After all, it could have turned out to be a lie. But the one frame where the photo wasn't clearly visible caught her attention most. Hope dies last, because from that photo, 2 familiar faces looked back at her. Reality, unfortunately, is much harsher than hope or dreams. That's what she learned then. And then suddenly a message came to her lover's phone. Messages were coming in from Jung-moo's father. Something about a meeting of 2 families. Some time passed, and then Jung-moo entered the room again to call her. He thought she had been resting and had just gotten up to come on her own. He was surprised to see her already in her coat, ready to leave. He asked if she was going somewhere. She only replied that Jung-moo hadn't solved the problems with his father. The phone kept vibrating, so she intended to return it to him quickly. Min Seolha told him that his father had set up a first date for him. And then, without another word, she got ready to leave the apartment. Jung-moo didn't let her go. He grabbed her sleeve and said there had been some misunderstanding. The girl pulled her hand away and said there was no misunderstanding. Jung-moo tried calmly to explain that he hadn't intended to do what his father wanted. She had nothing to worry about. But then Min Seola suddenly said that she was sick of it all, as if some heavy burden had been placed on her. From the very beginning, she said, she had planned to spend just one night with him, but he had decided it was something more serious. And she had simply gotten too carried away, gone too far, played too deeply into it. And she struck right at his heart, saying that she had never thought of marriage from the very beginning. Jungmoo replied that if that was true, then why was she saying it with such a sad face? Seola answered that, one way or another, she had simply enjoyed it. The girl explained that now she finally felt free and relieved because she had said everything as it was. The only reason Jungmoo didn't hold on to his beloved that day was simple. He was afraid it was the truth. Those words had frightened him, struck his chest and heart, forcing him to freeze. He was afraid that this was indeed the truth he simply hadn't known, that it was what had been in Seola's mind all along. He came to his senses and moved too late. Yes, he ran out, yes. He called her without stopping. But fate is cruel. Sometimes even it doesn't forgive hesitation or mistakes. That was the moment he realized. It was the moment of loss. That was when he lost her. It happened on a Friday. The weekend kept them apart for another 2 days. Now Jungmoo was only waiting until he could see his beloved again. Of course, he came by, he called countless times, but he didn't even hear her voice. Still, he felt a small relief knowing that Min Seola wasn't alone. Yet that relief was insignificant compared to how much his chest was burning. And then, at last, he heard a knock on his office door. He was certain it was Seolha. A few seconds later, she appeared in his office. Just as beautiful as ever, but more distant than ever before. She brought some papers for the morning meeting and seemed like she was about to say something else. This time, she surprised him by announcing that she would be transferring to another department next month. Along with the papers lay a ring, and she said she had made that decision because it would be uncomfortable for them to work together from now on. For the time being, she suggested they simply pretend nothing had ever happened. Their souls were in chaos. Of course, she didn't want to do it, but she was relieved that she finally managed to say it, no matter how hard it was. But Jungmoo probably wasn't planning to let her go as easily as she planned to leave. He said he didn't even know what to do or say because he wasn't ready to end things. She answered harshly, saying she had already explained everything last week and that such behavior was inappropriate in the company. Jungmoo replied that if she really believed that, then she must keep pushing him away like this. Because unless Min Seolha gave in to him, he would keep trying without rest. At the end of the day, the man went to a bar. Not just to drink, but because he was waiting for Moo Young. Unsurprisingly, the entire time he was alone with himself, he kept thinking about what had happened with his beloved. He couldn't get her face out of his mind. She looked so upset, worn out, sorrowful. She cut the conversation short, saying it was time for the meeting so she would go ahead. Jungmoo seemed so lost in thought that he didn't notice Moo Young approach. His old friend immediately saw that something heavy had settled in Jungmoo's soul. He looked utterly sorrowful. Jungmoo asked if Moo Young had thought about Min Dongwoo and learned that he had shown exemplary behavior in prison for many years and hardly ever touched alcohol. So the investigation was still ongoing. The results would take about a month. Moo Young asked if he was planning to drink what was in his glass. Jungmoo replied that he was holding himself back so he wouldn't get drunk and go to Seolha. Moo Young thought his friend was stuck. He told him he should just go and see her. Jungmoo smiled sadly and replied that if he did that, he might completely annoy the girl. Some time had already passed, and Seola still couldn't bring herself to say a word, as if her tongue was tied. They worked in the same company as secretary and director, so they often crossed paths, but it seemed like Jungmoo was avoiding her. And of course, that was the right thing. He shouldn't cling to someone like her, to someone who had hurt him. But when you've built love over nearly 3 years, when you finally had a chance to be with Jungmoo, and now everything is ruined, it's not that simple. Now Cha Jungmoo seemed like an unreachable mountain, and their conversations were only official. Although, as soon as she thought of that, Jungmoo spoke to her. He said, strangely enough, that today he had a meeting with the parents of the lady his father had chosen for him. Min Seola didn't understand why he suddenly told her that. Cha Jungmoo explained that he desperately wished she would stop him, refuse him, so he wouldn't go. And he clearly wasn't planning to stop there. He was definitely about to say more, but then the voices of their colleagues were heard. And so, strangely enough, the conversation ended as Jungmoo turned to greet some of them or say a few words. The girl suddenly felt herself blushing again, just like before, when he used to flirt with her. She couldn't take her eyes off him. Such a perfect, handsome, intelligent man. Feeling her heart racing wildly in her chest, she turned her gaze away, deciding to focus on work. So she chose to go back to her desk and concentrate there. She noticed that something was once again on her desk, but this time it didn't look threatening. On the table lay an umbrella and a note. The note said that a heavy snowfall was expected today and that it would be better if she didn't have to borrow an umbrella from someone else again. And the person who left it was waiting for her call in the evening. She knew it was from Jungmoo. He must have placed it there before going into the conference room. He still cared. It warmed her heart and, at the same time, hurt her even more. That evening, when the heavy snowfall promised in the forecast began, Jungmoo waited for her call. He worried if the girl got home safely since there was still no news. But he didn't stand alone for long, because the girl his father had chosen for him suddenly approached. Min Seola was also already heading home. She told herself she had taken the umbrella only because she hadn't had a chance to return it. She remembered that the parents' meeting must have already ended by now. And then, as soon as she thought of the man, she suddenly saw him. But unfortunately not alone, he was with a girl she didn't know. So, the meeting place was near the company. How was she supposed to feel seeing this? Honestly, the pain hadn't gone away, even if she hadn't stopped him. The two of them were talking about what Jungmoo had done at that meeting, about how angry his father was, and she reassured him that this marriage could have helped the business. She didn't believe that declaration was serious. She said that if the problem was her, but didn't finish, because he didn't care whether it was her or anyone else. Then he left. He said the next meeting would be more official. And at the meeting, he said that although his father remained silent, there was already someone he planned to marry. And the only reason he had come there was to announce it directly. The girl felt miserable that the same situation from school was repeating. She was never the chosen one. After all that, Min Seolha didn't go home. She sat alone on a swing. She even went by herself to another meeting, had a drink, and thought that maybe it was finally time to let everything go. In truth, she wanted to thank him for the umbrella and beg him not to leave. Very much so. But it was too late to regret. Better to just go home, have another drink, and go to sleep. And suddenly someone appeared. He said it was very dangerous for her to be there alone. It was a familiar, dear voice, the voice of the man she longed for, Cha Jungmoo. She thought she must have drunk so much that now she was hallucinating. She was just about to stand up when her drunken head and shaky legs gave out, and she nearly fell. Or rather, she did fall, but luckily right into the arms of her beloved man, who was supposed to be just a mirage. Then she thought that if he caught her, then he wasn't a mirage, but maybe a dream. But even if this was a dream, even if she woke up now, it was worth doing, kissing him, because she had missed those kisses and embraces so much that she was willing to surrender to the dream. She truly surprised her beloved with this, and then they kissed together, her tears mixing into it. And even then, neither of them wanted to let go. It was the most longed-for kiss for both. Jungmoo tried to hold her as tightly as he could. They couldn't pull away from each other for a long time. Min Seolha couldn't understand why everything felt so real. And Jungmoo suggested aloud that she had confused dream and reality. That was like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. She pulled away and asked how he had even ended up there. Jungmoo surprised her by saying that she was the one who had called him. The girl didn't believe it and grabbed her phone to check if it was true. It turned out she had called him about 10 times, if not more. Since he was already there, Jungmoo offered to walk her home. He explained that he hadn't seen her calls because he had been in the shower. At her building, she apologized for bothering him and hinted that it was time for him to go. Jungmoo looked at his beloved silently for a few seconds. Then he asked if something bad had happened, since she had been crying there alone. The girl said that when she was drunk, she was always like that. She said she didn't miss him at all. She had just called because she was used to it and forgot herself. Jungmoo didn't reply. Suddenly, he touched her hair, gently brushing through it. Or at least it seemed to her that he brushed gently. In reality, he had only flicked off a leaf. Then he told her to get home safely. He was already about to leave. But then he suddenly remembered he had one more thing to say. And with a smile, he said that if she ever wanted to kiss him, she only needed to call. Seola didn't answer. She just blushed all over. And for a few more seconds, she watched as Cha Jungmoo's figure walked away. And she regretted so much that she couldn't take him home with her and kiss him all night long. Entering the hallway, she realized just how sober she had become. She decided to call Eun-shim and invite her to grab a late-night snack together. Her friend picked up the phone, but hearing moans, she realized something was off. Probably her friend was busy with her boyfriend at the moment. Eun-shim had picked up the phone unintentionally, leaning on the table. At that moment, they were indeed having a great time together. The next morning, Seolha, as always, made coffee for herself. She thought about how she hadn't had a chance to see Jungmoo because of the morning meeting. When her thoughts about him went too far, she tried to stop herself. but she was stopped by the question of whether she had gotten home safely. She replied that thanks to Jungmoo walking her home, she had arrived safely. With a smile, he said that he hadn't gotten home so well himself. He asked if she wanted to know why that had happened. The girl answered that she wasn't interested at all. Jungmoo thought that she had indeed left quickly. Later, he suggested eating together since he had no one to eat with. Even later, when she was holding a box, he said that she could use a boyfriend to help with it. In the end, the girl admitted that a breakup with a colleague was a difficult thing. As soon as she tried to stop thinking about him, there he was again. Only this time, the coffee wasn't brought by Jungmoo but by her colleague, who said she looked tired. Seola politely asked how Minho's health was, since he had been sick. Suddenly, the man felt a chill run down his back and looked up. At the door, he saw Director Cha and was nearly scared to death. Minho quickly said goodbye, mentioning that he still had important matters to attend to. Then the girl noticed Cha Jungmoo standing behind him. She turned away, deciding not to pay attention to him. And Jungmoo, trying to catch her attention, said that he was sick. When he mentioned having a high temperature, she immediately placed her hand on his forehead. Then, as if burned, she quickly pulled it away. Jungmoo caught her hand with his. He pressed it to his cheek and said that if she was still worried, when would she come back? The girl immediately looked away, not knowing what to say. Then she admitted that her tastes in men had changed. Now she liked men with soft facial features. She said this because Jungmoo was the complete opposite. While he was distracted, she quickly ran off, saying that she had recently bought new medicine, so he should take it and get well. She was secretly glad that she hadn't felt his temperature. But she was somewhat troubled when Jungmoo suddenly touched her hand again, making her feel that excitement once more. What to do? Just one look from him was enough to make her feel inspired. Maybe she should tell the truth. Perhaps it would be better to act that way? Meanwhile, the Kim Woo-hui's restaurant was full of guests. The man worked hard and was polite to all the clients. And he treated the staff well, too. For example, a waiter apologized for being late. Woo-hui said it was no problem. Seeing clients was a pleasure, and he would help until the end. The waiter said the director was already busy to waste time on such things. But Woo-hui got distracted from the conversation because he saw Min Seol-ha. He even smiled at her and greeted her warmly. He personally prepared a drink for her that, as he remembered, she really liked. He said that personally, Min Seol-ha reminded him of that drink. He looked at the girl silently for a few seconds, then said that she reminded him of a younger sister. It turned out that she had once been as cheerful as Min Seol-ha. But unfortunately, everything changed because she was spoiled by a bad crowd. Seola said that although she didn't know the details, she hoped everything would be fine. And suddenly, a companion appeared. A companion who clearly sat with her because he ordered the same thing she did. You guessed it right if you thought it was Jungmoo. Seola didn't know why he had suddenly come or how he found out she was there. Perhaps Eunshim had told him. And he definitely came to her because he didn't know how to drink at all. And he spoke first, saying he noticed that they were quite close. The girl almost choked hearing this. Who does that? They both reached toward the girl. One offered water, the other a napkin. Woo-hui didn't expect them to collide like that at the same time. And Jungmoo didn't like that Woo-hui was getting so flustered. Later, the restaurant emptied. Jungmoo drank 2 glasses of alcohol. The girl drank and ate. He even ordered more whiskey. It seemed his mood was really bad. Woo-hui only talked with the girl. He asked if she liked the snacks. Jungmoo noticed that they were interacting way too sweetly. And by the way, this man had round and soft facial features. He couldn't even imagine that this man was the one his beloved liked. When he wanted to drink because he was angry, Min Seol-ha gently stopped him. But he just replied that he wasn't actually drunk at all. And though it seemed true, the girl couldn't believe it. Later, when the man was walking her home, she asked how he was feeling. She offered to call the driver to take him at least to a hotel. And she finally told him to let go of her hand. But when had he ever listened? He did the opposite. He pulled her toward him and hugged her tightly, not letting go of her hand. He said that doing this while sober would be much harder. He was afraid that if he drank, he would just go for it, but it was hard to restrain himself. And Min Seol-ha completely understood why he felt that way. She also noticed that Jungmoo was starting to fall asleep just standing there. Deciding that it wasn't too late, she thought she should take him to the nearest hotel. In the room, she decided to let him sleep, write a short message, and go home. In short, her plans were grand at the very least, because she was going home. Actually, the room was quite strange, and she noticed it had poor sound insulation. Distracted for a second, she didn't notice that Jungmoo's hand was already embracing her. And in the next moment, the girl found herself in Jungmoo's strong embrace. He blushed completely and reminded her that he had said something similar to her before, that he was still far from truly drunk. Because they were so close to each other, both of them were breathing heavily. Jungmoo couldn't resist and leaned in for a kiss. He pressed the girl to himself as closely as he could. They kissed a lot, and it was clear that they were going to spend the night together. But suddenly, Jungmoo stopped and just lay down beside her, saying he wouldn't do it while drunk. He wanted to remember, not forget everything because of being drunk. Then the girl asked why he had to drink so much. He admitted that it turned out to be harder than he thought. He said he was really afraid that she would leave him. Then he asked if she could change her mind. Too bad he didn't understand how hard it would be to simply change her mind. But she said that she would think about it and reached out her hand. She suggested that today they just sleep while holding hands. From her lips, it sounded so cute that Jungmoo blushed like a tomato. And he kissed the hand she had reached out. Jungmoo admitted that with her, he could finally fall asleep and get a good rest. And indeed, Jungmoo quickly fell asleep. The girl stroked his head and thought about how everything had turned out. In fact, her feelings were growing stronger every day. It hurt not to show them. The next morning, Jungmoo woke up quickly, probably sensing that his beloved wasn't nearby, and the room was very bright. Honestly, against all the pink background, he looked funny. Turning his head, he saw that something was on the table. Seola had left a sandwich, milk, and a note explaining that she had a meeting. The man also noticed that she had forgotten her earrings there. Meanwhile, as soon as the girl arrived, she was greeted by Eunshim. She immediately noticed that the girl was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. Eunshim knew she had done the right thing, seeing how her friend was sad. Sitting down, the girl said she was going to tell Jungmoo about that accident. Eunshim immediately said that it was the right decision and she could handle everything. Seola admitted that she couldn't even imagine what would happen after that. But she could no longer hide it, so she had to say it as it was. Suddenly, someone interrupted them, addressing Min Seolha. It was a handsome guy with a violin case on his back. Greeting the girl, he said he was glad to see her. Min Seola was genuinely surprised to see this boy. She knew him. And not only she knew him, but also Eunshim, who immediately shouted his name. Han Yuseong, truly amazed to see him here. She said he had grown too tall, and Yuseong replied that it was Eunshim who had. And how cute it was to watch, especially since Seola had seen something like that before. Han Yuseong asked if Min Seola had missed him even a little. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Smiling, the girl replied that of course she had missed him. But the guy was called by his friend because they were rushing to rehearsal. Han Yuseong said he would write to them and invited them to his performance over the weekend. The girls said goodbye to their old friend. The guy walking behind him also glanced at the girls. And when they left, he asked if Han Yuseong knew those girls, and if so, to introduce them. He especially liked the one with long hair. Han Yuseong refused, saying that he had been in love with her for a long time. Later, some colleagues were showing a poster with, as they said, a handsome guy who would soon perform there. She said it was her old friend and she was planning to go to the concert. The girls exploded, asking her to introduce them. Seola didn't promise anything, only said she would ask him. The girls said they would love to get his autograph. And Seola didn't even know he was so popular. She easily got the tickets. Suddenly remembering him, she decided she would talk to him over the weekend. In the evening, she was already going to the concert, marveling at how fast time flies. She got into the elevator where Jungmoo was already, though she hadn't expected to see him today. It was a bit awkward, she thought. Moreover, she remembered how they had almost spent a night together before. Only now Jungmoo had a chance to thank her for the sandwich. The girl replied that she was glad he liked it. When they arrived on the 6th floor, the girl was surprised by the number of people. There were really a lot of them, all lively, almost too crowded to fit. So she and Jungmoo ended up in an awkward and interesting position. It was enough for someone else to enter, and they would push Jungmoo closer to the girl. Jungmoo apologized for being so close, but there was literally no space at all. He also mentioned that the girl had left her earrings in that room. And he suggested returning the lost items tomorrow evening. The girl agreed, since she had already decided earlier that she needed to meet him. Later in the hall where she was, there was surprisingly a huge crowd. Han Yuseong in everyday life is so unruly, but on stage he's simply incredible, Seolha admitted. It was a pity Eunshim was busy and couldn't see this performance. Min Seolha took a comfortable seat so Han Yuseong could see her perfectly. And while everyone else couldn't take their eyes off him, he couldn't take his eyes off just one girl. And it was pleasant for the girl to see a successful man with the same smile he once had, but small and funny. After the performance, the girl spent some time looking for her old friend. She came to give him flowers and say that Han Yuseong had played absolutely amazingly. And no matter how you look at it, it was nice. He even blushed, embarrassed. Suddenly, two familiar voices were heard behind them, and the girl immediately noticed. It was Jungmoo with his mother, who was happy to have attended the concert, since she had dreamed about it back in America. The girl was surprised to see Jungmoo here as well. Likewise, he was surprised to see his beloved girl next to the violinist. But instead of a violin in his hands, he was holding a bouquet. The story is far from over. So don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss the next chapter. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more.